Good morning, everyone, to the day two of 5th International AMIFOST 2022 on food sustainability, challenges and opportunities for the future. I welcome you all for the technical session 4, theme conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Ashish Mohite, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, to kindly introduce the theme of the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Suren ma'am. So good morning, all of you. The theme for this session is conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. So our own food culture we'll be discussing in this session. So I would like to introduce our chairperson for the session, Dr. Iram Rao. So Dr. Iram Rao is a professor and a former vice principal of Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. She has a very rich experience of 26 years in teaching and research and in consultancy in the field of food science and nutrition. She has passionate to write and author several books, and not only books, bestseller textbooks such as Food Science Experience and Application, Food Quality Evolution, and Food Quality Analysis. Her books are prescribed by several universities and colleges in all over the country. She is also writing a coffee table book on Desi delights. She is a recipient of Eat Right Award, a prestigious national award by FSSAI in professional category. She is a technical expert with World Bank for reduction of trans fat and sodium in food in India. She is the lead expert in senior nutrition consultant in European Union in food safety and nutrition awareness. She is an expert in FSSAI for content development, training and capacity building. She is also the advisor and advisory board on FICCI at Center for Nutrition Excellence and National Mission on Surakshit Khadya Abhiyan under Confederation of Indian Industry. She has been a technical expert and head for task force for curricular development of BTech and Tech courses in National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management under Ministry of Food Processing in Kundli, Haryana. And for Amity Institute of Food Technology, she is a expert who is involved in all activities from board of studies as a PhD expert. So I'm highly delighted to welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish. And at the outset, my heartiest congratulations to Amity for hosting the 5th AMIFOST. And that takes me to the road to nostalgia, that the first AMIFOST was done in collaboration with Association of Food Scientists and Technologists of India, Delhi chapter. And I have very, very fond memories, not just for the past 5 years, but all my entire, I think, from the time this institute has come into prominence and has actually, I have seen it, actually transverse into an institute of eminence with such good leaders like Dr. V.K. Modi and the prior to him, as well as the most competent staff as I have ever come across with like him. So my absolute best wishes for this conference. And I think food sustainability is something the world is looking at, not just from the food technologist perspective, but you know that we are a co-signatory of the United Nations. And one of the most significant SDG goals as on today, not just for our own country, but the world across, is the challenge of actually looking at sustainable development of food, food production, food practices, and as a planet Earth on the whole. Today, I'm very grateful to AMIFOST and Dr. Modi, Dr. Monica, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, which is so important, talking about conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. I have a just very brief presentation to set the context and have everybody understand that why are we going back to where we started off in? What is the significance? Do we really need to promote what is called as tradition? And when it comes to food culture, don't we have all our cultural practices in place? So for the young brigade of tomorrow, the prospective food technologists, food scientists, and nutritionists of tomorrow, let me tell you that we have not been able to respect what is called as old is gold. And it is going to be always there in our system, whether we like it or not. So let me begin with a very, very, popular, saying by Mark Kulsnecki, who said that food is a central activity of mankind and one of the single most significant trademarks of our culture. And we know that there are sayings by people that you are what you eat. And I, as an Indian, would want to respect, and that is why what you see on my screen today is cholai ka saag. I simply wonder how many of us really can relate to it. How many of us really understand the significance of these greens which they have in our, existence. And today the world is talking about nutraceuticals and food and functional foods. We've always had these functional foods, nutraceutical applications in our humble thali, but just that we've not been able to glamorize that. We've not been able to really position this in the right context to the world. But it's time that we wake up to this particular call. A bit of a background, where did this all start from? It was the year 2010 when UNESCO recognized not just, the architects and the other things, what it takes to actually, make it as a significant part of the heritage of the world, but it also realized that it is the cultural consumption and also the cuisines, which are supposed to be inseparable parts of a cultural heritage. And thus, it developed and proposed models which every country must take the onus of safeguarding. So for a country like ours, nobody is going to come up to us and say, look, these are your foods, you need to do something about it. We need to actually protect them. We need to understand the know-how, the knowledge, the food science behind it, and make it as an integral part of our existence. We are not trying to underline over here that new foods, new cultures should be shunned. We are talking about having a balanced approach. So traditional food consumption and production practices are known and have been established by science that have been there to improve nutritional security by mitigating disruptive dietary transitions, providing nutrients, and improving agricultural resilience. Moreover, we find that traditional agricultural practices can regenerate biodiversity to support healthy ecosystems. And that's where today we are at the cusp of plateauing of our green revolution curve. And if you do not rise up to this call now, perhaps it will be very late tomorrow. If I look at an example of Indian food culture, my specific thing is only on Indian food culture, but we are talking about traditional food practices across the globe. So we know that India has a very rich culinary heritage, which is embedded in thousands of years of our history. It is a social and a cultural marker, and it is symbolic to the diversity of the recipes and the foods which we consume. Not just the recipes, but each and individual ingredient which you have on your platter has a unique breadth and diversity. It is certainly intangible cultural heritage which manifests in itself in varied ancient cuisines and culinary processes. Therefore, traditional food depicts a lot of stories. There's always a tale behind that. So there are stories of agricultural practices, of techniques which have been used from time immemorial, the use of ingredients by which particular region, what function does it perform, processes, religious rituals, festivals, they all are talking about a food trade, and they are talking about a food story. Not just food, but how it is prepared, the right kind of utensils. All this indigenous knowledge, let me tell you, is invaluable to our culture. So what is the way forward then? How do you conserve the traditional food culture? In order to promote and position safe, nutritional and traditional food techniques and ingredients, a multi-pronged approach is needed to define Indian food culture. You must begin with documentation of best practices that drive global thought and instill the faith in the benefits of the Indian cuisine. Promote regional diversity, use ancient knowledge, what has been already documented, what is with the wisdom of the people who are existing about their health benefits, the unique perspective, natural solutions to maintain good health and well-being. You have to further strategize for sustainable community development, which embodies the ethics of Ayurveda and retraces local histories, as these tags can work for the people of India rather than becoming historic badges. That means one person is concerned and none of us. With that, it is a thank you, and it is an absolute pleasure to introduce our speakers for this today's session, who are distinguished entities of sorts. I have the privilege and pleasure to introduce Dr. Pratima Narayan Shastri, who's not an unknown figure to the domain of food science and technology. She has a rich experience of 37 years behind her, has served as a professor and head of the Department of Food Technology, Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Food Technology. I do not think of anybody who studied food technology does not know of Dr. Narayana Shastri. I've had the nice experience of getting in touch with her when we were working on the project of instituting National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, which is an APEC institute of eminence today under the Ministry of Food Processing Industry. Her insights are deep, her experience is rich, and she has been involved with all kinds of research for the last 37 years. She has the unique, I don't think so today we would have 15 students being awarded PhD. MPhil, she has taken care of about 5 students, and MTech 35. She is an author of a book, has written many chapters, 40 technical articles. She also has a varied experience in Marathi and also several articles of public interest. Research areas of interest are traditional foods, standardization, texture, and storage studies. She has been involved in development of various new foods. She has been looking after community nutrition for the development of low-cost nutrition food supplements, use of very basic, simple technologies. Food biotechnology has been another research interest, and novel food product development. So such an eminent person with such rich and varied experience, how does she keep herself busy today? At present, she is the president of Apanga Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha of Nagpur, which is an NGO for the welfare of disabled women and children. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you today. And may I hand over the Ds to you, please. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. At the outset, I would thank Amity University, Dr. Modi, and their team, Dr. Khedkar, Dr. Monica, and Dr. Mohite, and Dr. Iram Rao. It was really a pleasure to interact with you, if not if not physically, at least on the media. We had met long time back during NIFTEM, and I'm really honored to be here with you, with your wide experience and your your work in the area of food safety and food science and traditional foods. You have already set up the stage for you already set up the stage for today's topic, and we share the vibes about the conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. I'm really happy that we really share the vibes. And the theme today is conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. And I'm going to share my views, which are very much in line with what Dr. Iram Rao has just now mentioned. I'm also looking for it for the opportunity. Can we just go back? Yeah. Conservation and promotion of traditional food culture. And along with that, can we use this conservation and promotion activity for livelihood generation and nutritional enrichment? So this is the topic which can be, the same topic can be shared in a different way. Next one, please. Next slide. When we talk of the attitude, evolving consumer attitude, when the man was a hunter-gatherer, the sole purpose of eating the food was survival. Whatever he was able to get, he would eat it, and the only thing was survival. It's around 10,000 years ago that the agriculture started. The man settled down and he started to grow the crops, keep it for the bad period, and store them. And gradually there was evolution in agriculture. With evolution in agriculture, there were very many foods at hand, and the foods, these different food items, they were combined together. The fire was there, and then the culinary development took place. And with that, the food became a matter of enjoyment. There were different textures, different tastes, different types of foods, and the food became a medium of enjoyment and indulgence. Gradually, it so became the value of the food as a purpose of enjoyment was increased, and then people started to know what are the bad effects of food. There may be a bad effect of not eating right food. And now today we are talking about food for the benefit of health. What food should be there, and what is beneficial to our health and what is not. Next one, please. Now, next one. When we think of this, please change the slide.
Yeah. It's not changing.
Okay. Now this evolving
Yeah.
consumer attitude. Now, what is the good food? The question is, what is the good food, or why do we eat the food? Obviously, we eat the food for survival because we cannot survive without food. But nowadays, food has achieved many aspects. Food is for pleasure. Food is to express your emotions. I mean, a mother says that थोड़ी सी आधी रोटी और खा लो, तो बेटा खा लेता है. So it is an emotion, it is a reward, it is power. Wars have been lost because the food supply was stopped. And most important, food is a culture and food is a passion. Next one. So food culture is an essential component of heritage because this food culture has ensured the survival of the race all through these centuries. Next one. Food is much more than a means of survival. It is a cultural identity and a passion. Next one. Now, since the nutrient requirement, when we talk of the nutrition, how much protein is required, how much carbohydrate is required, how many calories are required, they are same all through the globe. But from where to get those nutrients, that is dependent on the local food culture. And every culture in the world has a way to respect the food as a blessing of God, whatever God they pray. But it is always an almighty, and people thank the God for getting this food. And there are always traditionally known bad foods, seasonal foods, good foods, festival foods. And maybe they didn't know the science of nutrition, but it was a long observation. And through that observation, some things were drawn out, and these were practiced as a good food culture. Obviously, now in today's language, we can call them as epidemiological studies. Next one. Now, traditional food culture, there is a peculiar thing when there was not much movement for people as well as food. Traditional food culture is generally in harmony with the local crops because that is what you have at hand, and local environment, and as well as the genetic makeup of the population. We know that the survival of the rule of survival of fittest. So who the genes which can cope up with the local foods, they would survive. And in that way, when there was not much movement, it was in harmony with the genetic population. And now in terms of economics also, it supports the local farmers and local processors. Next one. It is cost effective because there is less expenditure on transportation, packaging, marketing, and all that, because these foods are known and you don't need to advertise them. And it is in line with the modern concept of reduction in food mile, because increase in the food mile increases the cost of the food and also it reduces the quality. Next one. Now, this was when there was not much migration, but with development in technology, with population migration, agricultural transition, which Dr. Iram Rao has really already pointed out, there, and the most important one is the social changes because of industrialization and the media intervention in last 20 years or so. The food culture is changed. Next one, please. Next one. We have entered into an area where a global food culture is developed, and food is no longer a domestic activity, but food has become a commercial activity. Next one, please. The earlier one. No, the earlier one. Food is transformed from being a basic necessity and a domestic activity. It has been changed into a marketable commodity. Now, being a marketable commodity, what does it mean? Next one. What does it mean for the women folk who have been traditionally involved in managing the food? They are involved in right from agriculture to managing the food, cooking, and also as a consumer. So what does it mean for women folk? Whether there is a chance for livelihood also, because food is a marketable commodity. Let us see that. Next one. Is it a challenge or is it an opportunity for the promotion of traditional food? We say that the traditional foods, the old things go away, although we say old is gold, but always we are planning to push away the old things. So should we think of this present situation as a challenge or as an opportunity for the promotion of traditional foods? Next one, please. Now, let me tell you one thing. There are developments in all areas like power, automobile, communication. Drastic changes have taken place. But nobody ever wants to go back. Once you own a car, you never want to go back to a scooter. Or once you have an AC car, you don't want to go back to your old car. But food processing sector has existed for ages, and still there is always a crave for tradition. So even if the new things are coming up, new technology is coming up, new foods are coming up, global food culture is there, new foods are available everywhere at the tip of your at your fingertip. You just put your finger on the phone and you get everything at your doorstep. But still, there is always a crave for tradition, because food is not just a consumer good, it is a culture. Next one. And because of this association with culture, the food is always, the traditional food is always going to exist. So women, next one. Women have always been involved in agriculture, in processing, storage, management, and consumer. Because women are also consumer, they always try to see that how best they can develop the food and how best they can manage, because they themselves are consumer also. Next one. When we talk of promotion of traditional foods, there are three angles to it. I mean, not just two birds in a stone, but three birds in a stone. One is value addition to the agricultural produce. which the government of India is talking about, world is talking about, that value addition to the agricultural produce that will give better returns to the farmers. It will give women empowerment because mostly women are involved traditionally in preparation and managing of the traditional foods. And of course, as I said, the local foods, they are suited for the local local environment. The people will get better nutrition. This better nutrition part is emphasized during the COVID period. People have started shunning the highly processed foods and they are looking towards the traditional foods. Next one, please. Now, what are the typical features of traditional foods? If you go into looking into a livelihood or entrepreneurship, there are regional differences because of the regional crops and all. There are seasonal differences because during various seasons, various crops are there, and you need to process different types of crops or different types of produces. There are differences. Every religion, every strand has a different culture, different festivals, and therefore the seasonal and cultural differences are there. And ready now with this, still there is a demand for traditional food as a convenience food. We still love to have traditional foods, but not in the elaborate way. We want ready to eat, ready to cook products in convenient portions, and that is the demand of the time. Next one. Most of the traditional food requires local ingredients and skill, which is developed through ages. Consumption is restricted to small cultural groups, and that is why high capacity players are not interested in locally consumed items. And this doesn't allow the entrepreneur to incorporate advanced mechanization. Next one, please. So, in a way, traditional food business is typically suitable for micro and semi-micro entrepreneurs, and especially for women, of women and individuals. Next one. But there are some hurdles also for these small entrepreneurs. Lack of consistency and quality. They generally go by the traditional methods of measurements and all, and traditional methods of process control also. So the concept of quality assurance is not followed regularly, and that is why the traditional foods, in spite of having acceptance, they lose the grounds because of poor appearance and packaging. Next one. What are the considerations for sustainability of traditional food sector? Next one. Quality and safety assurance, that is what the today's consumer is looking for. A consistent quality. So we have to, the consumer, the entrepreneur has to have standard quality, proper storage conditions, well-defined cooking process, proper care during packaging and distribution, proper instructions for storage of prepared food, and knowledge about possible health hazard for the client. Like the traditional way, you just keep the material for drying in the sun and the dust settles down and all that, that should not be done. Next one. Next one, please. Yeah. Now, product designing is the need of today. Redesigning traditional foods as convenience foods, because many traditional foods have a lengthy process, skill-based process, and we need to convert them into convenience foods. One thing that I think about is like a Maharashtrian Puran. Puran is really, it requires skill. But just like we get Shrikhand nowadays, round the corner, can we not get say 200 gram or 500 gram package of Puran, which will be available to a housewife, and then she can use it. Now, enhance the nutrient profile. Traditionally, the traditional foods were good nutritionally, but there is a chance for enhancing nutritional profile. You can combine other things together, what are available now, which were not available earlier, and therefore we can increase and enhance the nutrient profile. You have to showcase the nutritional advantage of traditional foods, media, and the impact of media and impact of visual media particularly is very much, and therefore how to promote nutritional advantage of traditional foods is really a problem for a small entrepreneur. And then use of e-marketing channels. Next one. So client satisfaction is the basis for entrepreneurship, and client satisfaction in the food in the traditional food sector is the quality which is perceived by chef chef has a particular way of presenting it, but the quality perceived by consumer. There are many consumers and they might have slight differences in their preferences. And therefore, you have to match the quality perceived by chef, quality perceived by consumer, and of course the cost. When these three things are there, then the client will be satisfied, and then you have a good opportunity for small entrepreneurs. Next one. Technology. You have to go for technology, but what we require is intermediate technology, which will improve the productivity, which will remove the bottlenecks, but which will not replace the skill and which will not decrease the employment potential. Because this sector has got huge employment generation potential, not for highly educated, but for highly skilled personnel. So the technology should be there to increase your output, increase your productivity, but not to decrease the employment potential. Multifunctional machinery, because because of seasonality, there is one product which goes in one season, other product goes in other season, and like that. So if you want to expand the product range, you should not have to increase the machinery, but there should be multifunctional machinery. Unfortunately, many companies are coming forward with small multifunctional machineries, like a machine which can be used for concentration of milk and which can be used as a roaster and which can be used as a mixer, simply by changing the slight changes. Next one. Next one, please. So what next? What do we want next? What should we do in order to make this a success? It has huge employment generation potential. It needs to gear up. There is a bifocal growth in local as well as in global market. People are migrating and they crave for traditional foods, and therefore there is a local market, there is a global market. A small entrepreneur can start with a local market, but there is no harm in thinking about global market. Next one. What we need is the guidance, proper guidance for proper selection, development, standardization, and technical support. What Dr. Iram Rao mentioned about the documentation, that is very essential. And I understand long time back, I think it's more than 20 or 25 years, CFTRI has taken up this activity and they had prepared a documentation for regional foods, regional recipes. And there is a big compilation, huge compilation of regional recipes, Eastern, Western, North, South, and Central India. And that compilation was for standardization of the recipes. So proper selection on development of the recipes and technical support for that, packaging studies, shelf life studies, this is what is required, and that will enhance the awareness about the enhancement of awareness about quality assurance right from the beginning, and rather than the quality control at the end of the channel, that you give the product and the customer is not satisfied or the product is not safe as per FSSAI rules. That should not happen. So quality assurance begins from. Now this guidance has to be given to the next. Training programs need to be organized, workshops and training programs for technical guidance of machinery selection, process management and all these aspects, and also for financial and marketing support. Next one. Some possible traditional nutri-foods. They have nutritional advantage as well as they can be traditional and they can be enhanced. Like multigrain breakfast cereal, we have a mixture of puffed grains. They can be promoted. Protein mix. Our good old sattu. Recently, in our institute, I have developed a sattu. Generally, this sattu is prepared regionally with 1 or 2 ingredients. But we can have 5-grain sattu, which has got wheat, rice, wheat, chana dal, moong dal, ragi, and soya bean, all put together with the advantage of soya bean as a protein source, ragi as a calcium source, and like wheat, or you can even use rice and all that. So it's a flexible food which can be eaten in many different ways, and a very traditional food, very nutritious, but forgotten. Chikki, like track bars, granola bars, which we buy very costly. Chikki with puffed grains and nuts and laddus. Then instead of soup mixes are there, why cannot we make curry mix? I think rasam powder is there, but curry mix can be prepared, amti mix can be prepared, and then with the nutritious sandwich spreads, we have got very nice and versatile dry chutney powders and uh, I think Dr. Renu has already worked on various aspects of this, that how you can use in different ways, not only in traditional ways, but even as sandwich spreads or in a different way. So there are many such, I think for the short of time, I would not go into the details, but there are many more ideas. Sky is the limit, and you can think about good traditional foods promoted, modified, promoted as a modern day foods. Next one. There are good role models in traditional food processing sector. They have gone international. They have started with small entrepreneurs. They have started as small entrepreneurs, and they have been promoting traditional foods. See, the old is gold, no doubt. Old is gold, but we do make new jewelry, new fashion jewelry with the old gold. We don't just continue to wear the old fashioned jewelry. We convert them into new jewelry as per the new fashion. So that is the need for today. If old is gold, convert it into new fashion. Next one. There are some modules which I would suggest is cloud kitchen. Cloud kitchen is something where the place of preparation and place of consumption is different. And uh, there are many models in cloud kitchen. I think I'll not go into details because of the want of time. You can have a centralized kitchen and distributed, the centralized kitchen distributes to the consumer, or there may be a centralized management agency which has got the chefs attached to them and the clients. So it can be two-way cloud kitchen. The slides are there, but I think we'll skip them because of the time. And then the second is the cluster, traditional food cluster with incubation kitchen. This incubation kitchen will help the skilled manpower, I would say woman power, to convert their traditional practices or traditional skill into a documented and well standardized skill. So this incubation kitchen is where they can try out systematically their traditional recipes, and an incubation kitchen should be attached to a marketing center where they can try out what is more popular, what goes with the persons, and then they can finalize. And this incubation kitchen can be used by any prospective entrepreneurs to standardize with using a say fixed, there will be facilities available for standardization, facilities available for storage, cold storage, and consultancy if required with payment of charges. I suppose food technology department of Amity University can seriously think about starting this incubation kitchen. Next one. This, I think we'll skip this rather fast. And this is the composition of traditional food cluster, a trial kitchen where the grain processing, bakery, and all these are there. And uh, the raw material will be available. Like the bakery in the trial kitchen, we have a small bakery, like a high protein cookie or something, and then we can try it in the small bakery. And like this cluster can be formed. There should be a mall where the trials can be done for the consumer acceptance. Next one. Honorable Prime Minister has given a call, vocal for local. In our organization, our center, we have a call as think global, eat local. That is, think about the global requirement of food, know about the global changes, and still eat local and promote your local food. So that we have been working for last 15 or 20 years, and we are glad that vocal for local, it is not just for, I mean, this is for all industries. We think about eat food industry. Next one. Yeah. Now it is necessity that we all have to join the hand. The quality assurance, packaging, finance, marketing, product design, employment, all these things have to come together, and they must help the traditional skill, the traditional knowledge that is really valuable. Since last 2 years, the importance of immunity booster, importance of avoiding highly processed food, importance of simple processing, minimal processing, uh, processing without food additives, chemical food additives. It is really gone into the mind, and these things are necessary, and they have been spelled out for sustainability, the sustainability millennium sustainability goals. They have been spelled out to promote the local foods, promote the millets, promote the local food culture. So I think local food culture, although it is old, it's going to survive the changes. It is going to evolve into a new culture, which will retain the goodness of the traditional foods and which will match the speed and the lifestyle of today. So next one. Next one, please. This is the support which is required. And I think the last slide now. Next one is last, yes. Think global, eat local. Thank you very much. Thanks again for giving me this stage, giving me this opportunity to interact with so many participants. I think there are 224 participants, and I'm very happy to interact with all of you. And again, thanks to Dr. Modi, Dr. Renu Kherkar and her team. And thanks to Dr. Iram Rao. Nice meeting you on this platform after a long time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shastri. I think it's mutual pleasure to see each other, and we owe this to Amity University, Dr. V.K. and his team. Thank you so much, sir. And ma'am, I think no words to express the way you have actually traversed the journey of explaining the students, in a very, very lucid fashion, like, that how do we take this off? We have big buzzwords taking rounds, conservation, promotion, but a young mind cannot kind of anticipate how this can be done, So you very beautifully actually sketched the entire journey, how we can take up this role model. With your permission, we'd like to take the question answers after the second speaker finishes speaking, ma'am. So we will begin with the introduction of my very, very well-known and eminent next speaker. He is, just give me one moment, Mr. Abhishek Vishwas. He's another very distinguished person with extensive business experience and profound knowledge of local, international business, ethics, cultures, of doing this in the global market. So we have two very exclusive, distinguished luminaries to actually address the session. Mr. Abhishek Vishwas has an experience with all the Asian countries, like not only just India, of course, but China, Korea, Thailand. He has served as a PR for Indian Chamber of Commerce in Thailand. He was appointed as Thai trade representative by the Prime Minister of Thailand for promotion of bilateral trade in the year 2013. Asking appointed by the government of Gujarat, indexed B for Vibrant Gujarat Summit, worked with the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and has led the biggest international delegation to India till date. He has a varied experience of also working with the United Nations on a project in Myanmar to introduce the ASEAN Economic Community to widen the market for the member nations, to name a few. He has been also involved with the Uttar Pradesh Trade Promotion Authority as an advisor, has successfully created a gateway for Korean companies in India through his Indo-Korean joint venture, and has created a roadmap for the upcoming $1 billion industry. Currently, as we speak, he is actually helping to revolutionize the world food industry, created the world's first vegetarian lifestyle certification, Sattvic Council of India, in 2010. It is an absolute honor, sir, to invite you on the platform, and it is all yours. Thank you so much.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate AMIFOST on their 5th edition. And I think I'm joining it for the first time, and it's my privilege to be on this platform. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Modi, who has always been a support to me. I mean, almost 3 years now, I think we've known Amity, and Amity, I would just like to just like to speak that the entire Satvik core team today is all young people, and they are all from IT, from Amity. And the entire team, I mean, my core two people who are actually taking part, and they have actually brought this certification to a level. They are also from Amity University, and I'm thankful. I mean, and still, I mean, I'm getting a lot of people. Almost the entire staff with Satvik Council is almost 70% all Amity students. I would also like to thank Monica ma'am. She has always been, stood by us, and probably she has supported us a lot when this was just a concept. I brought that concept to IT, to Amity, and thank you so much. So just with start, I would just focus. I would just let all the students or anybody who's hearing basically. I would just talk about three aspects today. One is why certification is required as far as the vegetarian food or the even traditional food is concerned, because that's one. Second, the scope of traditional food, as per what I see personally, in modern retail, because retail is very, very important part of the entire food, fraternity or food, logistics, wherever. And the third part, and the third point I would like to talk about is that how do we connect the youth to and get them a job opportunity on this entire platform. So let me start with the first point. I'll just take a few minutes and probably close the entire presentation. So uh, vegetarian certification, actually, when I started, people used to ask me that, why do we need that? What is the requirement of a vegetarian certification? Why do, I mean, nobody used to understand. But today, I think after the pandemic, the entire world has actually understood the importance of certified food. I mean, be it vegetarian, non-vegetarian, whatever. But today, people are really reluctant to whatever they are eating, whatever they really want to know what is on their platter, basically. We are into the business, so we typically understand that. Now, when we talk about traditional food, I just heard Dr. Iram also, and I heard Pratimaji also. Probably in their entire presentation, there was one slide. What Pratimaji was talking was about the food safety. Now, this is exactly where Satvik certifications comes inside, right? Just to ensure the kind of food is prepared, is displayed, and is even is put up for for basically retail purposes. The entire chain is Satvik certified. So people will be able to understand, and people will be able to connect with the kind of the certificate, what certification does to this entire food chain economy. Now, when we now today we have almost completed with IRCTC, ITC, Lord's Cash and Carry, which is one of the biggest one of the biggest you can say investments from Thai government to India, which is CP Group. Bikaner Wala is one, Annakut is another. We are getting inside airline catering now. We're getting inside cruise catering now. So the point is that there was a demand. People really wanted to have whatever they are eating. They really wanted to know what they are exactly eating, whether it's actually came in from the right kind of kitchen, how it is being cooked, how it is being even brought to the platter. Now, to my surprise, there were a lot of inquiries today. I mean, I think we almost receive almost 100 to 200 mails every day on our info thing, and the entire possibility. The first, if we segregate those mails, basically, so the first, I mean, almost 80% people want to know that how do we certify, what kind of SOPs are we using, how they can connect to us, because there are a lot of professionals who want to connect with us. So I think the demand was there. Now we are harvesting that demand. Now let me come to the traditional foods. I mean, the main scope of what today what we are talking about. I personally think that any food, I mean, not only Indian traditional food or any traditional food worldwide, needs to be taken care, needs to be put upon retail. Now, how do you do that? We have IRCTC, we have a lot of Bikaner Walas, we have Haldirams of the world. They need to have a section of traditional Indian food, right? Because unless and until you market that, you retail that, people are not going to be able to taste it. I mean, abhi ma'am ne thodi der pehle, Iram ji ne kuch some saag, there was a picture of a saag. So unless and until that saag is available at retail, people will not be able to taste it. And how do we do that? I think that these retail chains are big because we are actually on the verge of certifying them, and we are doing a lot of work with them basically. So I personally think is that they've got a huge display, they've got a huge chain where they've got a huge customer base where they can put up these dishes, where a person can come in and actually have these dishes properly. So we have to make these traditional foods have to be, they have to come up and they have to be put up on retail. I mean, we are, on this Amity platform, today I can announce that if anybody, any student, anybody is interested probably to do an entire project on this, we can help them to put up, it can be one of the incubators which Satvik Council can support. Now, when we talk about sustainability of these, these foods, so let me tell you, I'll just give you I'll just take 3 names. I mean, probably everybody would understand that. I would say momos, right? I would say chow mein, and I would say pizza. Now, these three things are now basically, it's now a header for the entire food fraternity of the world, basically, right? I think momos jahan se aate hain, utna wo log nahi khate jitna India mein log kha jate hain usko, right? Point is that how do we need to nurture one of our traditions? Let's say, for example, khichdi, which everybody knows in the world, but it is not promoted. So, and promotion needs to be actually, how do we do that? We need to pick up these big giants who are actually selling bundi ke laddu from India. It's basically from India, but they're selling it worldwide. So when we talk about that food, and please, I'll tell you, I mean, for them, I mean, traditional food is what, like a samosa or something where you get, I mean, I passed out of England. I was probably, I was seeing that samosa was one of the really good, you can say that it's basically it's a very famous Indian food. So we need to put up an entire project where we can actually get these people who are big retail people, and we can do the entire menu with them. And that menu can be supported, and that menu can be can be created by people like and nurtured under people like Pratima ji and Dr. Iram Rao. So this was my third thing is that how do we create jobs? As a certificate, as an SDO, as a standard development organization, we have always been supportive towards that. How do we get these students or get these new age people who are basically into hotel management, or they are doing BTech food tech or anything with the food technology part, how they can become part of Satvik Council. Now, we are almost, by the end of this year, we'll be almost doing 3 big retail chains, and almost we are in the segment of Indian Railways. So we have actually given the concept of VFRS, Vegetarian Friendly Railway Services, to the Ministry of Railways, and this is how it's going to nurture. So probably you will see in the next coming few years, almost every train which is going to a holy place, or somewhere connected to that, that vegetarian section, I think that these trains are going to be Satvik certified. Now, how do we certify that? Because basically we'll be needing a big manpower for that. We'll be needing training. We'll be needing a lot of training. We'll be needing a lot of people who basically are, come up and tell us solution providers. Last time I was speaking with IIT Bhubaneswar, actually, I was asking them that they are technical people. Probably we really need solutions today, then inventions. So I think that for the training, now we have just collaborated with PCTI. Basically, that's India's biggest training hub, where almost few lakh people are trained, and that's the kind of you can say that's the kind of planning what we are trying to do. And with this certification business, with this certification, I think there'll be a lot of people, and with the there'll be a lot of people getting employment, and we are also connected with Bureau Veritas, which is world's leading auditor. They'll be getting a chance to work with Bureau Veritas. Now, when we segmentize traditional food, I think that's a very, very big segment, and that segment needs to be more protected. And for food protection, we need the proper we need certification. And we are, as I told you, that we are all open today for any project with anybody. They can just put up a mail, and anything which probably they feel that this needs to be put up, and it has a capacity to retail basically, and they can do that. We are always open for that. I would just end with this because I'm also short of time. So, and just thanking you for all the people, basically those who are listening. Iram Rao ji, thank you so much for the introduction. Modi sir, thank you so much. Monica ji, thank you so much. Renu ma'am, thank you so much for today. And not to forget Dr. Mohite, because you have been always supporting us, with the kind of people you send us for interviews. Probably almost 50% we take it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for today's session. It was lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. I think you have really completed the entire circle which Dr. Pratima started off with, and very significant points which you made over here, that we cannot ignore the safety, quality assurance of that. And yes, we have to think out of the box. We cannot be treading the same tread of the traditional way, but we have to think in terms of what is required today, what will entice a global consumer, not just the indigenous one. How can we make it more appealing? What is the packaging requirements, right? And then only I think we can have another Bikaner Walas, or we can have a traditional paper boat.
I will tell you, basically, if you make a paper box out of, and if you actually make up an entire project, these people are ready to accept, because they really need new things to come up, and they are almost available, because we are certifying Bikaner Wala. So we know that, they really need these kind of new traditional foods, to be placed up, and they have the market basically. So you don't need to create that market.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely well said. And I think this is food for thought for all of us. And as I said right at the beginning, that we have young minds. And I think our two speakers of the day have been able to actually inspire them, give wings to their dreams. And with the able faculty of Amity and other places as well, I'm sure they will be able to actually module and bring up these kind of viable models, which the world today is actually ready to accept. Indian food is something which we have made a mark. We know for sure that it is very nutritious. It can help you to fix diseases. And that's where we are. If yoga can be celebrated as an international event, I think the world is ready to accept our traditional foods, also with the open arms. And with that, I'm going to thank both my able speakers for these insightful drives which they have actually done through their vision and through the experience in their work in this. I'm looking forward for some questions. I think we have the opening question coming in, that do we have any challenges when you talk about Sattvic certification? I think that one goes out to Mr. Biswas.
Challenges, there have been a lot of challenges, and probably, just to, it's not easy that one fine day you just get up and you say that, no, I want to create a standard development organization and probably put up this certificate to the world. But yeah, there have been a lot of challenges, but I think supportive people like I still remember, sir, if you remember, probably I'm referring to Dr. Modi. I think Mr. Modi gave me the first chance to talk and speak about Sattvic certification at Amity, almost 4 years now. I think almost 4-5 years now. So, when there are a lot of challenges which come up, so there are people around you to help you to get through those. So it's just like, you have to be with the right kind of people. You have to concentrate on whatever you are actually doing and keep doing it. And because because I always believe that I'll be able to establish this certificate. And today, I mean, we are almost touch wood. We have just signed up a PPA with ITC. So ITC luxury brand. We are actually doing the certifying the first their first kitchen in Chennai, which is basically one of the 7-star properties, ITC Chola. So probably now, once that thing comes in, a lot of people will be able to understand the importance of certification. So probably that is what we are looking at. But yes, it's challenging, and it's ongoing challenge. Probably I think it will not stop till I think next 1 decade it will not stop. It's going to be the same for me, at least for me. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think we also have another question saying that, and I would add to that, Mr. Vishwas, that I think no fun without challenges, so
Yeah,
that
ma'am.
really kind of churns that energy, and that gives you that push and the drive which is really required. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
We have there's another one which says that is there any awareness campaign by the state government for traditional foods? Is something happening really? The synergy, as we say, from the central government to the state governments. And also I would add on to that, do you also have a professional body per se, where we can actually enroll students and professionals so that this can actually be kind of, magnified and taken to the last mile down there? Yes, please.
I would just talk about, it's on the pipeline right now. But what we are trying to do with the Haryana government is that we are actually segregating these street food vendors, right? And we are actually we're scoping them out with an area, and we'll be putting in almost 50 to 100 people in that scope. And then, ma'am, we will start that process of explaining them. It's like a proper it's a 1-month program which we call, it's free of cost for them. So we'll be calling them, and we'll be actually inviting them and making them understand the importance of food safety, what kind of water they should use, what kind of how they can this food can be proper, it can be properly served well. So I think this program will start probably the next month, and the first batch we are doing in Gurgaon, basically, because it's with the Haryana government, and then we are going to move it forward, because the biggest challenge today is water. The kind of water, I mean, we just did some research. I mean, the kind of water these people are using, even it's looking like it's acha dikhai pad raha hai, outlet sara kuch hai, but the water contamination is very, very bad. So we tested a few, and there was a E. coli available, and that is what we had that actually triggered us to make that get into the project. So I proposed it, and probably now we are doing it. So these kind of projects are supported by the government. I think probably if anybody has got a novel idea, probably they can come to us. We can take that forward to various governments, because we are now connected. Like skill ministry is one of our MOU. We have just did a MOU with in Bhubaneswar. I was almost a week back in Bhubaneswar, and I just did one MOU with IHM there. And IHM is one of the incubation centers of the government there. So novel ideas can be picked up, man. It's not like that. And when we talk about traditional food, the scope is huge, ma'am, pretty huge. Because I think मुझे लगता नहीं है कि मुझे भी कोई बहुत traditional food मुझे कुछ पता होंगे. I really don't know, because those who are born, in the later part of the century, I think they will not be able to understand. But I've gone through some Charak Samhita, because my manuals are based on these basic principles of food, and that's what we are trying to tell even to the students and to the people who are connected with us. So the first chapter of the manual, Sattvic manual, is food is medicine. तो मतलब अगर आप सही खाना खाते हैं और सही कॉम्बिनेशन का खाना खाते हैं और सही टाइम पे खाते हैं, तो आप कभी बीमार नहीं पड़ेंगे. So Ritu Ahar is hum log, I mean, we have very, very small notifications, but I mean now I think because of the modern retail, the entire synopsis has changed. So you will get a cauliflower at any point of time of the year, right? But if you see these vegetables, they are basically very subjective for that particular weather.
Right, right.
So I think there is a lot of scope, huge scope, and this scopes can be it can be research, it can be actually presenting a project. And I'm telling you, as I'm telling, it's an open platform. We are all ready for any kind of a novel idea, and we will support that, and we will even incubate that, support the entire research. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I think you are looking after capacity building, and I think we as consumers also need to understand. So we need to generate this right knowledge base per se, which can be then accepted, and that's how we can all kind of work in a holistic manner, as you said. We have one question now for Dr. Pratima Shastri, ma'am, and we have, ma'am, if you can hear me, please. Dr. Shastri?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. So we have a very interesting question from a listener over here, and he has said that how do you ensure that food additives, maybe preservatives or any other which are from the plant origin, while you are certifying, because these are also a matter of concern for a person who's completely vegetarian or only vegetarian.
I just didn't get the first part.
Ma'am, they're asking that how do you ensure that
Yeah.
food additives like stabilizers, preservatives, etc., right?
Yeah.
When they are used from the plant origin while you're certifying.
Yeah. Okay. There has been quite a confusion about the food additives. Like, for example, gelatin. Gelatin is not a additive of plant origin, it's of animal origin. Then lecithin. Now, lecithin is an emulsifier. Now, lecithin can come from egg, lecithin can come from soybean. And I think most of the commercial lecithin that we get, because soybean is a cheaper source, so the lecithin comes as a soya lecithin. But yes, there may be a confusion when you say that the surfactant is used, and you just name that number, that this number of additive is used as a surfactant or as an emulsifier. The soybean, there is a possibility that soybean will come from egg, but practically the soybean, which is soybean or lecithin recovered from soybean, is much cheap, and therefore now, just like we have a system, I would like to ask Dr. Biswas, just like we have a system of putting a red dot or green dot or a vegan dot, I think there is another indication for vegan. Is there any type of indication for additives? I would also like to know.
I don't think so. We basically there is some kind of some sign for additives, because but yes, to whatever we have researched in the past, and but a lot of things which are not mentioned at the back of the at the back of the pack. There are a lot of additives. There are a lot of even the ingredients. I mean, they are not mentioned, in the pack. There have been a few cases where certain additives are restricted, for example. So and still they are, I mean, restricted, or they are actually not. They have to be used in a particular ratio. I think for that also there is a directive from the government, but probably usually people are ignorant and they are not doing it. I mean, bigger companies, I will not take the name, but bigger companies are doing it. So I think, to my knowledge, ma'am, I don't think so. There is any sign basically, but yes, I think we have already proposed to the government that green and red is not enough. There has to be one more color which defines that this is a this is pure vegetarian, because today if you see a pack which is saying that, okay, this is a chole packed by ITC going abroad out of India, and there is a sticker which says that this has onion garlic, right? So there's a chole without onion garlic which is packed for retail for US market, and there is another packet, same packet, with a sticker of onion garlic on it. And the point is that both the packets have got green dots. So there has to be an orange dot or something like that to actually say that this is 100% pure vegetarian stuff. Say, for example, even Ayurvedic products.
I think, just a minute.
Yeah.
I think onion garlic is again vegetarian, but there is something like Jain food. Without onion garlic, it is called as Jain food.
Ma'am,
And
when we talk about yeah, you are right, typically right. But
well,
ma'am,
onion
Jain
garlic
food
is
is
vegetarian.
no, ma'am. I would just we would just differ a little bit here, because we have been actually now that's what we are trying to explain to the entire community around the world, that today when you talk about Jain, I mean today if you want to have a vegetarian fruit in an international flight, what do you say? You say that you want to have Jain food. So that Jain food, in that Jain food, you will not, so you will get that onion, garlic stuff and everything, but it is a vegetarian platter for you, right? So what, there was no, the consciousness of vegetarian food has been, diluted. So you don't have an option. So today Jain कह करके हम vegetarian खाना मांगते हैं हर जगह में. लेकिन अगर जैन फूड है तो वो मैम फ्लाइट में अगर सर्व हो रहा है तो वो 7 बजे के बाद तो आप खा भी नहीं सकते उसको एज अ प्रोटोकॉल. जो जमीन के नीचे उग रहा है,
that you are Jain.
सो जो आपका जमीन के नीचे है, अगर आप उसको अगर आपको दे रहे हैं वो लोग, तो वो भी आप नहीं खा सकते हैं. सूर्यास्त के बाद आप नहीं खाना खा सकते हैं. देयर आर लॉट ऑफ प्रोटोकॉल्स यू हैव टू सी व्हेन इट्स अ जैन फूड. So that's how we come in. We say no, bhai.
Another confusion is about the vegan food.
Ma'am, vegan is also, we have a vegan code also, and vegan is the real it's coming up really, and almost we are now opening up in Germany, and to my surprise there were almost 11 logos in Germany already certifying vegan. So it's actually very prominent and it's coming up. We are also talking to a lot of people who are actually want to get inside startup of a vegan bakery. That's very in right now. So you have vegan breads, you have vegan, the entire thing. So it's like that. Yeah, ma'am.
The interesting part about vegan is जिसको हम बहुत ज्यादा वैल्यू करते हैं, असली घी की मिठाई.
Right.
या भैंस की मिठाई के दूध से बना हुआ घी.
Right.
So then you have to promote the hydrogenated fat mithai as a vegan mithai. That is again a confusion.
Yes, sir. Abhishek ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a very interesting interaction going on, but
Yes, sir.
I am afraid that we are delaying the session. Other participants.
Yeah, sure.
No worries, sir. No worries.
So
Thank you so much.
We'll have a session in the university, and we'll invite madam also, and we can. It's a very interesting and very new topic actually for the students also.
Yes, sir.
We are not aware about this sattvic or means the certification of the vegetarian food.
Right.
So I think it will be this discussion is required in a more elaborative way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
now at this point, I think we should move to the next part of the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for today.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Dr. Riyam Rao, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I think this is a discussion which is never ending. We all agree with that. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely put my grateful listening to both the eminent speakers for the day, as well as the organizers, Dr. V.K. Modi, Dr. Monica, and all the faculty members rather of the Department of Food of Amity Institute of Food Technology. I would like to conclude by saying that the need of the hour is to have a food literate society. Now, this particular food literacy is a coming up kind of a concept. And in fact, we are working on a project very closely with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, where we need to have a syllabus integrated to what we are teaching, whether it's their maths, physics, environmental sciences, etc., where we learn to appreciate food, not just for its nutritive value, but the kind of context which we have talked about today. How do you promote and create sustainability to these food attitudes? So knowledge, behavior, when to eat what, etc. And there is a matrix for mapping that also, which is underway. So I'm sure very soon when Amity we'll meet again for the 6th AMIFOST. I will be able to disclose more on that. With that, I would like to sincerely appreciate Amity for giving me this opportunity to share this session. Thank you once again, and a very good day to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you all the distinguished speakers for such an overwhelming and enlightening session on conservation and promotion of traditional food. Now we move towards the second part of the session, that is the oral presentation. And for oral presentation, we have 5 presenters, and all have been given to present their PPTs for 8 to 10 minutes. I request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the timeline so that we can finish up the session on time. So I would request the first presenter, A. Nath, Shikha Sharma, Piyush Punia, R.P. Mishra, A.S. Panwar from ICAR, Indian Institute of Farming System Research, Modipura, Meerut, to kindly start with their presentation.
Dr. Amit, you are on mute.
Dr. Amit, can you switch on your camera? Your voice is not there.
Dr. Amit, please switch on your camera and you unmute your mic.
There is some technical problem here. So we can do one thing. Dr. Amit, please, you can leave the session, then you can rejoin the session. By that time, we can start with the second presentation.
Yes. Let us go to the second presenter.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Till that time, I'll be coordinating with Dr. Amit, and we can start with the second presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So our second presenter is QS Bahar, NC Shahi, UC Lohani, A. Kumar, and Om Prakash from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar.
Dr. Amit, you have to unshare your slide.
Hello, good morning.
Dr. Amit, please unshare your slide.
Dr. Sunayan and Dr. Ashish, please call the next participant.
Ma'am, Kaim Siddiqui sir is already here. I think he also.
Siddiqui sir, please.
Sir, if you can share your PPTs, Kaim Siddiqui sir.
Is it visible?
Not yet, sir.
I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Sir, we can do one thing. Siddiqui sir, you can email your presentation to the AMIFOST ID so we can share the presentation. So we request you to kindly share the presentation in the conference ID. Dr. Amit, is your presentation ready now? I think you'll
Yes,
be.
yes. It's ready
Yes, sir.
now.
So you
Okay.
can start sharing now. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have shared this presentation.
Yes, sir. You can start. Yes.
Okay, I can start.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Yes,
yeah.
sir. You can start.
Yes, sir, you can start.
Why is this coming?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it is okay.
You are
You are audible.
Okay. So, good morning to all. Actually, I am going to present my talk on value addition in sugarcane protocol for development of immunity organic jaggery using cinnamon and beetroot. In general, what we have seen means India is producing around 355 million metric ton of sugarcane in each year, but out of which 70 to 80% is processed into white sugar, whereas 20 to 25% is used for jaggery preparation and condensation, and 3% is used for juice as well as chewing purpose, and 8% is used for seed cane purpose. Jaggery production is the major traditional enterprise in sugarcane producing areas in India. Major sugarcane producing area like Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, and many other parts of India, where sugarcane is produced, there are many of the traditionally they used to prepare jaggery. It offers employment opportunities of millions of people. It is available in solid blocks, liquid, and powder form. However, solid is very much common, whereas liquid and powder is available in some pockets of our country. Especially liquid form of jaggery is available in West Bengal as well as some small parts. It is available. It is one of the most wholesome and healthy sugars in the world. In India is the major producer of jaggery in the world, and it is producing around more than 60% of total world productions. But most of the jaggery production is jaggery business is suffering from the losses due to many of the problems, because there is a huge amount of skills, labors are required, and moreover, jaggery price is not, they are not getting a good price in the market. There are a lot of reasons are there. Due to COVID-19 pandemic situation, these last 2 years, we have seen that many of the health practitioners all over the world, as well as Ayush India, suggested that people should consume different herbs and spices regularly for improving their immune systems. Jaggery is used for improving digestion, preventing bronchitis, as well as lungs infections, blood purifications, regular functioning of liver and kidney. The most of the jaggery available in the local markets are not safe due to the presence of harmful chemicals, because many of the times we have visited the jaggery production areas and local producers, and we have seen they are using lot of harmful chemicals which are not good for health, and they are using that chemicals only for clarifying and clarifying the juice, as well as giving the good bright color of the products. There is a huge demand for value-added organic jaggery in the market, but it is not available. Cinnamon and beetroot, which we have used in this product, is known to rich in phytochemicals and antioxidants. We all are knowing that, and we have tried with many of the herbs like tulsi, as well as ashwagandha, safed musli, ginger, cinnamon, beetroot, and carrot. Many of the things, and here we are presenting only beetroot and cinnamon parts. The main objective of our study is to identify the sugarcane cultivars suitable for value-added products from organic sugar. The next objective is selection and optimization of spices and vegetables for a new product development. Then standardize the process protocols for immunity boosting organic jaggery. Then we have imparted training to the different stakeholders. This is our fourth objective. This is the process flow chart. Means firstly, we have grown organically for around 8 varieties of sugarcane in our farm, but out of 8, we have for productions of organic jaggery. we have harvested freshly in the flow chart. Means first we have to harvest the freshly harvested sugarcane, then juice extraction. After extraction of juice, we have to filter through marshalling cloth or any other filter papers at least 2 times, so that any dirt or any materials, external materials or pulpy materials are there that should be removed. Then after that, we have to go for boiling till it reaches 50 to 60% TSS. Then additions of sukla. Sukla is a wild okra, which is used used for productions and clarifying of the sugarcane juice. If any dark material is there, that will be removed during the boiling, and it is used as 1% in the solutions. Then continue, we have to boil up to till 75 to 80% TSS when it reaches. Then additions of spices and herbs, which are as per our experimental design, we have used. Then placing in the dye, followed by cooling and baking. This is the materials we have used. 4 varieties of sugarcane: CO 0232, then UP 05125, then COS 8272, and COS 3251. And in case of spices, here we have mentioned dried ginger, carrot, dried ginger and cinnamon, carrot and beetroot as a vegetables. But out of that, in this experiment, we have considered cinnamon as well as beetroot. In each experiment, we have considered 1.5 to 2 liters of filtered sugarcane juice and clarifying agent like sucralose at the rate of 1% were used. This is the steps for preparation of beetroot powder. We have procured the beetroot. We have from our field, which are grown organically, and then after washing, we have made it slices, and then slice pieces were dried at around 50 plus minus 2 degree centigrade temperature at trade air, and then after drying, we have made it the powder, which is ready and used for in our experiment. Then in case of cinnamon, we have procured the cinnamon and then made it powder with laboratory grinder. This is
Dr. Nath, sorry to interrupt you, sir. You have 2 more minutes because we are running out.
Okay. I will fast. These are the treatments. We have considered 8 treatments, and these are the physicochemical parameters as well as sensory parameters we have carried out. Okay, in case of results, means out of all the 4 varieties, we have found COS 8272 was giving the maximum juice percent as well as maximum TSS. Next, in case of sensory equality, out of all the treatments, 6 treatments, means where we have used 0.4% cinnamon and 4% beetroot, gives the maximum overall accessibility. These are the different steps for making that immunoboosting organic jaggery. These are the picture of immunoboosted organic jaggery, and these are some of the trainings we have given in Muzaffarnagar in the farmer fields, and farmers could able to earn more money. These are some of the pictures, and this is also one picture. This is the conclusion. Among different treatments, the maximum overall accessibility score 7.9 was recorded for the treatment T6, and the farmers could able to sell their produce at around 85 to 100 rupees, depends on the packaging. A huge demand for immunity boosting jaggery was reported by the farmers, though they are facing problems on packaging materials as well as suitable farm dye. The packaging and storage studies as well as other parameters for optimization is under progress. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nath.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
If someone have any question, they can post it in the chat box.
Can I stop sharing?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
you
sir.
can stop sharing, sir. So if we don't have any question, can we move to the second speaker?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kaim sir, I have received your PPT. I will be sharing your PPT on your behalf, and you can start with your presentation, sir. Just give me 2 minutes, so 1 minute. Okay. Okay, sir. You can go ahead with the presentation if it's visible.
Yes, please start, Kaim, sir.
It is visible, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visible.
Esteemed
and you are audible also.
coordinators and participants, good morning to all of you. I am Qayyum Siddiq, PhD student at Pantnagar University. Today, I am here to present my topic, extraction of betalains from Celosia cristata flowers through novel extraction methods for application as natural food colorant. Next, please. As we know that natural pigments have important applications in field of food, medicine, and cosmetic industries, but the synthetic food colorants pose some restrictions on account of them. They have some negative effect on health of human beings. That is why we have been looking for natural food colorants for the food. In this aspect, carotenoids, anthocyanins, and betalains are the pigments of interest. But traditionally, anthocyanins have been used, but they have some disadvantage that they are not applicable to low acid foods. Here, betalains have been used as they are also stable in low acid at lower pH also. Next. Betalains have broad pH stability, and traditionally we have been using betalains from beetroot. But beetroot has some problem. It imparts some earthy flavor to the food and some smell. That is why we are looking for alternate sources. One of the alternate sources, next slide, ma'am, please. One of the alternate sources can be Celosia cristata. It is a flower usually in Himalayan belt, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Uttarakhand. Traditionally in Kashmir, it has been used as a food colorant in Kashmiri Wazwan. Next slide, ma'am. Kashmiri Wazwan, it is traditionally called as mawal. Usually the English name is coxcomb flower. Now, taking into the review of literature into consideration. Slide. Next slide, ma'am, please. This is there has been very few research work done on this Celosia cristata, and taking into this review into consideration, we have formulated this research project. Next slide, ma'am, please. Next. There is some research gap. We have to see the betaline extraction by novel methods, because traditional method gives low yield. Second, we have to optimize the process parameters, and we have to also study its application purpose. That is why we took this with following objectives. Next, ma'am. First was to study the effect of process parameters of ultrasound microwave assisted extraction. Second one was ultrasound assisted extraction, and third objective was to evaluate its applicability in any food product. Next, ma'am. This is the methodology we have followed in both the methods. First, we have brought Celosia cristata flowers, separated the seeds, and we have dried. Then the process of microwave assisted or ultrasound assisted extraction was carried out at different process parameters, followed by filtration, centrifugation, and analysis. Next, ma'am. It was further characterized and applied in also food product. Next, ma'am. This is the effect of microwave time on betaline yield. Usually the betaline yield first increased up to 45 seconds, and then it decreased. Perhaps there was some burning of betaline after increasing time. Next, ma'am. This is the effect of microwave power on the microwave yield. It increased from 160 to 480, and further increasing the microwave power, the betaline yield decreased. Next, ma'am. This shows the effect of solvent volume per gram of sample. On increasing the sample solvent volume, it increased first, and then it decreased slightly, perhaps on account of decreased power density of microwave. Next, ma'am. Next slide. This is the effect of ultrasound time on account of the betaline yield. It increased from increasing from 10 to 80 minutes, 30 minutes, and slightly decreased on further increase of time. Next.
I am Siddiqui ji. You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. Next is this shows the effect of ultrasound power. It first increased and that it plateaued. Next, ma'am. Solvent volume, again it increased first on increase of solvent volume and then slightly decreased because the ultrasound power density was decreasing a bit. Next slide, ma'am. This shows the conventional extraction where there was not much increase on increasing the time and temperature. When time and temperature of conventional extraction was increased, there was only slight increase. It was lower than the other two methods, novel methods. Next, ma'am. This shows the comparison of three methods. We have highest yield was increased in case of ultrasound extraction, followed by microwave. Conventional method had the least yield. Next, ma'am. This shows the application of Celosia cristata extract was involved in flavored milk, and we had used the hedonic scale from 1 to 9. In case of control, only milk, sugar, and flavor was used, but other samples we have used Celosia cristata extract was also used as a food colorant, and we can see that appearance, the score of appearance increased, and overall acceptability also increased. Further, there was no negative effect on taste and aroma on the flavored milk. Next. This shows the stability of it was also stable, unlike betalains from beetroot extract. Extract of Celosia cristata was stable. Next, ma'am. This was the color change. Color change was very minimum, almost negligible in case of refrigerated, and slight color change was at room temperature, and but in case of higher temperature, accelerated temperature, there was a good higher color change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayam Siddiqui ji. Sunen ma'am, Dr. Sunen.
So any questions, anyone? So they can post in the chat box. I think no questions, sir.
Yes.
We should move towards the next presentation. So I would like to call Ring Shampi Khapa Dang and Dr. Salim Siddiqui from School of Basic Science and Research, Sharda University, India.
Your PPT is visible, and please come on the first slide. Yes, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shampi Kapuda, a PhD scholar from Sharda University. The title of my presentation is the dietary usage of some wild edible plants and wetland plants of Manipur. So Manipur is located at the northeastern part of India, together with the other 6 northeastern states, namely Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura, form an integral part of the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot, where it harbors a large number of wild edible plants and wetland plants. And these plants are widely consumed in the local people's diet and is an important source of nutrients, vitamins, and mineral supplements. For example, the nungsam, which is a wetland plant, is rich in essential nutrients and micronutrients like zinc and copper. And also due to its fishy smells while roasted in fire, it is also used as a substitute of fish. Also, another example is the lambam kokha, which is used as an ingredient in the preparation of a traditional dish of Manipur called mutti, and many more other plants of similar values are available, and hence this reduces the vulnerability of local communities to food insecurity and thereby acts as a buffer for food storage during emergency. The trade of these plants also provides an alternative source of income where mostly it's been done by the women. In spite of this immense importance as a valuable food source, these plants remain widely unknown, where many of them are restricted to a certain areas or communities, given the rapid decline of the traditional knowledge and dependence on the processed food. The documentation, evaluation of the traditional knowledge related to its diversity, usage, and status of these plants are now very crucial. So dietary usage of some wild edible plants like yandang, standard leaf, shoot, and yapal's inflorescence and pajamaton's inflorescence are usually used as a raw ingredient in shinju, a traditional Manipuri salad, and also eaten as a iromba, which is also another traditional dish. The awapadicom leaves is added as a spice in all the cooked dish, especially in meat curry. Then the whole plant of peruk is boiled and eaten as champut, which is a boiled eaten food in Manipur, or with the potato and smashed with chili or fermented fish called as kangshu. Sintupi, standard stems are used as champut, which is strained in boiled water and eaten as a cooked vegetables. Nomangka's inflorescence are eaten raw with chutney or it's cooked with other vegetables. Mutrubi's leafed inflorescence are either eaten raw with a chili and fermented fish chutney or additives in a snail curry. Mutrubi's fruits and seeds are also used as spices, and apart from this values in the dish, it's used as it has a medicinal properties which is used in the growth of hair, or it has used as an antiseptic or disinfectant. And lamthabi, which its leaves and fruits are eaten boiled in water called champut. Then kanghuman, which its leaf are added as a dressing in iromba or shinju, and tunikok, which is used, the whole plant is used as a spice or an accessory additives. Then dietary usage of wetland plants, pulle's rhizome is boiled with potato or prepared as a chutney, and tuber of coca is either eaten as iromba or fried as a snack. And the ishin kambom, the cones of the ishin kambom, which is infected with the fungus, is usually eaten raw as snacks, or it is roasted, or it is cooked with vegetables, or it may be cooked with milk, honey, and black rice. Columini stems, which is used as a vegetable or a salad, and kengoy whole plants is either cooked or eaten with potatoes and dry fish. Yalam, which leaves are cooked on vegetables as vegetables, and apart from using this plants also has a treatment in the stomach disorder on dysentery. Then kathum, which is a tuber which is eaten raw or steamed as a snack, or it can be also used as a traditional dish aroma. And then comprek leaf stem is used, and it is eaten as a traditional salad, shinju, or it's cooked with mixed vegetables. And also it is used, and its extract is used in the treatment of diabetes. Tangjing, it is used, the seeds and the stems are used. The seeds are eaten raw, mixed with chili or fermented fish to make shinju, or added into a cooked dish. And
sorry to interrupt, Ms. Kapurjanga. Please complete in 2 minutes. We are running out of time.
And also the ishin ikaitabi, same as used in shinju, and also the lotus tambo, which is a lotus root, and the namral stems, rhizomes, which is used as a constitution in preparation of iromba. And on conclusion, further research is required into the nutritional composition to understand the potential as a component of food and national security, and its promotion and integration into the agriculture system and income generation, and also considering the importance of these plants in local sustenance, proper development of the habitats, develop domestication protocols of selected species, and building programs for the management of areas by involving the local people, and also considering the medicinal properties of some of the wild edible and wet plants, it may be considered to use as the pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is any questions are there?
It's for the audience. If any question is there during the presentation, please post it in the chat box so we
Chat
can
box.
take it. So I think, ma'am, no, there is no question. Can we move to the next speaker?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would like to call upon our next presenter, Dr. Jyoti Goyat and Dr. Payal Mahajan from School of Medical and Allied Sciences, G.G. Goenka University, Gurugram.
Dr. Jyoti?
Sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Jyoti, make the slide in full screen mode.
She's asking that she cannot unmute herself. IT, can you help? She has just posted in the chat box that please allow me to
Good
unmute.
Please help her.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
audible. Please
yes,
start now.
you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. A very good morning to everyone, and thank you, Amity University, for providing this platform to present my review paper here. So my topic for today's presentation is the forbidden black rice, that is Azania aquatica. Okay, fine. So black rice is a type of a rice. It is a type of a rice species from Oryza sativa. Asian countries like China, Japan, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Bangladesh mainly cultivate this rice. So China is the major producer for the rice. Since we know that the rice is a major crop or a staple food for more than half the world's population. So it's a very important staple food. Other names of black rice are forbidden rice, purple rice, emperor's rice, fortune rice, and king's rice. In India, we can find this rice mostly at the northeastern areas of Manipur, Assam, and Meghalaya. And now this International Rice Research Institute has started the cultivation of this black rice at Assam also from November last 2020. So there are various pigmented rice varieties, but black rice has received increasing attention due to its sensory characteristics, its high nutritive value, and mainly because of its beneficial health properties. So in this review, it's basically a systematic literature review with no meta-analysis. I have studied 30 scientific research papers and review papers, which were collected from Google Scholar, SearchGate, online journals. And the major objective to do this review is to focus on historical aspects, nutritional composition, functional properties, phytochemicals, and bioactive compounds of black rice, such as flavonoids, phenolic compounds, and to study their health benefits. So the origination of black rice is not known, but has been believed that it is mainly originated from China, and that's too in 4000 BC. So many other Asian countries like India, Japan, Indonesia, so they cultivate this black rice. In history, it is accepted for its rich nutritional health benefits. So common name is again imperial rice, which was cramped for the emperor's consumption. Other name is forbidden rice because it was it is forbidden for the common people and it's only eaten by the royal families. So it is popular in Europe, then South Asia. In Vietnam, people eat and planted this rice during the time of Han Dynasty. So now moving towards the structure and composition. So it is a type of a species of Oryza sativa, which is glutinous, packed with high levels of nutrients and mainly cultivated in Asia. So the pericarp of kernel, this black rice is due to a pigment known as anthocyanin, which is present and providing it a black color. So when it is in the raw form, it is black in color, but when it gets cooked, so it will change its color to a beautiful purplish hue. So there are more than 200 types of black rice varieties in the world. Demand for this rice is growing fast in the USA and European countries due to its value as a healthy food and its attractive organic food color. Researchers reported that black rice is twofold stronger in respect to antioxidant activities of blueberries. It comes in short grain, long grain, and glutinous varieties similar to brown rice. So it is a deep black in color and mutates into purple hue when cooked. No other variety of rice exists with such a high nutritional spectrum near black rice. So it is free of gluten, free of cholesterol, low in sugar, salt, and fat. So it is a whole grain super nutritious type of rice that is high in fiber, anthocyanin, antioxidant, vitamin B, E, iron, thiamine, magnesium, niacin, and phosphorus. So you can see this is a typical kernel of black rice with attached hull and the D hull. So nutritional composition of black rice. So you can easily see like the energy content per 100 gram is 350 kilocalorie. Fat is 2.8 gram, and mostly it contains saturated fats like oleic acid and palmitic acid and linoleic acid. Protein is 8.5 gram, where in the protein, the major amount is from glutenins. So carbohydrate is 72.7 gram. Fiber is 4.9 grams, which makes it a high fiber rice. So iron is 0.6 milligram. Then nutrition composition, when we compare the nutrition composition of black.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Jyoti. You have 2 more minutes, ma'am.
Okay, sure, sir. So comparison with the variety, when we compare it with the other varieties of rice, we found that the black rice contains more amount of protein, iron, and fiber. So it's definitely better than the other rice. Chemical composition, so more flavonoids and prior bound phenolic acids are present in black rice. Trypsin is the major flavonoid which is present in the bran. Anthocyanins, again, they are present in the polyhydroxylated or methoxylated heterosides form. Main anthocyanin that is present is cyanidin 3-glucoside, and it is rich in phenolic acids as well. So health benefits. So again, since we know that it is rich in, we have seen in the previous slide that it is rich in antioxidants. So that's why they like help in, obviating the non-communicable diseases. So they are active against cancer by squelching the accumulated free radicals. So they are, like researchers suggest that they prevent diabetes, atherosclerosis, hypertension, osteoporosis, reduces the stroke condition in women. So there are many researchers who suggest that black rice is 2 times if we take 2 times in a week, it can lower the risk of diabetes by 15%. Then again, it will help in bringing down the LDL cholesterol and total cholesterol. Then anthocyanin and tocopherol extracts, which are present in the black rice bran. So they'll be, help in lowering the emitting fatty acid oxidations. Black rice extract ingestion can protect occurring of osteoporosis. Again, anthocyanin presence in this black rice can help in the inflammation in the airway. And the conclusion, so the supergrain has a long-lasting tradition, both as a food, as an efficacious medicine. Anthocyanin and other bioactive compounds present in black rice exhibit high antioxidant activity and involved as preventive agents in the variety of diseases. Further detailed in vitro and in vivo studies are required to establish the potential health benefits of this superfood. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Now, if we don't have any question, can we move to the last presenter, as we are running out of time? And next session is Sunan ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm calling her. Yeah, I'm muted. Okay, so I would like to call upon the last presenter for the session, Shruti Mishra, Mithul Arvind, Chakravarti Sravana from National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Sonipat, Haryana.
Good morning, everyone. Please, may I know, am I audible and visible?
Yeah, you are audible, and just make it full screen.
But not visible, Shruti, if you can.
Ma'am, actually, I think there's some technical problem because I'm trying to switch on my camera and it's showing that host is not allowing to do so.
Okay, okay. No problem,
Please
but you
continue.
can go ahead with the presentation. Please put it on the slideshow mode.
Ma'am, I have done it. So is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Not yet. Your slide is visible, but not on the slideshow mode.
I have placed in a slideshow mode only. Let me do it again once.
Okay, please continue. And just it's a request that as the time constraint is there, so please highlight the major part of your presentation. Thank you. Continue.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Is it? I guess there is some issue. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but your PPT has now unshared.
Okay, let me do it once again.
Yes, please start.
I hope it's visible now.
Yes, it is visible. Please start.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for the delay. Very good morning to one and all present here. First of all, a very big thanks to Amity University for accepting our proposal for the 5th AMIFOST 2022. I am Shruti Mishra, PhD scholar under the supervision of Dr. Chakravarti sir at the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. And today I will be presenting our research work on the formulation and sensory evaluation of flavored fermented rice water. Since we know that fermented food is a very time immemorial thing and we are utilizing it since a very long time, but due to the urbanization and increasing health awareness, there has been an increase in demand in the fermented foods and beverages. And with the recent report by a modern intelligence agency, it has been estimated that the market size of the fermented food is tend to increase by 4.6% by the year of 2026. And this could be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic that had also played a significant role in popularizing the market for the traditional fermented food. Now, this can be attributed due to the health benefits that are being imparted, such as the nutrient availability, the better gut microbiota, a stronger immune response, and simultaneously the prevention against various gastrointestinal diseases and some of the cancers. Now, briefly explaining, fermented foods are basically, there are two types. One is the culture independent, that is a spontaneous fermentation, and the other is culture dependent, that is the back sloping fermentation. The difference lies between the two is that for the spontaneous fermentation, we do not add any kind of culture or inoculum for the fermentation. The fermentation of the food products in the culture independent fermentation, it totally relies on the microorganisms that are present in the environment. Whereas the culture dependent fermentation relies on the backsloping fermentation, where we add the culture from the previously inoculated batches of the fermented food. The microorganisms utilizes the food matrix of the raw material, and by the microbial and the enzymatic actions, the fermented foods are being produced. Now, the health benefits relies on the nutrient bioavailability, where microorganisms breaks the bond between the complex structure of the molecules such as phytic acid, and thus releasing the molecules such as phosphorus and the rest of the thing. And thereby it leads to the increase in the nutritional profile, aroma, taste, and also the increased shelf life. However, the major concern is about the aroma in the fermented foods such as the rice water, which many consumers do not prefer, owing to the very specific and the characteristic aroma and the taste that are being formed during in the fermentation of the food. Therefore, addition of flavors and other active ingredients are preferred to mask the fermented taste and aroma. And with this, we try to formulate the composition in order to increase the overall accessibility of the traditionally fermented rice water as a beverage, which is to be popularizing among the consumers. Now, with the idea, we first took the pigmented raw rice. Yeah, we first took the pigmented raw rice. We wash it properly with the water, and then with the traditional cooking method, that is boiling in excess amount of water and then straining it off, we properly cook the rice and cool it at room temperature, followed by addition of water and keeping it for fermentation at 38 degrees Celsius for overnight. Now, the fermented rice water which was formed has a very physical appearance such as bubbles, characteristic aroma, and mild sour taste. Now, after fermentation, we filtered out this water and added preservative, which is 0.1% sodium benzoate as per the GRAS level, followed by addition of sugar and flavors, and then stored in a clean sterile water. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that aroma that is a very characteristic and is not preferred by many of the consumers. So we selected few of the commonly available artificial flavors such as orange, pineapple, and lemon, and defined a concentration range of 0.05 to 0.75% for low concentration, whereas 0.25 to 0.75% as a higher concentration. And we found that for the brown fermented rice water, pineapple with a low concentration was highly accepted. And similarly, pineapple with a low concentration in black rice was accepted. However, for the red rice, orange flavor with a higher concentration was on a more preferable mode. Following this, we did the sensory evaluation using the selected flavors, wherein for the brown rice, it was found that there was around 46% increase in the taste and aroma. And similarly, in the black and red rice, there was also a considerable increase in the aroma and the taste. And in fact, 18 to 30% increase in the overall acceptance was found in the fermented rice water, which was added with the different flavors. So finally, we optimized the flavor for the fermented rice water, and it was like in for black and brown rice, we selected pineapple with a concentration range of 0.075% to 0.05%, and for the red rice we chose orange as a flavor with a concentration of 0.25%, and we also added a sugar to increase the more palatability and acceptability. So concluding it, I would be saying that the flavors and other ingredients increase the sensory acceptance and other attributes of the product. And since we are popularizing from local to global, so we are hoping that this would play a this would play an important role for increasing the market growth of the traditionally fermented rice water. Few of the references attached with it, and thank you for your patience. I would welcome if any suggestions and questions.
So thank you, Mr. Shruti. As for time, I do not think any questions are there. So,
okay, sir.
Sunen ma'am, Dr. Sunen.
Yes, sir. So, we're done with the all the presentation for the technical session 4.
Okay.
That is basically conservation and promotion of traditional food. So now I would like to call upon my coordinator, Dr. Ashish Mohite, to kindly sum up the session theme.
Thank you, Dr. Sunen. So we had a great session today, starting from Professor Iram Rao, who actually put the glimpse why there is a need of traditional food and how we can go back to our rich old heritage and bring it. So after that, we have Professor Pratima Shastri ma'am. She actually highlighted on the challenges and opportunities of the traditional food and how to promote the traditional food and what are the hurdles that comes during the traditional food manufacture. What are the multifunction machineries can be used or the alternatives, so that we can highlight on it. Then we had our next eminent speaker, Mr. Abhishek Biswas, as a businessman and the founder of Sattvic Council of India. He focused on how vegetarian food can be given an authentic certification. It may be in IICT or modular kitchens or in the various food giants, so that popular giants, so that people who want an authentic traditional and vegetarian food can be have a logo of a traditional one. So we had a great session. So I thank all the three eminent speakers from Iram Rao, Professor Iram Rao, Professor Pratima Shastri ma'am, and Mr. Abhishek Biswas. Thank you very much. Thank you for enlightening this session with your valuable words. So I thank all of you, and we have 5 presenters in this session who also highlighted from Northeast to other areas about the traditional food, how they can be. So now over to you, Sunan ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you all the speakers and presenters. Speakers for such an overwhelming sessions, and presenters to maintaining the timeline for the oral presentations. It was a good session. So I think, sir, we come to an end. So can we close the session now?
Yes, and next session, I think coordinator is Dr. Mandeep. She'll be taking from here.
Yes, sir. Okay, so now we move towards the technical session 5, that is sustainable green food processing technologies. And the MC is Miss Mandeep, and the coordinator for this session is Dr. Lavleen Sharma. Okay, thank you everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. So we are starting with technical session 5. A very good morning, everyone present here. I, on behalf of MIT Institute of Food Technology, MIT University, take this privilege to welcome you all to the technical session 5 of International Conference on Food Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunities for the Future. The theme for technical session 5 is Sustainable Green Food Processing Technology. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Lavleen Sharma, the coordinator for this session, for introduction to the theme of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes. So this is technical session 5 and the theme is sustainable green food processing technology. So one of the developmental aspects of food science is testing and adapting advanced technologies for food production, which save resources and improve food quality. In addition, those technologies, when combined with exploitation of the economic and sustainable raw materials, such as industrial waste from food production, are foundation for green and eco-friendly food production and processing. So today we will discuss about the sustainable green food processing technologies in this technical session. Now I would like to introduce the chairperson of the session, Professor Vince Putonis. So his research area includes evaluation, production, and application technologies of functional material, biorefining of botanicals and food raw materials, and their processing byproducts into functional ingredients using complex, conventional, supercritical fuel, pressurized liquid, ultrasound fractionation, thermal and enzymatic processing methods. He is an author of more than 2010 scientific articles and 11 book chapters, and cited more than 8 with an HI index of 42, and he supervised 29 PhD students. He has been national delegate in various international organizations and European research programs. He is a member of several international professional organizations, and also he is a Lithuanian National Science Award winner in 2004 and 2021. I welcome you, sir, in AMIFOST 2022, and I would like to request you to kindly chair the session. Over to you, sir. Okay, so I guess he hasn't joined here, Professor Vesputonis. Okay. Okay, so I'll move to our next keynote speaker. Professor Yang. So I would like to introduce Professor Yang. So he's an associate professor and director of graduate program in the Department of Food Science and Technology at the National University of Singapore. He obtained his PhD in refrigeration and cryogenics engineering from Shanghai Jiaotong University, China in 2005, and worked as a research fellow at Auburn University, USA from 2006 to 2008. He obtained his second PhD in food science from the University of Minnesota, USA in 2012, and was a faculty research assistant at the University of Maryland, USA, before joining NUS in 2013. Dr. Yang's research interests include food processing, safety engineering, and foodomics, especially in seafood, fruit and vegetables, and cereal products. He is an editor of LWT Food Science and Technology and associate editor of the Journal of Food Science. He is the chair of IFT Aquatic Food Products Division and the Competitions in Students Young Scientist Event Committee of 2022. I would like to request Professor Yang to kindly start the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lovely, for the last introduction. So let me share my screen. Okay, thank you very much. And today I would like to talk about the rheological properties, texture, and in vitro digestion of a plant-based fishbowl analog. So we use the major ingredient with soy protein and konjac glutamate. So one is a protein, one is a polysaccharide. So I will briefly introduce the seafood sustainability and some other factors that can affect this kind of sustainability. And then I will introduce some of the results we obtained in the lab, especially for texture, rheology, microstructure, schematic diagram, and the validation experiments, and also the in vitro digestion. So we know that seafood is, many people like this, right? But the problem is that I think the natural resources are pretty limited, right? So then currently we can use different approaches. For example, we use the fish farm, and then another one is whether it's possible to get some alternative seafood. So one approach is use a plant-based. I think many of us know currently is pretty popular. Here, I just want to use some examples, give some examples that show some companies, they develop this kind of commercial products in the market, but we can see that still this is a emerging area, right? That means more and more companies will have the new product in the coming years. So these are just some examples. But the challenge is currently many companies aim to imitate the appearance and the flavoring, but not much on the structure and the texture. That how to make the texture like a seafood. We know the seafood itself has a very special of this kind of structure. So we want to use, one is of course soy protein isolate, SPI, is pretty affordable and easy to get from the market. Another one is ingredient we consider the konjac glutamate that we call KGM. So because it has the elasticity breakdown during the mastication, so it's a pretty good candidate. We tried with many different categories and found that KGM might be a good choice. So for this kind of KGM, we know that the chemical structure or structure changes with some of the modification. Right? If we use the alkali, and then we can modify this kind of native format to deacetated format. So then it can be easily follow this kind of form the different kind of aggregation. So then it forms this kind of gel matrix. So the purpose of this is this report, this research, one examining the rheological and textural property, and another one is the mechanism why it formed this kind of property, and also the in vitro digestion to know what's the scenario of this kind of plant-based protein or plant-based food, right? So basically we use these kind of different approaches, and then we get a schematic image to explain why it forms this kind of structure. And then we run the verification experiment with FTIR to get the confirmed this kind of diagram. And then after that, we conducted the in vitro digestion. In vitro digestion, we just simulated our human beings like digestion, but with the in vitro system. So then it's based on enzymes, right? We have different enzymes during our digestion. So then our analysis will be mainly conducted with the RMR. So this one is for getting the molecular information. And also we conducted rheological tests and then the microstructural analysis. So for different recipes, I don't want to give too much detail because I will provide the reference link if you have the further interest. But in general, for example, KGM, actually we use the different percentage. We stabilize the component of SPI, but change the different percentage of the KGM. So then we get different groups, right? So then of this kind of different fishbowl analog groups, so we can see if the concentration is too low of this kind of KGM, it cannot form a gel very well. It's not much like this kind of fishbowl. But if we can, for example, with the ingredients more than 3.5%, so then it can form this kind of typical structure like a fishbowl. Okay, so then after cooking, for example, if we simulate a heating process, so then it forms a gel. So you can see that the left side is a fishbowl, right? Use a traditional seafood. So then you can see that this kind of texture. But the right fall with different kind of percentage of the KGM, so we can get individual of this kind of result and the texture. So here I just skip the detailed description. But we run the texture profile analysis to see the different texture aspect, right? For example, hardness, gumminess, right? So then the IFB is actually with different kind of codes. Actually, we have different of the seafood category, right? So then we run with the analog group, so to see that which one matches very well. So we can see that the trend for these kind of changes. For some other parameters, for example, cohesiveness, springiness, and resilience. So I just want to highlight the result here. For example, resilience, it indicates that it's a very stronger gel on this one. So based on many different aspects, especially for example, sensory, I didn't show the detailed information here, but more than 6.5% of this kind of KGM addition, or like is called for the, or including this 8.0, led to very hard and chewy texture. So we know that for any kind of fishbowl, we want it to be within a certain level of this kind of hardness, for example. So we want to limit the scoop, right? So here is that we run rheological tests, for example, strain sweep and the frequency sweep, and then we know that this is more like a linear range, right? So LVER is the structural integrity to know this kind of texture or rheological properties. It indicates a better lead working coupling and also improve the gel quality. And then with more of this kind of fitting with the different models, for example, viscous resistance and the elastic resistance to deformation. So then we can get different parameters, right, to know the changing trade, right? So then we can see in general that, you know, PFB 6.5 group, many of the parameters, there's no significant difference from the IFB, that is a fishbowl group. So based on this kind of rheological diagram, we found that all follow this kind of curve like this. Actually, if we change the model, check the models, it's like a Burgers model, right? So Burgers model expression like this, it can be divided into 2 stages. So here, I don't want to introduce the detailed parameters, but we can just highlight, for example, some of the parameters we can find it from the physical property, for example, reveals the first press or bounce bank from this kind of rheological test, right? So then we can get individual parameter of this kind of different groups. And then we run the microstructural analysis with the SEM, right? So then we can see that for the seafood group, it forms compact and regular of this kind of morphology. While with this kind of different analog group, we can see that the 6.5 group is pretty close. And we know they check the proximate analysis, so we can see that with the different kind of percentage of this kind of KGM, we know that the protein part actually is much lower than the fishbowl part, real fishbowl part. The reason is that the soy protein itself, it cannot form the right texture as a seafood. So we need to modify it with some of the polysaccharides. So then and also we added the water. So in general, the moisture content is much higher than this fishbowl group. Here I just skip this, but one is after cooking, we have another one, right? So one is before the cooking, we have the property. Another one is after cooking, we can know, for example, expressible moisture, cooking yield, right? So we know that actually the cooking yield is pretty good in general. And we want to use the schematic diagram to indicate these kind of changes. For example, if this kind of percentage is 3.525 of the KGM, so what happens? So then after this, if we increase the percentage of the KGM, so then for the texture part, we can see the gel strength increased, and then more of this kind of hydrogen bond and also the interactions. If we increase the further, then another problem is that we have the excess of the gel strength, right? Too strong of the, because it contains too much of the hydrogen bonding there. So then the interactions is too strong. So then the texture may not be very good. So finally, the 6.5, actually under this kind of condition, the gel strength is pretty matchable with the gel strength of the real fishbowl group, right? So based on different properties, we found that these are pretty matched with this one. And we run with the validation with the FDR result. We can see that 6.5 group, so here is the yellow one. So actually, when we run the secondary structural analysis for the protein component, we can find that, okay, then more of this kind of interaction, we can find it with higher of the beta sheet, but more organized and compact of this kind of structure, and also stronger association, right? So if we decrease this one, headaches to coil percent, this kind of ratio. Another aspect is we want to know that how about the in vitro digestion of this kind of plant-based seafood, right? So we run with the AMR to get the results. So AMR, we can get individual of these kind of chemicals, right? So for example, amino acids, and then the monosaccharide, as well as organic acid, right? So then we can run with different groups of these kind of analysis with the PCA model. So finally, we can use this one. We use the before digestion and after digestion, so we can compare. Just use two groups of this kind of analog group and compare with the real fishbowl, right? So then we want to know, we use a different kind of modeling system, for example, Herschel-Berkeley modeling, right? So then we can get the result with R-square and RMSE to examine whether, how about this kind of modeling? And then we based on this kind of rheological test. And based on this kind of AMR result, we check this kind of degradation system, right? So then we can get this kind of metabolism. So then we group this together. So then we can get this kind of pathway. For example, the changes, dynamic changes of among these kind of different chemicals. So we know that for protein, it will be digested into more of the amino acid parts, right? Amino acid part, then you can have, for example, with different amino acid metabolism, nitrogen metabolism, phenylalanine metabolism, etc. And for the carbohydrates, we can get like a sucrose, and then of course another ingredient is conjugated. Sucrose is what we added, right? So then after this kind of conversion, it may form different kind of other formats, but this kind of polysaccharide will form different kind of other, this kind of monosaccharide. If we combine this together, so then how about these kind of changes? For example, with the 3.5, 6.5, and then the fishbowl group. So based on their properties and then the result, microstructure result, we proposed this kind of diagram to see for this kind of plant-based fishbowl analog, after this kind of digestion, what happened, right? So then this is a real protein system, so fishbowl system. So their structure may be different, right? We proposed this kind of schematic image. when we run this kind of SEM to know their digestion, right? So then before digestion and after digestion, so then we can see the difference among these different groups. So here I showed that the 2 papers published related to this area. So if you have further interest, you can check this kind of publication. So one is published in the University of Food Science and Emerging Technologies, and another one in food hydrocolloids. So this work is was mainly conducted by PhD students, Xinli, and also supported by several funding agencies. Okay, if you have further interest, you are welcome to visit my group website. So we have all the research relationship information there, and also welcome to email me if you have any further questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I already introduced Professor Venskutonius, so I would like to request Professor Venskutonius to kindly chair the session.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Greetings, Thomas, Lithuania. So now I can connect, and I am pleased to introduce the next invited speaker, Dr. Alka Yoshi. So, by the way, do you hear me clearly? So, and short CV, Dr. Alka Yoshi completed her food technology master and PhD from Govind Ballabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. She qualified the ARS-NET exam in 2008, 9, 12, covering food technology, process and food engineering and foods and nutrition dimensions. She was recipient of GNU scholarship during her doctoral studies, and she had been working as a scientist in ICAR since 2014. Presently, as a scientist in the Division of Food Science and Post-Harvest Technology in New Delhi. Before that, as an assistant professor and postdoc fellow at Amity University and IIT. Her research is development on reduced fat and functional food product with low value on horticultural products through alternative processing strategies. She has published 1 monography, 4 scientific methodologies, and about 45 papers. Her research work has been awarded in various international conferences. So she is a life member of AFST and HSI. So, and she will give us a talk on beetroot betterlands, stability challenges and opportunities. So, Dr. Alka Yoshi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Okay, can anyone assure me whether my screen is visible or my voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is clear.
Your screen is visible, yes. Okay, okay, thank you so much. So shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. Let me tell please whether the slide is movable or not. 1 minute. The slide is movable also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thanks the organizer and thanks the Rimantesh sir to introduce me in this conference. And today I am discussing about the you can say what are the stability challenges and opportunity associated with beetroot betalains. Why beetroot betalains? It is a, you can say, mandatory crop in our division, in our institute, and being a low value crop, it is my personal view, personal opinion that we should do work on some low value horticultural commodities. Why especially on horticulture commodities? Because they are perishable. So real input of food technologists are required for the perishable commodities. And in the perishable commodities, it's again, it's my, you can say, personal choice, do work on something on low value, underutilized crop. Why? Because these are the crops which really need some intervention, which really need some, you can say, focus of scientists. So how this work we have taken, and what are the major challenges we have faced to utilize this beetroot betalains, we will discuss. And my practical, you can say finding, practical, you can say experience, I will share through this presentation. So firstly, I have tell you the background why I have chosen this crop. Scientifically, it is known as Beta vulgaris. And why? What is the major impact of this crop? It is come under the top 10 antioxidant rich crop. Means if I want to introduce antioxidant in my diet, so there are so many options, like blueberries there, strawberries there, red berries are there, so many colors in horticultural crops are there. But for a middle class family or from the low class family, it is very difficult to introduce such a costly commodity in their diet. Okay, so so in that respect also beetroot has caliber. Why? Because beetroot has a potential. Why? Because in the glut situation it is available in a very low cost. And if I'm talking about other antioxidant rich vegetable crop like your red cabbage, like your broccoli, like your that kale, they all require processing before consumption. Okay, so in that respect also beetroot has a major advantage that you can consume beetroot in the form of salad. So that's why we have collected this, we have selected this crop. So many opportunities of beetroot has been associated. I have already told you it is a source of natural pigment, and surprisingly it is I want to share this information that so many crops has beetroot betalains pigment, the pink color, the you can say purple color pigment, but only the beetroot beta vulgaris and the Aponcia ficus indica, that is an Indian cactus variety. The beetroot, the betalains, if I extracted from these two crops, only these betalains or is approved under the you can say FDA as a grass substance for food application. You cannot synthesize, you cannot extract beetroot from the bougainvillea, from the Bissella alba. You can extract, but you cannot use in the food application. For food application, the pigment must be a grass food additive. So that in that respect also beetroot and the cactus indica, they have the advantage. Even then I will say that from Aponcia it is difficult to collect these flowers and then extract. However, beetroot, it is if you have very small field, even then you have plenty of, because it's a bulky crop, it is a root crop, it is a bulky crop, so you have extract plenty of pigment for you can say you can say so many dimensions of your research. So and the betalains, which is constituted by two major pigment, beta-cyanine and beta-xanthine. Beta-xanthine has already been reported as essential dietary colorant, means we have to incorporate beetroot colorant in our diet. Okay, it's a colorant is still underexplored. It has the problem of poor color availability. So we have the scope we have to work on, but it has the benefit over the anthocyanin, which is present in black carrot or black grapes, or you can say pomegranate, or so many crops may anthocyanin is there. And what is the advantage? Anthocyanin is not stable over a wide range of pH, and you can see we have wide range of pH in our food. So in that respect also beetroot betalains is good. Why? Because they are stable over a very wide range of pH. Okay, and then another advantage with anthocyanin and beetroot is that the colorant is water soluble. So whatsoever water, if you can extract a major pigment with water, so there is no problem of the solvent residue, the safety issues, which is now very big concern in India also. Because FSSAI come in a big way, very big way. In foreign countries, food safety is the major priority. In our country also now it's come as a very big, in a very big, very strong way, I can say. So in that respect also beetroot is good. And another advantage also, generally as a you can say preservative, as a natural preservative, as a class 1 preservative, we are using citric acid and ascorbic acid. And unlike anthocyanin, the beetroot betalains has a very good, you can say, compatibility with ascorbic acid. So in the food in which we are using ascorbic acid as a, you can say, preservative or as an acidulant, we can use betalains in a very confident manner in that. In that respect, beetroot can, you can say, strengthen our arm by which we can use betalains in a very, you can say, confident manner. But some limitations are there in beetroot. But beetroot has some limitations also. It has poor stability. It has, you can say, you have to first color beetroot and betalains, and then you have to use. It has very firm texture, so you cannot make vegetables, or you cannot very easily, you can say, consume beetroot, because it has relatively firm texture in comparison to carrot or radish, which is generally consumed in a salad. It has a fibrous nature, so you cannot consume in a, you can say, large amount. And it has the earthy flavor, like your mushroom. It has some earthy flavor because it is a, you can say, underground crop. So earthy flavor is there, and it has a high nitrate content. Nitrate is still again come in a big way as a food safety and security issue. So what happened? Such limitations are there in beetroot, but there are studies that the nitrate present in beetroot is very less, which is comparatively present in the green leafy vegetables. If we can consume that, then we can easily consume beetroot. And beetroot and nitric acid content is also, it is converted into nitric acid in our body, and this nitric acid is utilized for the energy, you can say, generation. Plus beetroot also having high sucrose content. If we want you can say energy very fastly, then beetroot juice is also helpful in that respect. But today I will only focus on the its colorant aspect and the antioxidant aspect. Other aspect I will not touch. In that respect also, how we can explore beetroot and what are the opportunities, what are the stability, I will discuss this part. Okay, now the research gap. So how this study we have taken. So firstly, we don't earlier we have, when we have started work, we don't know what are the promising variety of beetroot from which we can extract colorant as well as the antioxidant very easily. So when we searched, we have the authentic only two beetroot variety, especially in North India region. That is the Detroit Dark Red and Crimson Glow. Only these two varieties are available in the North Indian region. Okay, and again, so many stability study we found in the Malabar spinach. Means Apuntia mein we have so many studies in the stability for the stability study, but beetroot betalains is, you can say, it is underexplored in terms of the stability data. Under which condition the stability will be very higher, we don't have any data on that aspect. And if I want to increase the stability, I want to enhance the stability, even co-pigmentation or the complex formation or the with the encapsulation, even single paper I didn't find. So if the stability is the problem, I should have some tool by which we can increase the stability, but no data I found on the betalains. So we worked on these three directions one by one. So what I did, what our team has done, we first compare the variety, which variety we should choose, and then we have optimized the process by which we can extract the betalains. And then we have done the stability study, very detailed stability study we have conducted. And when we found the deteriorative condition, we have chalked out, we have screened out what are the major deteriorative conditions. And then we have strategized by which mean we can increase that stability. Because it's a biocolorant, so we cannot use any, you can say, synthetic compound to increase this stability, because then consumer has the resistance to use that stable compound. So we have to increase the stability by other biopigment. So how we have done this thing, we will cover. Firstly, by the variety selection. Luckily or unluckily, you can say we have only two varieties. We have so many germplasm, so many variety, so we can choose. We have so many options, but now we have only two varieties. So even then we have done the detailed study, which variety will give me, you can say, better betalains with much ease. So as far the betaline content, both the varieties are at par. You can see the content. for betalains content, both the varieties are at par. And as per the, you can see the FTIR spectra, you can say their functional groups are very much similar. Functional wise, we means chemically they are same, and the content wise they are same. But I have told you that the betalains is made by the beta-cyanine, beta-xanthin. The beta-cyanine content is relatively higher in crimson globe. And beta-cyanine is a major compound which give redness, and we are interested in redness. The beta-xanthin is a brown compound. We are not interested in the brown compound. So when we compare the beta-cyanine to beta-xanthin ratio, we found that the redness index imparted by these ratio is near about 2 times higher in crimson globe in comparison to the tetrohydrite. Moreover, the crimson globe has the lower firmness, so it's very easy to extract the colorant from crimson globe. So we have started work on crimson globe, and we have means discontinue work on the tetroid diachrate. I'm not saying that tetroid diachrate is not a potential variety. It has potential, but for my target, crimson globe is the, you can say, is a better matrix. So I have chosen that crimson globe, and the bulk wise also the root bulk is also higher in tetroid diachrate. So storage wise also crimson globe is better choice. So that's why we have continued work on crimson globe. And then we have extracted the betaline from beetroot. By structure wise is a BBD design of RSM, in which we have optimized extraction temperature, extraction time, and solid to solvent ratio for betalins extraction. Okay, so our major aim was a higher betalins extraction, higher phenolic extraction, lesser, you can say, lower change in total color difference from the control, from the raw sample, and the higher cupric activity. But here also what we have done, we have not used any organic solvent. Even then, to increase the polarity of water, we have not used any organic solvent, so that whatsoever extract we will get, we can directly use in food. Because safety is major issue. However, if we increase the polarity, obviously with the help of lesser solvent, we can extract more color and more antioxidant. But safety our major concern, and we don't want any, you can say, any issue. That's why we have used water in that. So we have optimized the process, and with the help of these process variables, we were able to extract maximum betalins and the maximum phenolics. And these are the graphs. These are the process variable. This data has already been published, so you can see that detailed graph description in that in my paper. And then it is also mandatory, by which mean you are extract the pigment. You have to characterize the pigment. If you have GCMS, then it's a very good. If you don't have the GCMS, at least from the FTIR, you should characterize the pigment. Whatsoever pigment I have characterized, whether it is betalins or not. So I have compared with my raw sample, raw juice sample, and whatsoever extract I have used. I'm saying water will not give any difference, just a dilution effect. But even then, you have to, you can say, validate whether there during the extraction process there is any change in the commodity or not. So if you don't have anything, you just go for the spectrophotometer. You just check the lambda max of your extracted pigment. If the lambda max is remain as such, that means it is also one sign of your validation. Otherwise, go for FTIR. If you have, you can afford, you can go for the GCMS. So you have to characterize the pigment, because ultimately you are not going to use it in any cloth piece, in any non-food application. You are going to use in food application. So you should be very much conscious, because you are first extracting and then utilizing. Okay, you are not directly consuming the beetroot, because so many sensory limitations are there in the beetroot. You can also go for the enzymatic extraction. This year we have conducted this experiment, so I cannot show the result because till now I have not analyzed the result. But very good clue I have got in that pectinase is the best for the betaline extraction. By how it will govern, it depends on the what is your cell wall structure, whether it is cellulose governed, whether it is hemicellulose governed, whether it is xylanase governed, and whether it is a pectinase governed. It gives you which enzyme will be best to extract the major pigment. So here I will find that there I have found that pectinase is the best. And what we have done in that, why I am showing you the process variable, because what is a major mistake what researchers are generally doing, to increase the extraction yield, they are increasing the temperature, but don't go beyond 60 degrees centigrade temperature when you are extracting betalins. Two reasons are there. Beyond 60 degrees centigrade, enzyme get inactivated,
And the second era is beyond 60 degrees centigrade. Betalains, as such, the native betalains is also become unstable. So don't never go if you are doing the enzymatic extraction study in beetroot. So follow these two guidelines, as well as you have to find out the minimum enzymatic concentration, which can give you the significant change in the extraction yield. What it will help, by this, what clue you will get? You will get the minimum enzymatic concentration required for the maximum benefit, because enzyme is the cost effective thing. And beetroot, which is available in 30 rupees 40 rupees per kg during the glut situation, nobody wants to use costly interventions. So you have to see, you can say, visualize this thing before doing any experiment. Third thing, what will be the benefit? There is elimination of any solid residue problem, because you are not using any organic solvent for the enzymatic extraction. So if you are not using water extract, so you go for the enzymatic extraction. No other recommendation I can give till now for the betalains extraction or any biocolorant extraction. And these type of colorant, I have shown this slide in Amity, so many Amity presentation earlier, and these colorant we have used in the development of intermediate moisture food, because you have to see your pigment is best fit for which type of food. So betalains ke liye it is, you can say, it is documented for intermediate moisture food. It retained very well. But what is the problem? If I want to use this papaya candy as a replacer of this any dried cranberry, dried blueberry, so I can consume it. It has the 3 to 6 months shelf life. It has the higher antioxidant content in comparison to these crops, because higher amount of that betalains or that antioxidant you can infuse it in this. But what is the problem? If I want to use as a replacer of that tutti frutti which is available in market, if I am using that tutti frutti in ice cream, that color will retain. But if I am using in the bakery product or any thermal product, so betalains cannot withstand that thermal abuse. So color will vanish. So you will get the benefit of papaya only. You will not get the benefit of the beetroot betalains. So here is the problem. We cannot, you can say, extract the benefit of betalains if the product is thermally processed. So here the challenges start. Means there is a stability issue. Each biopigment has a stability issue. You understand this thing very clearly. The challenges must come. So you have to firstly do the detailed stability study. So we have done the detailed stability study all in various temperature, in various pH, in various light exposure, in various chemical, under various chemical, you can say, chemical means food additives we have used, which is generally used in food, like sucrose, fructose, glucose, normal salt, acidulants, antioxidant, preservative. We have used the permitted preservative, permitted additive, and in a permissible limit. We have exposed betaline in this environment, and we have seen which condition is best for the betaline retention. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Yoshi, a couple of minutes. Okay.
How many minutes? How many minutes?
A couple of minutes at most.
Okay. I am just compiling my things. So we have seen low temperature is best for the retention. pH 3 is best for retention. Light exposure at pH 3 is best for exposure. And we have seen the betalains is governing the color exposure, and the antioxidant is governed by the phenolic content. And all chemical additive study we have compiled in this paper. I must say, you just go this, the listener must go this paper to see the stability of beetroot. And we have compiled that these are the things that at lower salt concentration with EDTA, with sodium benzoate, betalains can be stable at a long in a long run. And in that paper also I have compiled whether you have to stabilize betalains by benzoic acid or ascorbic acid, not simultaneously, because it may lead generation of benzene, which is a carcinogenic. So such type of study safety issues you have to cater. And by the sugar addition, sugar coating, we were able to even stabilize the beetroot color in the bakery product. And we have seen the control muffin and the optimized muffin difference, and stability enhancement we have done with the co-pigmentation. So you can see T-half value in the last table. You can see the T-half value is increased tremendously with the help of co-pigment. Here we have used anthocyanin, black carrot anthocyanin as a co-pigment, and ascorbic acid also can be used as a as a very potential co-pigment for the enhancement of the betalain stability. Malic acid is the worst and ascorbic acid is the best. So we have done for betalains, we have total color change for cuprac and for DPPI. We found that for these things, ascorbic acid was the best. And these extracted pigment can be stored well if it is stabilized with the 1% ascorbic acid. You can store the colorant for 1 year. We have done this experiment. And this co-pigmented betalains, betalains tutti frutti can be used for the bakery product. So this is the major success we have achieved through the co-pigmentation. So we have, I'm thankful for my competent authority of my institute, that IRI is the Premium Institute of Agriculture, and Amity University also, because they have given me the opportunity to discuss my findings, because the support can generalize the idea which we have generated in our mind. And thank you. I think I am able to reach the time guideline. And anything you want to discuss, you can discuss.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoshi. So maybe we should have just a short question. Not so much time actually, but if somebody would have like to give a short question, so please.
You can, one may take my mail ID and they can contact me, because presently also I am doing work on beetroot betalains.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sharma, so please take.
Sorry for interruption, sir. I request Dr. Loveleen to please introduce again Dr. Rimantha so that we can have his talk.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much.
So I would like to introduce Professor Kirtwas, who is from Department of Food Science and Technology, Faculty of Chemical Technology, Commerce University of Technology. He is a leader of research team, Functional Food Materials. His research area includes evaluation, production, and application technologies of functional materials, biorefining of botanicals and food raw materials, and their processing byproducts into functional ingredients using complex conventional, supercritical fluid, pressurized liquid, ultrasound-assisted extractions, fractionations, thermal and enzymatic processing methods. He is an author of 10 scientific articles and 11 book chapters, cited more than 8,000 times with the HI index of 42. He supervised 29 PhD students. He has been national delegate in various international scientific professional organizations and European research programs. He is a member of several international professional organizations, and he is a Lithuanian National Science Award winner in 2004 and 2021. I welcome you, sir, and I would like to request you to kindly go with yourself.
Thank you very much for your introduction, and thanks a lot for inviting me to give a talk in this conference. So just to show you my location, so it's quite far away from India, and it is a small country near the Baltic Sea. And I've been working with the Department of Food Science and Technology since 1976. So we are a small country, and the department is unique in Lithuania, granting 4 degrees in food science and technology, and I have their research group, which I call functional food materials. So mainly we are working on plant origin bioactive. So this is a session on sustainability, and sustainability, of course, covers a lot of different issues, and possibly it is one of the most important keywords nowadays, both for researchers, industrial people, and governments. So more precisely, it is on sustainability of food, and it is also, of course, includes a lot of different important aspects. My talk will be more related to this aspect regarding no waste, a little bit with healthy and local food sustainability. And the more I will focus on the proteins, and we know very well that there is a tendency to substitute very expensive animal origin proteins by much cheaper plant-based proteins. And nowadays we have a lot of different crops for plant-based proteins. I will not be talking about these crops, but I will focus on other sources, and I will show what kind of sources. Of course, in the utilization of plant-based proteins in foods, we have different problems and challenges regarding nutritional value, techno-functionality and bioactivity, also taste. And for instance, when you compare plant proteins with animal proteins, the absorption is much lower. Also, they are less digestible and contain less of limiting for essential amino acids. So animal proteins, as a rule, are of a higher biological value. Another important trend is to recover different nutrients from processing byproducts. Actually, it is estimated that about 30% of agro-food materials globally are lost, and due to the production of waste and also byproducts, which are used in many cases quite inefficiently, let's say for animal feeding or even for composting. So therefore, there are many technologies now to recover different nutrients, including proteins from byproducts. For instance, there are studies about recovery of byproducts from vegetables processing. Usually vegetables contain a not very high amount of proteins, as you can see in this slide, only about 3–6%. However, when you apply different extraction methods, so it is possible to obtain the products with approximately 50% of proteins. But my talk is focused on small fruits, which we commonly call berries, and sometimes they are called northern fruits because they are grown in the northern hemisphere, and many of them are grown wild. Some of them are cultivated, and some of them are very well known globally and have very good flavor and can be consumed as a fresh fruits, while some of them cannot be consumed as fresh fruits due to not very good sensory properties. However, all of them contain quite a lot of biologically active ingredients, mainly polyphenolic antioxidants. Polyphenolic acids, flavonoids, anthocyanin pigments, and others. So everybody knows that consuming fruits and vegetables is a healthy style of diet, and there is a global slogan, 5 a day away. Everywhere it is recommended to eat at least 5 portions of vegetables and fruits a day. However, many fruits, including small berries, are highly perishable, and they can be stored for just for a few days. Therefore, they are processed into different products, and during this processing, byproducts and waste also are generated. Okay, but when we come to proteins, so we can see that the content of proteins in berries is very small. So therefore, the fresh fruits and processed products cannot be considered as a good source of protein. So you can see around 1% in the fresh foods. So therefore, there is a question, maybe dairy foods should be considered as a source of plant origin proteins. And I will be talking, as I said, about small berries. So during berry processing, the main product is produced. For instance, when we press juice, so we get juice, which can be packed and afterwards sold. And Thomas, the press cake is produced in quite high quantities, approximately 30% of dry solid. And these products currently are not used efficiently or even discarded as a waste. So in our group, we have been working during the last 6–7 years on the problem challenge how to utilize pharmacies more efficiently. So when the juice is pressed and pharmacy is obtained and dried, so we can see the content of protein is increasing and can be 10–16%. And compared, of course, with meat and cheese, it's much lower. However, it is comparable to wheat flour and even eggs. Different studies provide different numbers, of course, depending on cultivar, processing methods. So you can see the differences could be very high. However, still, pomace already contains much more proteins compared to the fresh foods. It is possible just to dry the pomace and to use for some products, like in this example, for substitution of flour, for instance, in cookies. And when we use pigment-rich pomaces, so they provide nice colors compared to the control. Also, it is possible to increase even the content of proteins in the bakery products. Like in this case, you see when we apply the strawberry oil cake, which is quite rich in proteins. So in this case, more proteins than in wheat. So we can increase, not very remarkably, but still we can get the product with higher content of proteins. Of course, the amino acids are the most important characteristic of proteins, and they usually care about the essential amino acids. And berries, they do contain essential amino acids. However, they are also rich. Their biological quality, of course, it's lower compared to eggs, for instance. About 38% of egg biological quality from the blackcurrant pomace. So the proteins usually are in the berries or other fruits in the complex structures, wall cell structures, usually located in the form of arabinoxylon protein complexes, and they form cell walls, and they play an important role in the cell wall formation. There are already some stories about the health benefits of berry glycoproteins. For instance, there is a study showing that arabinogalactan protein, which was isolated from seeds, can inhibit adhesion of Helicobacter pylori in stomach cells. So we know that Helicobacter pylori, it's a very big risk factor for cancer in stomach, and they can survive very acidic media. So the berry pomace is usually complex heterogeneous materials consisting of exocarp, skins, seeds, some endocarp residues, and the composition of all these parts is different. The content of proteins is different. So therefore, it's not that easy task to develop good schemes for biorefining of pomaces into specified high value fractions. Now we are using this biorefining concept, which actually means that we want to get from the raw material everything what we can and achieve this zero waste technology, which of course is very much related with sustainability. So this is the summarizing scheme. What we are doing a consecutive recovery of different type of substances. First of all, we extract glycophilic compounds. In this case, important to note that we are using green technologies with supercritical carbon dioxides. So, and we obtain defatted residues. See, very nice colors, depending on the pigment. And we obtain as a main product, which is very good product, consisting of mainly rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids, healthy fatty acids, extracts, and we obtain a byproduct, which is the fatty residue. Afterwards, during the second phase, we apply higher polarity solvent. Also, we are using more modern extraction techniques like pressurized liquid extraction, ultrasound-assisted extraction, microwave-assisted extraction, again, using green solvent like ethanol, water. And after this step, we obtain main products, which contain a lot of polyphenolic antioxidants, and the residues. The residues usually contain higher concentration of proteins, also insoluble carbohydrates. So afterwards, we can apply enzyme-assisted extraction. Again, we can obtain several main products and insoluble residues, which consist of insoluble carbohydrates and insoluble proteins. So you see from the beginning, this is very high-colored. I think this is cranberry pomace after first extraction, a little bit lighter color because anthocyanins are not soluble in carbon dioxide. So again, we obtain extract, and finally the product which is free of the pigments. So it is possible mechanically pre-fractionate pomace before further extraction, like in this case, as it is shown in sour cherry pomace. And by this simple procedure, we can obtain the fractions with higher concentration of proteins and fat. So this is, you see, depending on the particle size. So this fifth fraction was particularly rich in proteins and fat. So after that, every fraction can be extracted with supercritical carbon dioxide. This is equipment we got in our laboratory scale and pilot scale, optimizing parameters so we can extract different amount of lipophilic compounds. And by this process, we can increase the content of proteins, in some cases quite considerably, like for instance, from the blackcurrant seeds, the content of proteins after CO2 extraction is increasing almost by 40%. So in this case, from other berries. And during this first process, we obtain product number 1, rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids and residue. And in this process, we can increase the concentration of proteins in the residue up to 15%. Okay, next step, extraction of polyphenolic antioxidants. Again, optimization to find the most optimal point. And in this case, of course, we obtain a lot of antioxidants like anthocyanins, but also we can increase the concentration of proteins as well. For instance, you see, after supercritical extraction and pressurized extraction, we get from 16 to 22% of proteins from sour cherry pomace. So, okay, next step, depending on the number of solvents, parameters, we can get very good 2-4 products, and the residue is soluble, the content of proteins is increasing, can be up to 35%. So the third step, enzymatic extraction, a lot of optimization as well. I will not comment too much these processes because we have several parameters to optimize. And again, we can increase the amount of solubles from, you see, from approximately 40% to even 300%. So a lot of soluble substances, which mainly consist of polysaccharides, oligosaccharides, monosaccharides, which are soluble in water. And again, during this step, we can increase protein concentration. So the proteins usually consist from berries, from globulins and gliadins. So other fractions also are present. And this is the summary of all processes. So actually starting from product 0, dried pomace, which can be used, as I showed, for bakery products, for substitution of flour. Product 1, lipophilics, residue, we call it antioxidant dietary fiber. Product 2, polyphenolics, the residue. B, from phenolics, that rich in dietary fiber and proteins. And finally, we obtain product 4, after all extractions, which is rich in insoluble dietary fiber, minerals and proteins. So we tested these products in many different foods just to see what the effects they have on the foods. So as I said, bakery products are very convenient because they can absorb, take a lot of different products. So in this case, my master students, they tested in bread. Of course, pomace as a colorful material affects bread color. It's not a big problem. And we just looking at the porosity and the volume would not be affected negatively. So in many cases, we're getting quite good result by applying different processing procedures for pomace, for instance, by applying enzymes, ultrasound treatment, and in this case, you see that we can increase protein content. In this case, with buckthorn farmers from approximately 14.5 to almost 16%. Not very high, but still it's quite reasonable, about 30%. So for sustainability purposes, it's okay. So in this case, again, we can see that rat cannot absorb too much of pomace. In this case, we apply different processing methods, just not to negatively affect the properties. Because of course, consumers, they want not only good biological value, but also good sensory value. So it's, in this case, sea buckthorn application pomace can increase the content of proteins in bread by approximately 60%. So also it can, another good benefit that it can increase very much antioxidant capacity, in this case, oxygen radical absorbance capacity. So you see, bread without pomace, very low Trolax equivalent capacity, while the 7.5 pomace, so that the antioxidant capacity is increasing very much. So we got several benefits. Slight increase in proteins, increase in dietary fiber, and very significant increase in the oxygen antioxidant property. So this is a color just to see for you, just raw sea buckthorn pomace, the lipophilic compounds, which are very good for different applications, but I'm not talking about lipophilics today, and the pomace after extraction of lipophilics and polyphenolics. So this is black color. Of course, that doesn't look very nice because we are using these simple machines. Also, when you bake bread in the good conditions, so we obtain quite nice loaves of bread. So sensory properties, so see, not so different compared to yeah, it is quite different compared to the bread without pomace. There are some very odor notes, odor intensity is increasing, but generally the quality becomes quite acceptable, even when we apply up to 10% of pomace. Now that's how breads to be fatted Gelder roseberry pomace look like. So again, protein increase is not so big because Gelder roseberries, they do not contain so much pomace. So to conclude, so mayberry foods be seriously considered as a source of plant origin proteins. So I would say, why not? So particularly considering sustainability, green technology issues. So finally, I would like to invite you to visit our city, Kaunas, some pictures. And there is very nice reason, because Kaunas this year is European Capital of Culture. And thank you very much. Some people of my team who've been involved in this study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions? Okay, no questions. So thank you so much, sir. Now we will proceed with next part of this session, that is oral presentations. So,
Lavleen, Dr. Yang is there. Is Dr. Yang in the meeting? I have one question for him actually, if he is in the meeting.
no, ma'am, I think Dr. Yang left the meeting.
Then we'll be sending email to him, so you can continue with the next part. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so next presenter is Meghna Tripathi. Meghna,
Yes,
are you
thank you.
present?
Dr. Lavi, 1 minute. Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Ramintas. It was a wonderful presentation, lot of information for all of young scientists. And I'm sure that everybody got the benefit out of this presentation. I really, once again, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am inviting your students to join master course in our university. I always have some students from India, and some work has been done by one of my former student from India as well.
That's great. Yes, Dr. Lavleen?
Okay, sir. Okay, so next presenter is Meghna Tripathi. Okay, so I think she is not joined yet. After that, Shafat Ahmed Khan. Okay, so Meghna have some technical issues.
Dr. Lavleen, we have to inform the IT team to unmute Meghna to give rights, sharing rights to Meghna. Meghna, can you start the session?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay. Meghna, please share your screen.
Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Can I start?
Yes, sure.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Meghna Tripathi, BSc Medical Biotechnology student from Amity Institute of Biotechnology. My research work is based on phytoconstituents of fruit processing agro waste and their antioxidant potential for use in nutraceuticals. So starting with the presentation, as we know that on daily basis, large scale of waste are generated from food and fruit industries and are discarded into the environment. These waste can get accumulated in huge tons in the environment, causing pollution. Talking about these waste, especially the fruit processing industry waste, they include many essential phytoconstituents which can have potential to be used in nutraceuticals. So the objective of our research is basically to produce the best out of these fruit waste, and the fruit waste like pomace residues, peels, seeds, etc. contains various biochemicals such as polyphenols, antioxidants, etc. The polyphenols are known to exhibit properties like anti-inflammatory, anti-allergic, anti-carcinogenic, etc. These are also linked to antioxidants. These antioxidants play a major role in body defense mechanism against free radicals. Thus, it prevents oxidation process and prevent associated diseases. In our research work, we mainly focus to work on citrus sources and that are with orange and quinoa peels and their pomace residues, and also with pomegranate samples. These samples were analyzed for their biochemical compositions, total phenolic content, essential oil, and antioxidant activities. We extracted the essential oils from fruit peels of orange and quinoa by hydrodistillation method, and for this process we need to we need to pack the plant material in a still and put a sufficient quantity of water to the still, and it is brought to a boil. Alternatively, light steam is injected into the plant charge. Due to the influence of hot water and steam, the essential oil is freed from the oil glands in the plant tissue. The vapor mixture of water and oil is condensed by indirect cooling with water. From the condenser, the distillate flows into a separator where oil separates automatically from the distillate water. And other than this, we also perform the total phenolic content by following calorimetric method using gallic acid as a standard, and we prepared various concentration of the extract, and they were measured at 760 nanometer. And we also measured the antioxidant potential of the different waste samples uh, by using DPPH method, and the absorbance was measured at 570 nanometer. The DPPH in oxidized form gives a deep violet color in methanol, and then when an antioxidant compound donates the electron to DPPH, it causes its reduction, and it reduced to form its color changes from deep violet to yellow. DPPH solution shows strong absorbance at 517 nanometer. So these scavenging of DPPH free radical determines the free radical scavenging capacity of these test samples, which shows its effectiveness, prevention, interception, and repair mechanism against injury in a biological system. Talking about the result of the research, the total phenolic content showed a range of 127.22 mg per g to 364.1 mg per g in orange peel, and 136 to 328.6 mg per g in quinoa, and 35 to 90 mg per g in pomegranate. And also the antioxidant activity were found to be maximum in methanolic extract of both orange and pomegranate samples in compared to acetone extract. These fruit waste contains good amount of essential oils, polyphenols, and are good source of antioxidants. Thus, concluding it, there's a lot of various chemicals can be extracted from these huge piles of waste by simple processing, and these extracted phytochemicals can be further used to develop various plant-based products. There is way more potential in these agro waste, which when discovered can be very beneficial in nutraceuticals. Thus, the replacement of these waste as raw materials for nutraceuticals and functional food industry will ultimately manage the waste and also reduce the burden on the environment. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Shafat Ahmed Khan. Shafat, are you present? Okay, then next is Hans.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, Hans. Okay, then share your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, I'll do. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, it's not. Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nidhi Hans. I'm from Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi. So today I'll be presenting on the extraction and characterization of sulfated polysaccharide from brown macroalgae using green technologies. So we have extracted compounds from macroalgae. So macroalgae basically, they are commonly known as the seaweed, and they are abundant in bioactive components. They are classified into three categories, which are red macroalgae, green macroalgae, and brown macroalgae, and they are reported to possess a wide range of bioactivities such as antimicrobial, antifungal, anti-cancer, antiviral properties. So therefore, they can be exploited in various applications such as cosmeceutical, pharmaceutical, and nutraceutical industries. So these are the compounds which are present in macroalgae. They are highly rich in lipids, proteins, carbohydrates, pigments, vitamin, minerals, and bioactive components. So current scenario of macroalgae is there are approximately 20,000 species of macroalgae in worldwide, and out of which India possesses approximately 850 species, out of which 434 species are of red macroalgae, 194 species are of brown macroalgae, and 216 species are of green macroalgae, and they are produced by the topmost countries which produce macroalgae are China, Korea, Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, Russia, and Italy. And in India, currently 2,500 tons of macroalgae is produced, and they are aiming to increase the seaweed production to 11.5 lakh tons in coming 5 years. And globally, seaweed production is 12 to 15 USD dollar, and they are expected to grow to USD $26 billion by 2025. So here you can see some images where self-help group women are employed in production, collection, and harvesting of these macroalgae. So top 5 macroalgae which are cultivated in India: Laminaria, Porphyra, Undaria, Echomia, and Gracilaria. and they are basically cultivated and harvested on the coastal areas of Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Goa. So there are various applications of macroalgae, and they can be used as a food in many countries like Japan, Korea, and China. They are used for human consumption, and they are used in the preparation of salads, soup, jellies, and vinegar. And the common species which are used for the preparation of food are Porphyra, Gracilaria, Caulopeira, and Sargassum. They are also used as the fodder for the cattle feed, and they are also used for the in aquaculture to feed fishes. They are used as the manure, as they are highly rich in minerals, macro and micro elements, which are required for the growth of plants. They are used as the manure, and also they are also used as the medicine, as they have multiple bioactive properties, biological properties. So they are used in curing various diseases. They are also used as the raw material, like they are rich in polysaccharides. So they are currently employed in the manufacture of toothpaste, soap, shampoos, cosmetic, milk, ice creams, and etc. And some of the polysaccharides which are used in the food processing, I have they mentioned below. This agar is a polysaccharide which is present in red macroalgae, and it is widely used in culture media, packaging material, preservation of foodstuffs, dairy industries, cosmetic industries, and pharmaceutical industry. Another polysaccharide which is present in red macroalgae is carrageenan, which is employed in food industry in the manufacture of sausages, corned beef, meatballs, ham, preparation of poultry, fish, chocolates, dessert gels, ice creams, etc. And another polysaccharide, alginate, which is present in brown macroalgae, is used in foods, pastry filling, syrups, bakery icings, and etc. And macroalgae, they are also used as the biological treatment of waste, as it has unique bioaccumulation capacity. So it can also be used to treat the industrial wastes. So in my current research, I have used different green technology to extract some of the bioactive compounds present in the macroalgae. We have collected some macroalgae from Tamil Nadu, and then we have utilized the extraction techniques, green extraction techniques, namely supercritical CO2 extraction, ultrasonic assisted extraction, subcritical water extraction, enzyme assisted extraction, and then compared the yield with organic solvent extraction. So in conventional soxhlet extraction, we have used this soxhlet apparatus, which is visible on the right side of my screen. This is a soxhlet extraction apparatus which is used for the isolation of compounds, and in this we use different organic solvents according to their polarity, like hexane, petroleum ether, benzene, toluene, chloroform, acetonitrile, ethanol, methanol, acetone, and water are used to extract the desired compounds. Although we know this method is like very cheap and very easy to execute, but all these solvents are used which can cause toxicity to health and environment, and it also takes long execution time, and intensive distillation energy is required to separate the solvents from the desired products. Therefore, we have used some green technologies to extract active components. So first we have used the supercritical CO2 extraction method. So it is used for separation and extraction of chemical compound of interest from the sample, and supercritical fluid state occur when the fluid is above its critical temperature and pressure. So below this, you can see this figure where this pressure temperature phase diagram is shown, and above a particular temperature and pressure, a fluid attains its supercritical properties, so that easily it can diffuse through the solid like gas and can dissolve material like liquids. So there are many fluids which can be used for the supercritical extraction, namely ethene, water, methanol, carbon dioxide, ethane, nitrous oxide, and many more. But the commonly used fluid is carbon dioxide, because it is like very eco-friendly, and it is recognized as safe by Food Drug Administration. It is inexpensive, non-toxic, non-flammable, it's odorless, it's inert, does not react with your desired product, can be easily removed from the product, and it also allows the thermally labile compounds extraction even at the low temperature. So this is the supercritical unit shown on the left side of the slide, and how it works. On this right side, you can see there is an extraction cell where we keep our sample within, and then supercritical like CO2 is supplied and it passes through the cooler or the chiller where it gets solidified, and then it passes through the pump to attain the pressure, and then in the extraction cell the extraction happens at the particular temperature and pressure, and then we can collect the sample from the collected vessels. Then the another green technology which we have used in our research is subcritical water extraction. In this, the only fluid which we use the water, and this water is kept at a pressure which is greater than its boiling point, but it's below its critical temperature, that is 374 degrees Celsius. And here, when we increase the temperature, the dissociation of water takes place, and there is an increase of hydronium and hydroxide ion, which allow the water to act as an acid or the base, which enables the solubilization of less polar compounds. Here we can see in this right side of the image, where as we increase the temperature, the non-polar, like this acidic nature of the water increases, and it can allow to soluble the less polar compounds also. So in our research, we have used all these green technologies to extract the bioactive compounds. Especially, we have used the supercritical CO2 to extract the lipids, and then we have used the subcritical water extraction to extract the protein from our biomass, which we have collected from the coast of Tamil Nadu. And then we have compared it with the conventional technologies, and we have found the enhanced yield with the enhanced quantity and quality of the product was found. As my this work is not yet published, so I'm not showing any results. Thank you so much. Any question, query?
Any questions, students? Okay, no questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now I would like to sum up this session. So first lecture was delivered by Professor Yang, who discussed about the different seafood groups and plant-based fish analogs. After that, Dr. Alka provided us some valuable information about the opportunities and limitations of these groups. Then at last, Professor Venskatonis discussed about the eco-innovative technologies for extraction of proteins from different sources. He also discussed about the possibilities of the utilization of different dairies as the source of plant-based proteins. And after that, we have 2 oral presentations. So I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the session for their presence and contribution. And now I would like to request Dr. Mehndi to kindly give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. So now, on behalf of MIT Institute of Food Technology, I would like to express vote of thanks for this.
Mandeep, 1 minute.
Yes, sure, sir.
Yes, Professor Ramantas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, we look forward to our next interaction soon. I would like to have some collaborative research. So we'll sometimes we'll meet on MS Team. Some collaborative work we can plan for with your institute and my institute.
Yeah, surely. So we can discuss this issue. So we are very open for international cooperation. So also now our university is involved in so-called consortia of European universities. Not only, so we have partner also in Mexico. So this is a consortia. So when we are going to develop joint degrees, so of course we are open to cooperate with the universities from India as well.
So we'll discuss with that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Dr. Mandeep, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank Professor Ramanta for chairing this session. Thank you so much, sir. I thank our esteemed invited speakers, Professor Yang and Dr. Alka Joshi for sharing very informative sessions. Also, I would like to thank all the participants of oral presentations and the audience for taking time to be here. I hope you must have got benefit from this session. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the next session will begin at 1 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mandeep.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sir.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
IT team, now we have to start at 1. So I think we can stop recording the session. So all the participants, please stay in the session itself. So we'll now start at 1 p.m.
Don't log out. Don't log out.
Thank you so much. You can have a short break actually.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
IT people can stop the recording. You can pause the recording for just 15-20 minutes.
IT sir. Dr. Meena, the backdrop is not coming, no problem.
Yes, sir, I'm just trying.
It's there now. Now we can start. Yes.
Can we start now?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. On behalf of AIST, I welcome you on the day 2 of technical session 6 of 5th International AMIFOST 2022 on food sustainability, challenges and opportunities for the future. Today, we'll be starting with technical number 6. Theme is food diversity and food security. Now, I would like to welcome our coordinator for the session, Dr. Meena Kumari, to kindly introduce the theme to the participants and the presenters. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunan. A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Meena, and I would like to welcome you all in the technical session 6. Our theme is food diversity and food security. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Somesh Sharma from Sunni University. Our invited speakers, Dr. Indradeep Bhatt from GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment and Dr. Sapna Langyan from ICR and the PGR. Food diversity and food security, which is our theme, is a subject in which we all should be deeply interested because the concern for food security is a cornerstone in the development process for every country. Biodiversity is the key factor for the achievement of food security and improved nutrition, and hence we need a better recognition and valuation of the role of biodiversity as it enhances food security, and therefore we invited our distinguished speaker to talk on this theme and enlighten us with their depth knowledge. With this brief introduction about the theme, I would like to introduce our chairperson of the session, Dr. Somesh Sharma, who will be talking on food diversity and important strategy for achieving food security and sustainability. Dr. Somesh Sharma is an alumnus of Dr. Y.S. Parma University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. He is currently working as professor in the School of Bioengineering and Food Technology, Sunni University. His chief interests lie in food processing, food fermentation, food industry, waste utilization, post-harvest management of horticultural crops for sustainable development of the rural population residing in the Western Himalayan region. Presently, he is working on probiotic juices from different temperate fruits using micro-encapsulated cultures of probiotic strains. Dr. Sharma has more than 42 research papers in different national and international journals, 13 review papers, 5 manuals, booklets, and pamphlets, 17 chapters, and presented papers in 20 national and international conferences.
Besides this, he is also the reviewer of various national and international journals and a member of various societies of national and international importance. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Somesh Sharma to kindly chair this session. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are muted.
Sir, please unmute yourself here.
So a very good afternoon to all the guests, dignitaries and participants who are attending this session on food diversity and food sustainability. As everybody knows that food diversity is a very important topic at this time, keeping in view the sustainable development goals. And in that case, food plays a very important. So in this case, first of all, I would like to thank the AMIFOST 2022 organizing team, Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor, Head of the MIT Institute of Food Technology for giving me this opportunity in this session. So I think without wasting time, I should introduce our first speaker of this particular session. So let me introduce you to the first speaker, an eminent scientist, Dr. Indra D. Bhatt, who will enlighten us with the diversity of white eatables in the Indian Himalayan region to address nutritional and food insecurity. Dr. Bhatt is MSc PhD in plant science and has more than 20 years of research experience in different positions. Presently, he is working as scientist staff and head, Center for Biodiversity Conservation and Management at GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment. He has a wide experience of working with multidisciplinary, multinational team of scientists and currently working as lead author for cross-chapter paper on mountain and food, fiber, and ecosystem products. He's also a member of IPCC working group. He's a member of Commission of Ecosystem Management of IUCN and was an elected sanctional president of Environment Science Section of 106th Indian Science Congress 2019. He has published over 160 publications in peer-reviewed journals and book chapters. His work is largely focused on conservation and sustainable use of Himalayan biodiversity. So now I request our worthy Lenin first speaker, sir, to kindly start the session, please.
So thank you, Dr. Somesh Sharma ji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So my screen is visible.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Kindly.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. And I am very thankful to organizing committee of this conference for inviting me to deliver a lecture on food diversity and security. This is very timely initiatives when the world is looking for addressing food and nutritional security. In this connection, I am presenting on diversity of wild edibles in the Indian Himalayan region, a potential nutritional and food security. So as you know, the food and nutritional security has become one of the major issues all across the world, and India is no exception. If you look the data, around 80% rural and 70% urban population of India is thriving on low caloric intake. Further, if you see, food and nutritional insecurity became a serious challenge in the Himalayan regions, and around 30% population is facing the threat of food security. If you see the Hindu Kush Himalaya, around 50% populations are facing the malnutrition. And more interestingly, if you see, the women and children are most affected. So how we can basically that address that food security? So food and nutrition security means if you have a availability of food, if you are accessible to that food, if you have an adequate quantity of food, and if that food is acceptable by the society, so then we can say we are secure from the food and nutritional security. If we look at the present status, so there is a ever increasing economy, but at the same time decreasing resource base. If you see the number, only 20 species of plants and 5 species of animals are sustaining 90% of humanity. Or we can say that they are fulfilling the food demands of 90% human beings. Only 3 cereals, they are fulfilling the nutritional security, like a calorie intakes of a 49% of the human populations. If you see, we have around 20,000 wild species, but their contribution is a very small 0.1% of economic value.
But sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yes.
but your slides are not moving.
Not moving.
Yeah. So I think you can share it on slide share, then it would be better.
Okay. Okay. I will stop that sharing and then I will again share it.
You can start with the slideshow. I think that would be better.
So slide share.
Let me again start sharing, then we can put on the slide share mode.
Okay. This is now it is visible.
Yeah, now
Yes,
the slide
now
is
it's visible. Yes, now it's visible.
Moving? Not moving.
So again, not moving. I think you can go to the next slide, then it will be visible for now. Please go to next slide.
Not moving.
Not moving. Sir, will it be possible for you to share the presentation so that we can?
So in that email? Okay.
Yes, sir. In the conference email.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, sir.
I'll see. Yeah, I have shared with your
Okay,
email.
sir. Okay. Yes, sir. I have received. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, okay, no problem. Okay. So shall I start from the beginning?
No, sir. We can start from here.
Okay.
You can continue, sir.
From here. Okay. So if you see, the food and nutritional security has become one of the major issues all across the world, and India is no exception. If you see the data, around 80% rural and 70% urban population of India is thriving on low caloric intake. If you see the Indian Himalayan region, around 30% population is facing the threat of food security. Further, if you go beyond the Himalaya, in the Hindu Kush Himalaya, 50% of populations, they are basically facing the malnutrition. And more interestingly, here, if you see, the women and children are most affected groups. So, food and nutritional insecurity, if you can define that. So, definition can say that when all people at all time do not have access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to maintain a healthy and active life. So then we can say this is a food and nutritional insecurity. But if you can change it to security, so there should be the availability of that food to all, accessibility in an adequate amount and acceptable by all the society. So if we are that fulfilling those four conditions, availability, accessibility, adequately and acceptable, then we can say we are secure from the food and nutritional security. Next please. If we look at the present status, there is ever expanding demands of economy. The economy is ever expanding, but at the same time there is a resource base are decreasing. And here we can say that all 90% of human beings, they are sustaining only from the 12 species of plants and 5 species of animals, means they are fulfilling the food needs of the 90% of human beings. And 3 cereals crops, they are giving calorie intake to 49% of the human beings. But at the same time, we have around 20,000 species of wild species, which at present they are neglecting, are only contributing 0.1% of the economic value. So this is the resource base which we can harness for their potential for the food and health care. So we can go for the organic food, native land disease we can use, wild edibles we can use, and novel biomolecules we can extract from those wild edibles. Next, please. If we see the wild edibles, and I can say that we can use wild edibles as an alternative source of the food and nutritional security. If you see the importance of the wild edibles, they can be used in the food and nutritional security. They are a source of functional nutraceuticals and cosmeceutical supplements. They can be a sustainable food. They can be a potential source of natural antioxidants. They are using as a traditional and folk medicines. They are a source of income in rural community, and they are also an excellent source for biodiversity conservation. If you see the data, basically they are using in the functional food, nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, cosmeceuticals. And if you see the demand in the market, if you see the market of those components, like those bioactive ingredients, so that is exponentially increasing. If you see the data of 2018 for the functional food, so that was 68.60% that time in 2018, and that is expected to reach around $94.21 billion in 2023. And similarly in case of nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, cosmeceuticals cases. Next, please. So, but there are some facts of the wild edibles, like the consumption of the available literature indicated that consumption of 5 to 6 different fruits and vegetables per day is sufficient to complete the nutritional requirement of the body. It means that our body need a diversity of the mineral contents for maintaining our health. And another literature say that the marginal lands in hilly area, native fruit crops are better option for getting dietary diversity. And further, if we analyze those data, so the income and individual trades in the wild resources is estimated to reach around $90 billion per annum. And in India alone, the livelihood of around 6 million people are maintained by the harvest of wild edible. So these facts, basically, these show how important are wild edibles for maintaining the nutritional and food security. Next, please. When we talk for the diversity of the wild edibles, so when you look for the diversity, around 20,000 species of edible plants are reported across the globe. And these are some of the regions where diversity of wild edibles are found. The maximum 1,500 species that is found in the central and west part of Africa, means the Africa continent that is rich of the wild edibles plants. In spite of such a diversity, potential of those wild edibles is yet to be harnessed, considering that they are delicious and nutritious. Next, please. And if you see the diversity in the Indian Himalayan regions, there are around 675 species, and most of those species are found in the different taxonomic group like angiosperm, gymnosperm, pteridophyte, fungi, lichens, and maximum species they represent in the angiosperm group, and most of them are herbaceous. Around 285 species are the herbaceous plants. So these are the data from the Indian Himalayan region, which shows, so we have a lot of diversity of the wild edibles plants. Next, please. If we see the diversity along the biogeographic provenance, West Himalaya represent maximum 344 species, followed by the East Himalaya, Central Himalaya, and Trans-North West Himalaya. Alone in Sikkim Himalaya, rural market involved some 140 tons of wild edibles plants and generated around 15 lakhs per annum by selling of those wild edibles. And this is only one case, and there are many such cases where wild edibles are the source of income of the rural people. Next page. When we consider the distribution diversity of the wild edible along altitudinal gradients, so we have found that 1,000 to 1,500 meter showed maximum diversity of wild edibles among the Himalayan state. Uttarakhand, followed by Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, support the richest diversity of wild edibles. Next page. If you see the nutritional status of wild edibles, they are rich source of different nutrients. For example, protein, fat, and carbohydrate are the major nutrients for growth and development, antibody formation, fuel source of cells and tissues, and essential nutrients to ensure best possible health. All these are found in the wild edibles in the good quality. For example, ficus and cibothone, they show the 27 to 72% carbohydrate. Similarly, juglans and marica species, those both are wild edible, they show 90 to 15% proteins. And similarly, for the fat content and fiber content, these wild edibles, they are rich of those contents. Next page. And if you see, I am giving the one of the example of Morchilla esculenta, that is one of the locally known species found in the high altitude Himalaya, and it is one of the important fungus of high altitude Himalaya, presently selling at the rate of 8,000 rupees per kg, and it is a source of different nutrients. And if you see the nutrients diversity within this Morchilla esculenta, it is a source of polyphenols, organic acid, vitamins, fatty acid, amino acid, nutraceuticals, and minerals. So this much diversity we can get from the single edible plants from the forest. Next page. And similarly, if you see the wild edibles, they are the best known for their health care, and different products are in the market presently. For example, bayberry powder is used in respiratory wellness and ulcer healing. Barberries is used in the curing diabetes, and recently BGR34 is available in the market, and where that BGR34 they contain barberries is one of the ingredient. And similarly for another species like Bahunia variegata, that is used in the thyroid, Barberries bulgari, that is in a gout, and similarly other species, they are basically using in the preparation of the different products, and those products are available in the market. Next page. In spite of the fact there are several research gaps in the wild edibles study, and some of these are, so we don't know how much wild stock do we have. So unavailability of a wild stock are there. We do not have a data on the how to identify the elite germ plant. So we are basically lacking behind this. We do not have a post-harvesting processing methods, because most of the species are low shelf life, and we do not have a propagation techniques of those wild edibles. We are not aware about the nutritional and nutraceutical values of most of the wild edibles, and value addition of most of the wild edibles is poorly known. Next page. So basically what we need to do, how we can promote those research in those wild edibles, and how we can mainstream those wild edibles in for our livelihood, for addressing our food and nutritional insecurity. So in my opinion, we can link with the wild edibles with the livelihood. If we can link those wild edibles with the livelihood, certainly we can promote for them for the conservation. And this is the example of different species. If we can use them for preparation of the pickles, so how much expenditure and how much income the rural inhabitants can get. So these are some of the data which we have carried out in our institutes, and here we have found that value addition like a pickles, juice, and other things. So if we can do at a small levels, we can certainly link those with the livelihood. Next, please. if we basically further what we can do and what we need to do, we need to evaluate the nutritional and nutraceutical potential of most of those wild edibles. If you talk about the Indian Himalayan region, we have a base of a 675 species, and very few of them are known for their nutritional and nutraceutical potentials, because we do not have a data. Very few species, the data of the very few species we have available. We do not know the value addition. We don't have a technique how to incorporate those in the product development, and how we can promote the products in the market as a natural products. We do not have data on those aspects, and therefore if we can do some of the research on these aspects, we can promote those wild edibles for the product development. And this is the example of Prespia utilis, one of the wild edibles, and seed of that species are used in the different cosmeceuticals products, and these products are available in the market for curing several diseases. Like that product is used for the body lotion, nourishing shampoo, face and body oil, skin hydrating serum, and these type of products are basically available in the market. And for if we can use other plants also in a such type, developing such type of products, we can basically link it with the livelihood. Next stage. Further, we need to basically optimize the extraction process for improving the yield on the wild edibles, because we do not have a data. We do not have a detailed chemical analysis. We cannot identify and characterize of active what type of active biomolecules are present in those wild edibles. We don't know. We need to identify the elite germ plant. We need to optimize suitable growth condition and habitat for restoration of those species. And we need to optimize standardize the harvesting time for recovery of optimal accumulation of metabolites. And this type of research, if we can do, certainly we can get the desired, basically desired quality of the products from those wild edibles. And this is the one of the case of the Rubus ellipticus, how optimization process can help in improving the extraction yield of the total phytochemicals, HPLC, polyphenolics, and ascorbic acid, and antioxidant activity. And this is the one of the example we carried out in our laboratory in the wild edibles. Next, please. And this is another example of identification of elite individuals, as how we can identify the elite population and elite individual on the basis of their anthocyanin and ascorbic acid content. And this is the example in the Rubus ellipticus, which can further be used in variety improvement, mass multiplication, cultivation. And here you see the that RE1, that is population 1 and population 8. Basically, those are not population; those are the individuals of genotypes of the Rubus ellipticus, and they are basically elite genotypes. RE1, RE7, and RE8, and those elite genotypes can further be utilized for the variety improvement, mass cultivation, and other such type of studies, which can further be that promote that Rubus ellipticus for the conservation. Next, please. Further we can use some of the modern technology for the mass multiplication, and this is the case of the Barbaria Lycium, where we can use tissue culture for the mass propagations of the Barbaria Lycium, because this is one of the endemic plants of the one of the wild edibles of the Indian Himalayan regions. And if we can propagate, or if you can mass multiply the elite individuals, so certainly we can that achieve our goal for the conservation of the wild edibles. Next, please. We can also use the tissue culture and sub in vitro techniques for the production of secondary metabolites. And this is the case of Habanero argyrothai, one of the ingredients of Chyawanprasha, one of the ingredients of Ashtavarga group, which is used in the preparation of Chyawanprasha. And here, if you see, if we compare with the that wild tuber with the different MEJ treated plant, MEJ treated callus and BA treated callus, and if you see the that callus which is treated with the different hormonal combination and different growth regulators, that produced much higher polyphenols or much higher antioxidant activity than the wild one. Next page. And further, we need basically, we can that aware diverse group of stakeholders for providing the importance of wild edibles, and particularly focusing on such school students and teachers as they are the young and vibrant. We can teach them, we can appreciate them, and we can nurture them for connecting them to basically propagating message for promoting wild edibles. And this is our way where we are basically working with the school students for particularly for the conservation of biodiversity, and we are trying to connect them with the nature so that they can conserve their biodiversity, they can connect with the biodiversity, they can conserve with the biodiversity, they can think for the biodiversity, because biodiversity is precious, and in such case wild edibles is one of the important basically component for one of the important component for that addressing food and nutritional security. Next please. And finally, we can promote the restoration, promote the wild edibles for restoration purpose, and we can plant them for restoration in degraded lands, and that can basically help in that generating livelihood, that can help in providing the raw material to the different pharmaceutical, cosmeceutical, nutraceutical industry. And if we can be success in that, so certainly we can address the food and nutritional security through that promoting wild resources. So thank you so much. So this is all.
So thank you very much, Dr. Indabhat sir. It's a very informative talk, and surely I think if we want to make security of food, then definitely we have to look out for these edible fruits also, or edible commodities too, because we have a huge biodiversity in Himalayan region, and if we can preserve these all, then definitely we can attain that food security and nutrition too. So thank you very much for your session. So any questions, Modi sir, if you have any questions, please.
We are a bit late, so we'll take up the questions in the last.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
We can start with the next speaker, please.
Okay, sir. So I think the next talk is by myself itself. So I will be sharing my slides over here. Now, are the slides visible?
So they are visible. Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, a very good afternoon to all the participants, dignitaries, and other members who are present over here. So the topic on which I'm going to deliver my talk today is on food diversity, an important strategy achieving food security and sustainability. So before that, we always talk of sustainable development goals. But I think it is very important to know that what are those sustainable development goals. So these are basically the global goals. And in the year 2015, UN made a universal call for ending poverty and protecting the planet. At that time, around 195 nations, they joined and they agreed that they should work on some common agenda for the betterment of life. And to achieve this, they will also bring together their governments, their businesses, media, higher education institutes, and local NGOs. And in that time, 17 different goals, they have been come into existence, or they decided that if we work on these 17 different goals, we can achieve that sustainability, environment sustainability, and economic sustainability. So when we talk of our food technology, this goal is basically comes under Sustainable Development Goal 2, which says that end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition for sustainable development. So before that, it is also important to know that what is the current scenario where we are presently. So nearly, if you look out at the current scenario, nearly 690 million people, or 8.9% of the world population, is hungry. Around 135 million suffer from acute hunger. And that is largely due to the man-made conflicts, climate change, and economic downturns. Even if you look out for the COVID-19, at that time also, this pandemic, it doubled the number, putting an additional people at risk of suffering acute hunger. And if the recent trend continues, the number of people affected from hunger would surpass 840 million by 2030. So it would be very difficult to achieve that target or that standard or SDG 2, that is zero hunger by 2030. So a profound change of the global food and agriculture system is needed if we are to nourish the people who are hungry today. And that can be attained by increasing the agriculture productivity, food diversity, and sustainable food production, which can help in removal of that hunger. So now, one more thing is very important, that we talk of food insecurity. But how we can measure that food insecurity? So when we talk of food insecurity, so we can say that the food, when we have a lack of regular access to enough safe and nutritional food. And according to FAO, they have measured this food insecurity according to FEES, that is Food Insecurity Experience Scale. So they said that there may be complete food security where we have adequate access to the food, or we may have moderate food insecurity where the people, they have food, but the quality and quantity of that food is not very good, I would say. Then we have severe food insecurity where the person is not able to get a food for one day even. So on that basis, this food insecurity has been measured. So now, what would be the reason for that? You can see the climate change is one of them. And presently there is a lot of changes in our climatic conditions too. Then the growing global population. So population is also increasing. Food prices, they are also rising. And even the environmental stresses, they are also there. And they lead to this food insecurity. Now it is important to know that how we can achieve food security ultimately. Because if food remains unsecure, we will be hungry in that case. So how we can achieve that food security? So there are 4 dimensions of this food security. That is the availability. Food availability means that sufficient quantity of appropriate and quality food is available for domestic production. So if we have to make availability of the food so that it becomes available for all the consumers. Secondly, is the access, that all the people, they have the access for the food. They have sufficient income. They have sufficient adequate income and resources for the purchase of food. Then also we can make this food secure for these consumers. Then the utilization. As you know that in India too, we have lot many losses in fruits and vegetables. We say that around 30 to 45% of the produce, it goes waste after harvest. So in that case, we have to go for proper storage of the commodity, proper processing of the commodity. Then we can make that food available to the consumer. And lastly, the stability, I would say. Stability, that means everybody should have the access and utilization of the food. For example, during the emergencies or during certain crises, we should have sufficient storage systems with us so that we can provide the consumers with the food. Now, let us have a look on the global trends in the agriculture and impact on biodiversity. If you look out what is happening in the present moment, everybody or farmers, they are running after the cash crops only. Along with that, there is no, I would say, the uniformity of production and wider biodiversity destruction is there. That means whatever biodiversity we have with us, we are not working on those lines. We are not preserving those biodiversities, or we are not preserving those commodities. So it is a need that we should work on those lines. The FAO suggests that 3/4 of varietal genetic diversity of agriculture crops has been lost in the past 100 years. So you can see that there is a huge loss of this genetic diversity too. Even diverse and genetically unique livestock species more resilient to emerging diseases are also being lost. And not only that, there is a genetic erosion of our nutritional base. So all these things, they have a great impact on the biodiversity. We must have certain things by which we can preserve that biodiversity. We can make that wild commodities, we can make those, we can utilize that biodiversity for giving food security. So how we can achieve that? The use of plant genetic diversity is essentially for ensuring an adequate and stable supply of diverse food crops, as well as for enhancing nutritional quality. So we have to use that plant genetic diversity so that we can supply the consumers with that particular food. In order to food or even growing population, innovative and acceptable ways of integrating biodiversity conservation and food production need to be identified. That how we can preserve that. And lastly, the nutritional quality of the food crops that also needs to be taken into consideration so that we can utilize this biodiversity for giving our population with sufficient quantity of the food. So these are some of the challenges. So current food production and consumption revolve around cash crops, as I said earlier also. And 1 in 3 people worldwide suffers from micronutrient deficiencies. Because the farmers, they're also working on these cash crops only. And we have a homogeneous diet which we are consuming. So if we utilize that biodiversity, those plants which are in that particular diversity, so definitely we can reduce that malnutrition too. So another thing is, as Dr. Bhatt said in the earlier lecture, that these wild commodities, they have a huge potential. So I have written some of the case studies which are, or some of the data from different countries where the people, they are using the different wild crops for their nutritional needs. So thousands, or I would say that there is a huge demand that we should preserve these different types of the biodiversity, or I would say the wild plants, so that we can make our environment sustainable. We should provide nutritional foods to the consumers. So in that direction, in my opinion, that we as higher education institutions, we can also play a very important role. So I have written some of the points that we can focus on so as to attain this sustainable development goal number 2. That is that we should focus on preservation of agriculture genetic resources. We should carry out comprehensive survey and documentation exercises. Another thing is that agriculture and biotechnological higher education institutions, they should establish certain gene banks of these food crops, which can be used at the later stages. Then we should make efforts to sensitize farmers about the unique traits of indigenous breeds. Another thing is that we should undertake the targeted selection and further development of superior germ plasma, which can be used by the farmers for their commercial production also. And lastly, the HEIs have to make packaging practices for commercial cultivation of these underutilized indigenous crops. Not only that, we are only responsible, but I think the policymakers, they should also think of that how we can achieve this food security. And for that very purpose, I think awareness campaigns that should be carried out on indigenous technical knowledge and indigenous agriculture practices. We have to go for establishment of gene banks. They should go for sensitizing the farmers about the unique traits of indigenous breeds. That will definitely help in achieving food security. So with this, I will stop here only. And thank you very much for the organizing team, Modi sir, Monica ma'am, and all the participants who are here for their kind listening. Thank you very much.
Dr. Meena. Thank you, Dr. Som.
Yes, sir. We are left with one more speaker, Dr. Sapna ma'am.
So
yes, I'm here.
So ma'am, can I call upon Dr. Sapna Nangia?
Yes, can you please unshare the screen?
Yeah, just wait.
Am I audible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Ma'am, actually, we are facing some internet issue from the morning only. From the even in the whole institute, we are not having internet. So I won't be switching on this my video. Otherwise, voice will be break. I'm doing
Okay,
it from
ma'am.
my phone only.
Okay,
Is it
ma'am.
okay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
thank you.
So, Modi sir, can I continue? Can I introduce, ma'am?
Yeah, please, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a very warm welcome to Dr. Sapna Lagyan. She is the third speaker in this particular session, and she is working as a scientist at ICAR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi, India. She holds an experience of more than 11 years in agriculture research, and she aims to contribute towards food and nutritional security of the world and elevating malnutrition through research support. She has written, or she has more than 30 research papers, book chapters, conference proceedings, and many other in reputed national and international journals. She is also editor of many reputed journals, including Frontiers. She has also edited one book on maize, nutrition dynamics, and novel uses, which is published by Springer. And she has also been awarded with many prestigious awards, fellowships, grants throughout her research career by premier science academies like CSIR, ENSA, and by Government of India. So now I request Ma'am Sapna Lagyan to please continue with her talk.
Thank you, organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. The theme is food diversity and food security, and I will be talking in the context of plant genetic resources. Regarding these 17 sustainable development goals, or what we called as SDGs, for mitigating hunger, achieving food security, improving nutrition, and finally promoting the sustainable agriculture. This is the center of the 2030 agenda of the UN goals. If I talk of the statistical data, as others has also described these things, this, according to the FAO, approximately 2.3 billion people are without food or unable to regularly.
Ma'am, your slide. Excuse me, ma'am, your slide is not moving.
Ma'am, I'm just giving introduction.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, continue.
Okay. And or they are not having unable to regularly eat nutritious or balanced diet. 70 to 160 million people are estimated to face hunger during the recent pandemic, and approximately 1/3 of the women in the childbearing age are anemic, while 22% of under 5-year-old children are stunted. All I want to say is that there is still a long way to go. The next point is that the diversification of the food will be the pillar of food security. According to the Eat Lancet report, we are already overburdened with the carbohydrates because the food we like, we always need in the form of starchy or in the form of sugars. So there is a need to include more diverse food to our plates and to our body finally. Regarding the dimensions of agrobiodiversity, there are many phases of agrobiodiversity. The nature has bestowed us with the different type of food, and if we talk of traditional communities, means they are using the nature in a much more better manner than rather than us in the in the modern culture. The diversity, it has many dimensions, like starting from the aquatic system to terrestrial system and many more. So, and what if we talk of ecotourism, if we talk of ecosystem services, insect pest pollination, soil erosion control, or increasing the soil fertility. So what is the impact? So the balance in the nature is always that important for the humanity as well as it is important for the environment. Like if I give you one example, then the ladybird beetle, it feeds on insect pest larvae, and finally it maintains the sustainability of the food system as well. And there are so many more examples for this. If I talk of Indian subcontinent, not only in the context of India, then Indian subcontinent, it is a very high gene-rich center, and there are 4 important parts of that is Himalayas, Indo-Burma, Western Ghat, as well as Sundaland, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. There are these are very genetic diversity is very rich in these centers, and all we need to do is that to identify that genetic diversity as well as including that to our plates is always will be the next point. So do we really need to worry about nutrition like a country in India where we are having n number of food and type of foods available there? The next is we can see that the obesity. See, this obesity has hit in all classes. Suppose it is starting from the resource poor to the rich one, as well as we can see that even in the armed forces where health is always an utmost thing, the obesity has hit to the population. The next. Now we can see the prevalence of diabetes in India and in the world as well. Then we can see the diabetes in India is always an alarming situation. This is a little bit old data, but the new data is all very much scarce or very scaring. And if like in case of anemia, and we can see the India is already in the red zone. The recent NFHS data, we can see then they have given that our adolescent girls are, the data on adolescent girls is really scaring, and they are very much anemic, and we need to think about this. The same is case with the wasting. Then the children having under the age of 5 years, they are having a low height as well as having a low weight as compared to the standard one. Then what is the main reason for happening all these things when the things were a little bit okay in the past, and when the these diseases were not the history, then what has happened now? Then there is a reduction in the physical activities with the technological advances. As well as there is, we can see the current scenario of our food basket and crops. And here you can see in a farm, there is a mixed cropping system, whereas it has purely shifted to the monoculture now. Now, regarding old varieties, these old varieties were healthier as compared to the newer one. Because why? Because in the form of evolution of these production of high yielding varieties, the major focus was on production only, not in the terms of nutrition. Now there was the time when we used to say that the food to mouth, like it is to the mouth now, and we have already produced enough. So what we need now, is to improving the nutrition in terms of minerals, in terms of having high bioactive compounds, like Bhatt sir has already told that. Quality of farm produce has also declined. There are a number of studies they are saying means like providing us a data that this quality of fruit and vegetable has declined. We have there is a decline in the calcium by 27%, iron 37, vitamin A 21, vitamin C 30%. Further, and others as well. However, there is one study on March in 2017. They are saying there is some lower in the nutrients like minerals, etc. But this may be the dilution effect of increasing yield by accumulation of carbohydrates without a proportion increase in certain other nutrients. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he has emphasized a lot on the agriculture as well as on the food and nutrition, and he has told the country to work. Whenever like scientists are having meeting, when he is taking the meeting, he always emphasis on the nutrition and agriculture always. And regarding the talk of one of our ex-prime minister, that he has said that leveraging agriculture for improving nutrition and health is particularly important in developing countries where agriculture is always a mainstay. So how to leverage? The question here is how to leverage these. So we can leverage these through plant genetic resources. In India and the world, there are n number of genetic resources. We are not even touching them, and we are not, most of the people are not even knowing about them, because these are either centered to a particular community, to a particular area, or they're adapted to that particular area also. So these can be done through two ways. Like one is trait discovery. We are evaluating germplasm that is stored in our national collection, as well as collecting from the hotspot centers of the that particular germplasm, and to identify the novel traits particularly available in them. Suppose some germplasm, it can be done in two ways, like identifying different kind of germplasm, and number two is same germplasm having a diverse type of set. Like if I talk of maize, then I can there is a maize having 8% protein, and I have seen maize with more than 18% protein. So there is a diversity, high diversity in the same germplasm also. And second is exploit the plant genetic diversity in the even on the farm within the living system only. We can see there is a lot of diversity, and there is a need to exploit the same. Here you can say the one thing I have already told you, the Eat Lancet report. They have said that we are already overburdened with the carbohydrates. So what all we need to do, that we need to cut on the these starch and sugars, and we need to add more like minerals and like fruit, vegetables, nuts, etc. And there are certain available like pseudo cereals available with us. These recently these have taken a pace, and we come to know that these are very nutritious, and over the period of time we have stopped cultivating these and we have stopped consuming these. So this is another part. And we can see the millets. Recently, millets have been recognized as a superfood, and 2023 will be a year of millets. And these are very highly nutritious as well as like rich in the iron and zinc. The NFHS data, I was telling that regarding our adolescent girls. So these millets can be one of the important thing. And another part is that for diabetic people, these are really very good. This in the Indian food composition table, you can see the comparison of these millets with that of cereals. You can see that these are far better in terms of minerals and other things, even these pseudo cereals as well. This is our national gene bank, and number of these millets and pseudo cereals. These are available with us. We are having enough number of accessions as well as species. Here we have compared millet with millets and pseudo cereals. We have tried to show that how these are nutritionally superior. In terms of rice and amaranth seeds, we can see that protein in amaranth, protein, iron, fat, and ash is high, while in terms of carbohydrates, rice is superior. So all we need to do is we have to cut down these carbohydrates. The similar is the case with maize and ragi. These are the variability in amaranth and the figure millet germplasm collection. This is the work we have done at our lab only, and for nutritional quality traits. And we can see these are having a very wide variability and very good, like these, we have found some high value accessions for these traits, oil, protein, like oil profiling as well, and iron and zinc. These are how we can use amaranth. There are n number of foods amaranth can be used, and there are n number of recipes. So no need to worry about that, how to use that. Next is the buckwheat, like these another pseudo cereal, and it is having a very nutritious, high nutritional quality, and it is having a considerable amount of vitamin B1 and B2, and potassium, magnesium, calcium, iron and zinc are in a good amount. With that of very good oil profiling as well. Buckwheat as vegetable and food grain, we have already told that it can be used as a leafy vegetable as well, and the grains are already used. So every part of the buckwheat can be used. And next is quinoa. And in quinoa, we are having a very good dietary fiber, and protein is again 8 grams. Then calcium, iron, magnesium. Even in the vitamins, it can also be used as a multivitamin. Chenopodium, we have described Chenopodium, 2 Chenopodium album, and quinoa cookies are also available nowadays. We have try to compare the Chenopodium quinoa as well as album. In Indian context, we have seen that the quinoa is having high starch, like album, we can say it is having high fat content is high, and dietary fiber content is also high, and iron content is higher in quinoa. But if I talk of the standard deviation, then some exceptions are of the album is also having good iron content. Next, about role of the genetic resources in increasing food production. If the data from 1950 to 2020, that we can see that food grain, there is a lot of change in the food grain production. I have already described these things, that the production is means like increased many folds, and all we need now is improving the nutrition to many folds. There are many wild edible plants are also available. Like these are used as specialty food, like chi patta, meetha patta, and even soflong is also there. And we have done nutritional quality analysis of these, and we have found that these are really nutrition, and these can be used as a leafy vegetables. Further, we can see these are many more wild edible plants are available there, where you can use a leaf as well as their fruit as well. These are further these wild edible plants. These can be used as oil seed as well as tubers as well as leaf. Some are still in some at Northeast India. We are still facing a problem of these that we are not able to provide the full full requirement of the means like availability is not there, and we are still importing many of these. Here, these are biofortified crop varieties. These are released in India. These are various biofortified varieties. These are released some by ICAR and some by other in collaboration with some other agencies and some other from other agencies. Means like just to improve the nutrition. Suppose in terms of pearl millet, ICRISAT has given having pearl millet having more high iron and zinc, and same in case of like quality protein maize, it is from Vipica salmoda, and this was one of the most important variety released for a maize quality protein. Next is how to exploit these plant genetic diversity. They exploiting, there are like traditional varieties and land races. What I use the word land race. Actually, land races, these are adapted locally, means these are available there only. So there will be no issue of conducting a trial for their adaptations, because all these varieties, or what to say, these land races are already available there, and these are having a very high acceptable taste and aroma. I still remember that when we are taking some land races and when we are eating these cereals, means like in a raw form, then you yourself can see the difference between in their taste. Then they are having means they are nutritionally as well as medicinally rich also. So, and the price is nowadays price is also comparatively fine as we compare with other varieties. So there is a need to exploit these genetic diversity and to make further more varieties which are good in terms of production as well as in terms of nutrition. Now, fruit and vegetables, what we have, I have already discussed this thing, that we are in need of including more fruit, nuts and vegetable in our food so as to combat with this mineral malnutrition and any other thing. So Dr. Bhatt has already described a lot of things. Sir has given many more information on this. So I'll be skipping this. So what will be the way forward? the options available with us are improving this nutrient profile of common crops. And the further, what are the challenges? There are a lot of challenges, like we are having a narrow base, and next is a lack of the tools to assist nutritional breeding, further identification of gene sources, then understanding inheritance pattern, and many more other things. But still, we are having a lot of opportunities as well. Like if we are having a narrow base of crop varieties, we are having a diverse germplasm also available with us. And then by selecting this nutritionally superior germplasm, we can breed for good varieties, which are good in terms of nutrition as well as in terms of yield as well, because these agronomic traits are also very important. Next is the dietary diversification, that is increasing different food crops in the diet. So when we will start growing the diverse type of food, we will also start consuming the diverse type of food. The thing is, because food is such a thing, means import is another thing, but whatever we are growing locally, we are eating that also. So that is also very important. And the major challenges in terms of this acceptability is one of the challenge. Food habits is also one of the challenge, because regarding food habits, these has having a paradigm shift in the food habits, because people just love to have more ready-made food rather than cooking, and means like looking for these high nutritious food. So still opportunities are also there. We can always go for new recipes and food processing technologies, like MSP. Increasing the MSP of particular food is also will be an important thing. And then there is a need to associate with our culture and tradition. See, means when we are working here, and all we can see that moving back to our culture, moving back to our tradition is always beneficial, rather than going forward with the ready-made food or any other thing. So with this, I will stop my presentation, and I will just one thing I will talk in the end, that diversification in terms of we used to have nutri gardens. Now we need to have nutri plate, where we can have all types of food, starting from cereals to vegetables to oil seeds, and then fruits and nuts and all other things, which means we can say a balanced food. A balanced food is will be very important for a balanced mind, balanced body, and a balanced nature. Thank you. Any other suggestion or question will be appreciable.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? They can write in the chat box so that we can take up.
So if there are no questions, I think we should conclude this session. And I have made certain points that we should take into consideration for this food diversity and food sustainability. So the first thing is that we have to increase awareness about the importance of biodiversity for food and agriculture to food security and nutrition, and build the capacity to manage it sustainably. Secondly, we have to conserve the ecosystem, species, genetic diversity that contribute to food security by managing them sustainably at the production system level and by tackling broader threats to their survival. Then another thing is we have to mainstream the sustainable use of biodiversity into development policies and into extension activities. And lastly, it is our duty to promote active networking and exchange of information and knowledge among the scientists, breeders, producers, and other stakeholders if we want to achieve a standard sustainable development goal number 2, that is end hunger. So with this, thank you very much. Over to Dr. Meena, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, shall I conclude? Yes, Sunan, Dr. Sunan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, speakers, for such an enlightening and overwhelming session. Every PPT has given us insight about food diversity and food security. Now, I would like to call Dr. Meena to kindly conclude the session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, all speakers, for your deep and intellectual way of imparting knowledge. Today, we got a lot of information which will truly help us. All speakers had given insight into the topics and revealed some interesting facts. I would like to point out some important facts which has been given by all the speakers, starting with Dr. Indra D. Bhatt. Sir had focused on consumption of wild edibles to address nutrition and food insecurity, which is really very important topic. And he had mentioned very important words, which we were unaware. And he had talked about the demand of bioactive ingredients has increased nowadays. And very important thing which he had mentioned in his slide was consumption of recommended amount of 5 to 6 different fruits and vegetables per day is sufficient to complete the nutrition requirement of the body, which is really very important. And one more thing what he had mentioned is wild edibles are rich in nutrients, various nutrients, which again we were not aware about. And the very important research gap which he had talked is we need to do more analytical part in nutritional regarding nutritional content of wild edibles and its nutraceutical values. That is a very important thing which I have told, and there is really research, that is a big research gap which we need to focus on. And also he had talked about we should do more work on value addition, incorporate incorporate these wild edibles in product development, and promote these products. And also one more thing he told that these products are also, wild edibles are being used in healthcare products. That is really very informative thing. And next, moving to the Dr. Somesh, he had talked about 17 SDG goals that has to be covered. And one very important thing what he have told is it is really difficult to achieve zero hunger. And in this area, we need to think. And he expressed the explained the reason of food insecurity and 4 dimensions of food security, that is availability, stability, access, and utilization. And he talked about the key factor for the achievement of food security and improved nutrition. And the one key factor which is really very important was use of plant genetic diversity, which all the speakers have talked about. So, and he discussed about the role of HCI and policymakers in achieving food insecurity. So next, moving to Dr. Sapna, she had talked about the gene research center in Indian subcontinent. And the very important thing is he had discussed about the severe cases which is rising in case of obesity or diabetes and anemia in India, on which we have to look. And she also explained about the reason why these diseases are prevailing in India, including the reduction in physical activity. And she talked about the quality farm produce has declined in terms of nutritional content. So on this we have to focus on. And she talked about the importance of pseudo cereals, how it is better in terms of nutrient and then compared to other cereal products. And also she discussed about improving nutrient content and crops and dietary diversification to fight against malnutrition. So these are all the important points which have been covered by all the 3 speakers. And which was really informative, and I'm pretty sure that the piece of knowledge our speakers had given us will definitely help us in our studies and in future. So thank you once again all the speakers and everyone attending this session. Now we will move to the next technical session, that is the theme is advances in food formulation and packaging. So over to Mandeep ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Monica, should we proceed with the next session?
Yes, all the speakers for the technical session 7 are lined up, so we can start the session now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone present here. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the technical session 7 of this international conference entitled Food Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunities for Future. The theme for this technical session 7 is Advances in Food Formulations and Packaging. So now I would request Dr. Ashok Pathira, the coordinator for this session, to introduce the theme of this session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for the session, Advances in Food Formulation and Packaging, so I would like to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Srinivas Janaswamy, and who is known as the Dr. Jana. Is a faculty member at the Department of Dairy and Food Science, South Dakota State University, USA. Dr. Jana has more than 25 years of experience, research experience, that constitutes an interdisciplinary at the frontiers between carbohydrate chemistry, physics, material sciences, and life sciences. He leads a research program on functional carbohydrates with an emphasis on the design and development of novel carriers of bioactive compounds. His research also focuses on agricultural residues towards packaging and biodegradable materials and water purification. And Dr. Jana has published around 75 international publications, and he also edited one book and title on the natural polymers for drug discovery. And Dr. Jana has various collaborations and visiting professors at various universities at international level. And today, Dr. Jana will present his thoughts on the cellulose-based functional materials from the agricultural biomass. Students, you can see the green biomass as well. So, thank you, Dr. Jana, for in this conference and for sharing this session.
Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to see you. It's 3:45 a.m. for us at South Dakota, Brookings. So, and so far it was going well. It was a pleasure to listen all the presentations. So I think here we have three presentations, three innovative talks. I think first we have Ben Ma. Ben, are you around?
Hello,
no,
everyone.
Dr. Patra,
Yes,
you
I'm
want
here.
me? Yeah, good. Thank you. Nice, nice. Dr. Patra, can you allow him to share his screen? Then I could introduce him.
I think I can. Now,
Oh,
can you
that's
see
good.
my
That's
screen?
good.
Yes?
Okay.
Great.
Okay. So let me, that's good. Okay. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Ben. If you don't mind, I'll call you as Ben Ma, okay? Ben?
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Ben is pursuing his PhD at Wageningen University in the Netherlands in the area of food processing and engineering, and with an emphasis on adaptive control of extrusion-based 3D printing, food printing, which is really interesting area. And prior joining his PhD, he is a senior R&D scientist, and his professional and personal pursuits are to build upon global responsibility and data-driven research and sustainable system design. Ben, if you don't mind, I have a Pomodoro with you. Our presentation is scheduled for about 20 minutes. I have set for about 18 minutes, so then you will hear the sound, so that gives you an indication that you have 2 more minutes to wrap up your presentation. Is that okay?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay. So I'm starting now. Floor is all yours.
Great. Thank you for the introduction. And as mentioned, I go by Ijo as my official name, but Ben is my nickname. So it's a bit of both. You can refer me as either. Okay. So as being mentioned, I'm from the Food Process Engineering Chair Group at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. So maybe I'll start a little bit about the Food Process Engineering Group at the WAR, so Wageningen University and Research. So in this group, we are a very large group, so doing various subtopics within the theme of food engineering. So ranging from food structuring all the way to protein functionalizations. And I am part of a newly formed a subgroup called Additive Food Assembly. So in this group, we're designing and developing autonomous and adaptive systems that are focusing on essentially this nexus among food, consumers, and machinery and processes. So we're using machine learnings and data-driven methods that can help us to first design smart systems, and then also later to changing them into autonomous production systems. So we're led by Drs. Schulteisers and Zhang. and among a number of PhDs and postdocs. We also have a large number of master students that are working on related topics. And specific about myself, I work on extrusion-based 3D printing. And I like to joke a little bit about this topic, that extrusion-based 3D printing sounds a mouthful of a term, but if you have put toothpaste on toothbrush, you have already done some extrusion-based printing. This is really a mechanism is quite similar, that we will have a fixed syringe that is filled with food materials in this case, and we have a pressure source coming either from pneumatic, so air, compressed air, could be a mechanical piston, or it could be a mechanical screw for continuous extrusion. But regardless of the source of your pressure, food materials all got pushed through a thin nozzle to form a continuous filament. So this filament is then is folded in this three-dimensional space, so that we're fabricating food layer by layer into different designs. And here are some examples that we have printed, such as starch and probiotics infused cookies, etc. And really the goal here is to customize food designs and also empower these on-demand food productions. And perhaps a bit more background about this is food personalizations, and how can we use printed food as a method to personalize food, right? So at the very beginning, or kind of a basic level, we can personalize the appearance of food, right? So imagine a customized birthday cake with special messages on top of it, and that can be achieved by a 3D food printing to tailor towards a specific consumer need. And on top of it, many of these printed structures have infills, right? So they may be solid outside with the shell, but within inside there are infills. That the patterns of these infills can also influence the texture perceptions of food, right? And also it relates to the solid food's porosities, how much of the food is actually composed of air. That with that change, it will change the texture perceptions from consumers. So depending on what consumer needs, we're able to fabricate food accordingly by changing the infills. And the third tool that we have is that with the help of 3D food printing, we can spatially distribute flavors, right? So flavors in traditional sense is always uniformly distributed in the food, but with the 3D printer, we're able to precisely distribute flavor to the given positions. So that can also change the flavor perceptions of food, so that further we can customize the food depending on consumers' need. And the last bit is what we call the 4D printing, right? Changing upon stimulus. So the 3D printing is XYZ directions moving, and the fourth dimension is time. So with the change of time, a certain stimulus can change, and also we can achieve such as these appearance changes or infill changes over time. And then let's look a little bit about a personalization roadmap. Right, so we proposed this in a recent review paper, that there are 3 stages that we designed to think of how to use 3D food printing as a personalization tool. So the first step is really centered around the question, can we print food? Right, so simple as that. Can we design some food inks based on existing formulations? And can we design or modify a food printer from existing printers? So expertise from colloidal science, various aspects of engineering are coming in to support this development. And the next step is then to find applications, right? So we can print food, so what? What can we make with 3D food printing? So these are really expertise that needed from really product development, from process engineering to scale it up, and also to involve sensory scientists, right? So to connect product to consumers and see what really people are wanting from this process. And the third stage, which is kind of an outlook still, that is really the personalization stage, right? So can we use printed food for personalization? And can we really, can consumption of printed food really provide health interventions? And with this, we really need expertise then from consumer science, from marketing, and from public health experts. And here is about where we are, right? We're at the transition between the stage 1 and stage 2. I've shown you some pictures that we can print food. There are some sensor studies being run at our institution and various others that to show that really we can customize food tailored towards consumer needs. But we also face some challenges in this process. And part of it is lack of automation. And this sounds counterintuitive, right? Because we're printing food, it's from a digital design, why it should be an automated process, right? But the problem is that oftentimes we spend much time in this trial and error preliminary phase, right? So we're designing a formula or ink one at a time and changing the parameters one at a time, which generates a lot of material waste and variations. And these material waste and variations are very against the sustainability goal that we're trying to achieve, and also makes the whole process of 3D food printing not sustainable, because it simply takes very long time to develop one of these structures. And during the structure, it also has some high failure rates, so that we also worry about the completion of each of these designs. So, by looking at this, really coming to analyze this, all of these challenges as a whole, right? And one of the core causes of it is what I refer as the curse of diversity of food printing, because simply there are too many food materials and too diverse of a category to print, right? We can print ranging from chocolate to chocolate paste to cheese spreads and to various confectionaries and bakery items. So all of these really have different rheological properties and really have a different printing. You really need different printing parameters, right? And then to sum up kind of the ground challenge of 3D printing towards an adaptive system, it's really that how to adjust parameters and printing to print diverse food materials, right? And I have an example here as a human. A human is this person is trying to do piping, right? So it's essentially a simple cookie printing, right? But the hand and eye coordination of a person can really do a lot of in this process, right? So the pushing, you can feel the resistance from the cookie dough, and you can look at how the material is coming out and adjust in real time of ensuring each of these shapes were nicely printed towards your need. So how can we do this in an automated way? And this is today, I want to talk a little bit about our work, which is we develop a library of camera-based solutions. So cameras now are all on our phones. One phone could have multiple cameras now. So the hardware requirement and the price is going down, which allows us to do a lot with these distributed units, such as food printers. So camera applications and with the help of machine learning models can help us to control printers. And here we have a toolbox of different ways to achieve it. So we can monitor and predict morphology of these food printed food structures. We can measure extrusion rate, and we can also use IR imaging, so IR thermography, to understand the heat transfer process of printing food. And here I'll show you a few examples here that we developed in our lab. So first, camera is a standardized data collection tool, right? I have a very simple example here that this is from a top view camera. What I have is a printed line here, and with the help of an reference object, we can actually isolate this line and conduct several automated measurements. So we can measure the length of the line, the width, and the width consistency to just check whether it's a smooth extrusion or it's a rough extrusion. And we can also do this in a 2D perspective, right? So this is a logo of Wageningen University. And we can see that by visual judgment, there are some defects. For example, the beginning part is a little bit over extruded and some other parts were under extruded. And we're also, with the help of computer vision, we're able to identify these in an automated way and measure these width deviations. And gradually, the more that we measure, the more that we think, there are predictive opportunities, meaning that we can create a training set of the pictures and the printings that we have already done and use them for predictive models. And predictive models are data-driven, so they're built based upon empirical observations. And part of it is that we can use this underlying principle, right? So the measured morphology, so the width, the height, the consistency of the print, it can be written as a rough function of printing parameters and some rheological properties. In here, we chose shear thinning properties. And from this approach, we built a random forest model based on machine learning, and it was tested externally, and it seems to have moderate to high accuracies to predict the overall width of the filament, the height of the structure, and also the consistency of the width. And this work is published last year, so you can find more details in the reference below. It's just introduced one of the ways that we can use camera first as a monitoring tool, and later on to use it also as a predictive tool, because we have enriched data that we can use for training these models. And next, I will switch to a different topic here. That camera can also provide informative measurements, right? So informative measurement in a context of extrusion-based 3D printing can be extrusion rate. So how fast is the material coming out of the nozzle? And this, I have a little GIF on the right, on the left here, that what we're seeing is that we can build a tracking algorithm based on computer vision and to calculate the apparent linear velocity of the flow, right? So, and this flow really tells us a lot that we know food, because of its composition, sometimes it can be compressible in the syringe, meaning that we're not getting an immediate extrusion rate at the beginning of printing. And as demonstrated here, this is real data. So you're seeing that in order to achieve about 40 millimeters per second of extrusion rate, it takes about 2 seconds to do it. And that initial 2 seconds is what we consider as an extrusion latency. And this latency is different per material, per printer, and per printing condition. So it will be very nice so that we have a external calibration method here that we can measure such thing as an input variable to feed forward, using a feed forward approach to determine the printing parameters. And we do have some improvements from it. As you can see on the left, we have the constant printing, which also leaves some gaps here as the red arrows are pointed, and this is caused by the extrusion latencies, right? And with the calibrated printing, we're able to overcome it and to have with minimum gaps, essentially. And why do I care so much about the gaps? Because the gaps on the bottom pictures, gaps would actually create slants, right? And these, in terms of layer stackering, this is also an improvement because the precisely layered layers are stacking very well, so that it maintains the maximum or the intended printing accuracies. So I think I will wrap up here with some conclusions and some takeaway messages, and to think of computer vision in 3D food printing. It's first, as a simple solution, it is a quality assurance tool, right? So we can monitor the printing and provide standardized measurements, non-invasive measurements. We don't have to pick up the samples and do any type of measurements. can just measure it from a distance by cameras. And it's also a digital record keeping tool. So we can keep these records, and that introduces predictive opportunities, right? So the more structured data we have, the better chance that we can predict. And the second point is that it can also use to characterize material variations. So essentially by learning much about the materials, we're actually able to fight some of these curse of diversity, right? So we can design systems that can take all materials and then can adjust its parameter on itself. And we can build these feed-forward controls and to integrated vision controllers. So those are cameras plus the CPU as the controller, and many more, such as IR thermographies and ultrasound imagings, for example. And all of these, coming back to the theme of our group and what we're trying to do, is really that we're providing digital solutions to food problems. And really the significance of it is to improve sustainability, so to minimize material waste and saving formulation times, and also adding flexibilities to food productions, and ultimately to lower the risks of food manufacturers. And with this, I'll conclude. Perhaps could answer one or two questions if there are any.
Perfect on time. So we have 2 more minutes for questions. Good job. So we could entertain 1 or 2 questions. So
right now, Dr. Jan, I think there is no question. And meanwhile, if any participant will have questions and he or she will put into the chat box, we will consider later on.
yeah, it looks like. When are you planning to be around, or you have something else?
I may be not for too long, but okay. I can be around for a little bit.
So maybe if you could be around for about 40 more minutes, because we have 2 more talks, and then hopefully after that we'll have some questions. If you are around, you could take care of them. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now that leaves us to a second presenter, and Professor Ana Sanchez. I think Silva also, sorry, I had to do that. So she hails from, I think, Portugal. One interesting thing about her, when I'm reading her CV, I found out that she holds 2 PhD degrees. Congratulations. So one from Portugal and another one from Spain. That's really interesting. And then the first degree was from pharmaceutical sciences. And then I think second is also from pharmacy. That's really good. And currently she is working as a researcher at the National, you're all able to hear it, working as a National Institute at Agrarian and Veterinary Research, Portugal. And she's also a member of Executive Board of Animal Science Studies at Center, and invited professor at the University, Faculty of University of Coimbra. And she authored several publications. I don't have the number, but the H index is close to about 38. Congratulations. And her research focuses on development of novel packaging, mostly the bioactive and edible packaging. And also she has interest on analytical methodologies, especially mass spectroscopy, and with an emphasis on food bioactives and food contaminants and food packaging migrants. It's a really interesting area. And today, Professor Anne is going to talk about, let me see, I'm sorry, I misplaced my, oh, goodness. You have to, yes, thank you. Food packaging a new era to achieve bigger goals. So floor is all yours. And then, like I said to him, I have a Pomodoro here, and then I set it to 18 minutes. That could give you a reminder that you have 2 more minutes to wrap up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank the kind invitation to be an invited speaker at this conference. And the second thing, I would just like to clarify, I just have one PhD, but I have an European mention also of my PhD. So my PhD was done in Spain, but also because I have done a period abroad, and also I had invited researchers and professors at the jury, I had this European mention also of my PhD. So today I'm going to talk you about the new era of food packaging. So first of all, I just like to talk a little bit of my research institute, which has very different functions, mainly some state functions, like it is one of the national reference laboratories, and also integrates the Portuguese plant gene bank and also the Portuguese animal gene bank, as also some national collections of reference. So we are based in Portugal, and then we have the headquarters of the institute nearby Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, but then we have 14 decentralized centers. And I'm in the center with the number 3, which is nearby the second city of Portugal, Porto. So this is the photo of the institute where I work. So now I would like to present you some new concepts regarding the food packaging. We have to think about different questions like, is it possible to live nowadays without food packaging? How can packaging can improve the quality of our foods? Or does food packaging pose any risks to human health? So when we think about living without packaging, I think nowadays most of us cannot think about it. Why? Because food packaging has a wide range of functions, like basic functions, because it protects the food product, allows to identify the product, also increases food shelf life, and also the food quality. But also it has very good important functions regarding the marketing of the product. We can promote, we can also create a public image of the food. We can easily communicate all the information regarding the food with the use of the labeling. And also we know that the bigger brands, they also invest a lot in the packaging, because they know that a good packaging can allow the product differentiation. So we have here some examples of innovative packaging regarding the design. So if we want to have some eggs, for instance, that seem like very organic, very natural, we can have this packaging that seems like we are taking the egg from the nest. Also, sometimes some packaging is focusing on some groups like children. They want to be attractive for children. But nowadays, the packaging can have other important functions, can also interact with the food in order to prolong even more the shelf life of the products. So we are talking about active packaging. Also, we can have some new packaging that allows to monitor the quality of the packaged product. So we can also have intelligent packaging. So when we are talking about the new trends on food packaging, we can think about the active packaging. When we have this positive interaction between packaging and food. We can have intelligent packaging when we monitor a condition of the packaged product. Also, we can try to substitute and to use bio packaging in order to have, for instance, biodegradable polymers, or also we can use nanoforms in our packaging in order to have new functions or in order to improve, for instance, the properties of the packaging. So within the active food packaging, we have two big groups, the scavengers and the releasers. The scavengers, they will absorb like oxygen, ethylene, humidity, or even unpleasant flavors or odors. Others can also release substances directly to the packaging food or to the environment, to the headspace of the packaging. And these compounds can be antioxidants, antimicrobials, or even flavors or colorants. Now I would like to show you some examples of packaging that we have developed in different projects that we have been involved. One of these projects worked with rosemary extract. Okay, we know that aromatic plants, they have a lot of bioactive compounds with antioxidant and antimicrobial activity. Okay, so we selected rosemary. We know also that these natural extracts have a lot of factors that affect their variability. One of the factors, it is the plant species, but also the part of the plant, also the edapho-climatic conditions, or even the extraction method that we use. So when we do the extraction of the bioactive compounds from an aromatic plant, we shall take in account the solvent we use, okay? Generally, for this purpose, we want food-grade solvents like water, ethanol, or acetone. Also, we have to take in account the ratio between the plant and the solvent. Also, the number of extractions is important. We also must check the influence of light in the activity of our extract. So sometimes light protection is important, as well as the influence of temperature. So generally, we store the extracts at low temperature. So in this case, we incorporated the rosemary extract in a biodegradable film, and we decided to use a film as control, which is a film without any extract, and then we added the extract to the film at different levels between 1 and 5%. We decided to apply this film to cured ham. It was our model food. And then we evaluated hexanal and also the thiobarbituric acid reactive substances assay, okay? So here we have some photos, how we did the packaging of the cured ham, okay? We did vacuum packaging. And then here we have some of the results. So the storage time was 90 days. So here we have the results for the films with different amounts of rosemary extract. And we could find that for the longer storage periods, 60 and 90 days, all the films could reduce the formation of MDA in comparison with the control film. But at the shorter storage periods, in this case 15 and 30 days, the films with higher amount of extract were not as effective as those with 1 or 2% of rosemary extract. Okay, so at the end we could say that in this case, the film with 1 and 2% of rosemary extract was the most effective, okay? And it was curious to check that when monitoring the hexanal content, we have exactly the same results, okay? So sometimes we don't need to add very high amounts of the extract to the film in order to have better results. In this case, 1 or 2% was enough. Then in another project, we decided to develop an edible and active packaging based on whey protein. So whey protein is obtained from whey, which is a byproduct of the dairy industry. So we prepared these films by the casting method, and we decided to test different conditions. So we had a plasticizer. We decided to use glycerol. So we tested different amounts of glycerol. We tested different amounts of the plant extract. Also, for the evaporation of the solvent, we tested different surfaces and also different drying temperatures, okay? So at the end, we decided, here I have the results for the whey protein films containing 1% of rosemary extract. And in this case, we decided to pack salami, okay? So we have the results of the MDA and of the hexanal along different storage days, a maximum of 90 days of storage. So it was nice also to check that with the exception of the storage after 30 days, for all storage times, we obtain lower MDA and lower hexanal content when we were using the active film in comparison with the control film. In another project, we decided to move and to test another plant. We decided to test the tea, the green tea. Okay, we know that green tea has a high antioxidant capacity. Also, we decided to compare green tea from different sources, different suppliers. We compared the antioxidant capacity, then we select the one with highest antioxidant capacity to be incorporated in a polylactic acid film. And we decided in this case to pack smoked salmon. So in this case, we have the results for the PNEZD value and also for the T-bars assay. So it was, in this case, we decided to use or to incorporate 1% of green tea and 2% of green tea to the PLEA metrics. It was interesting to find that we obtain always lower amounts of the PNEZD value or of the MDA level when using the active film, with one exception, which was using 2% of green tea at the longest storage period that we tested, which was 60 days. So it was an interesting result, and this means that in this case, we obtain a pro-oxidant effect, okay? So also in this case, using just 1% of green tea extract was more effective than using 2%, okay? In the last few years, we also have been working with byproducts of fruits. In fact, they are industrial fruits byproducts. We contact a company that produces juices and has also a big amount of fruit byproducts, and they would like to have also, they would like to valorize these fruit byproducts. So we decided to prepare some extracts, okay, with these fruit byproducts. We use ethanol to prepare them because it was a food grade solvent. Then we evaluated the antioxidant capacity of lemon, orange, and apple byproducts, and we decided to select the lemon byproduct. It was the one that, in general, for the 4 tests, 4 assays that we evaluated, it was the one with better results. So we decided to incorporate the lemon extract in a polymer, okay? But then we also wanted to select a model food. So we decided to check the almond, pistachio, and also meat, okay? So beforehand, we decided to just evaluate the MDA value along storage without any packaging. And we found that the MDA value was increasing along 30 days of storage in the case of almond, but this was not happening with pistachio. So we decided to select almond as a model food. And then we did the same with the meat, okay? And but here the storage time was shorter, also because meat has a shorter shelf life. And also the temperature was at 4 degrees, okay? The tested temperature. Then we applied the lemon extract, the lemon byproduct extract to 2 different polymers, low density polyethylene, which is not biodegradable, and then to polylactic acid, which is biodegradable. So we checked that when comparing the results of the penicillin value, we had some good effect for the active film until 30 days of storage in the case of the LDPE with 4% of the extract, okay? Then we decided to do the assay with the PLEA film, also just for 30 days. And we checked that the results were different. After 30 days of storage, we could check bigger difference between the neat PLA and the PLA with the extract, okay? So then we decided also to evaluate the MDA value, also for the PLEA. And we checked that although we had some good results for the active PLA with 4%, the difference between the control and the active film was not significant. So we decided to add or to increase the amount of extract that we incorporated in the PLA. So we decided to test 6% of extract. So here, if you compare after 7 days of storage and after 15 days of storage, you could see that improving or increasing the amount of extract that it is incorporated, we could see greater differences between the active film and the control film. However, after 30 days of storage, when we increase, we use 6% of extract in the polymer, we have a pro-oxidant effect. So we have also to pay attention to this result. Okay. Also then, when we evaluated the meat, also we could see that using the PLA with 6% of extract, we could reduce the oxidation of the meat until 6 days of storage. However, after 8 and 11 days, we could also see the pro-oxidant effects. Also, we evaluated the antimicrobial effect or activity of this new packaging when applied to meat, and we could also check that we could reduce the microbial content of the meat considerably. So this film has both antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. So in sum, we can say that there is a vast number of both plants and also fruit byproducts that we can use to prepare extracts that we can add directly to food in order to prepare a functional food, or we can apply to polymers in order to prepare active packaging. So in this way, we can minimize food deterioration, okay? Also, we have to pay attention to some of the factors that affect the effectiveness of these active films, because we have to take in account the type of polymer, the activity of the extract, also the percentage of the natural extract that we are going to incorporate in the polymer. Also, we have to take in account the food that we are going to pack, and also the conditions, the time and temperature conditions of storage. And in the future, it would be very valuable also to evaluate possible toxicological effects on human health of these extracts in order to assure the safety and also the well-being of the consumers. At the end, these active food biopackaging, they have many advantages because they allow to increase even more the shelf life of the food. They allow to reduce the use of food additives that are directly added to our products. They allow to substitute synthetic additives by natural compounds, which is also has also good consequences for human health, allows to reduce the environmental impact of packaging, and also allows to reuse and to valorize the byproducts of the food industry, like the whey or the fruits byproducts. So at the end, I would like just to show you some of the latest publications of our group, and also to thank all of the colleagues involved in the studies that I presented. Thank you so much. If you have any question, I will be pleased to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chances, for this very interesting presentation. I think we could entertain one question if anyone has. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presentation.
I have one question. Can I ask, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please.
Does the use of aromatic plant extract as the packaging material affect the organoleptic properties of the stored food products?
Yeah,
and what about the consumer acceptance there?
Yeah, it would depend also on the food product. We have tested in the first case I've presented, the case of the biodegradable film with rosemary extract. We also has carried out some studies to evaluate the compounds that might be migrating from the packaging to the cured ham. And we checked that the amounts were very low. And in this particular case, they did not affect the cured ham. But also, it is true that sometimes these studies would require a team that would just evaluate the sensorial characteristics of the packaged food. So we had not had the opportunity of studying the effect of these active films in all the foods that I presented, but I can assure you that in the first case, it did not affect.
That means our environmental factors means they affect the storage activity of these extracts. Environmental factors like rising temperature or means other different type of things.
Could you repeat the question, please?
What about the effect of different environmental factors on the storage stability of these extracts?
Yeah, I can hear you with some difficulties. I think you were talking about the variability of the extracts. It would be important when we prepare an extract, if we want to to have a standard of this extract, to define which would be the bioactive compound that we have to monitor, and we have to say that a certain extract, for instance, the rosemary extract, should have a minimum amount of carnosic acid or rosmarinic acid in order to be effective. So it would be important to have for each of the natural extracts to define which are the compounds that we should monitor in order to have like a minimum of quality of these extracts. That would be like a next step when characterizing this extract.
So
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
in the interest of time, if you don't mind, we'll thank Dr. Sanchez, and then if anyone of you have any questions, please post them in the chat window, and then we will try to address them in the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to request to Dr. Janaswamy to present his talk on agricultural biomass, a versatile and sustainable biomaterial to develop biodegradable plastics and clean up the plastic mess. So welcome, Dr. Janaswamy, for your talk.
Thank you. Let me also set my alarm so that there will not be any partiality here. So 18 minutes I'm setting. So the good afternoon to you all, and as my title says, I'm focusing on egg biomass. So hopefully I'll be able to convince you all that this is a versatile and sustainable biomaterial that could help us to address the plastic concerns. See, as we all know, we are swamped with the plastics. Morning at 6 a.m., when we get up, we had to turn on the alarm. Then we brush our teeth, comb our hair, and then some of us have a bit of doing some exercise, yoga, and we also have some coffee. Yeah, if you could realize, all of them have plastic, and we wear some coats as well. Shirts, this all have some plastic. Shoes, watch, and nowadays the watch that the glasses we wear, they're not at all heavy compared to our grandfather's age. So, and as you could see, the computer that we use, the cars we drive, they're all loaded with plastic. So, and also we are all really now we are so addicted to mobile too. Without mobile, we cannot imagine stepping out of our bed, not even home. So all these things, if you realize, it has plastic products. We are in a way covered, swamped with plastic. But however, what really happened to our earliest forefathers? They relied predominantly on animal skins, plant tissues, or fibers, and leaves, metals, ivory, all this, and even they have used this animal intestines as the carrying materials. So predominantly they relied on natural and biodegradable materials. And if you could see that, if you could realize from 1950 onwards, the plastic production and development has expanded dramatically. And then it has penetrated in all sectors of our life. Construction, food, weight, as I mentioned, all the examples, their water, provision, clothing. Why this? In a way, it is also treated as a throwaway material, if you could call it, because use and throw. It's lightweight. And then, see, let us say we don't have to, we have dishes and we don't have to wash them. And then imagine a cup that we drink and throw away, we don't have to reuse them. So that is really a convenient way, and then it has revolutionized the way we could think of our life, which is really true. And over the years, all the conventional products were slowly replaced with the plastic materials like plastic pouches, plastic films, and also, for example, the sack bags are completely replaced. And then even we could even see the toothpaste with the lamy tubes, and then grocery box, the single-use grocery box that we all use on a daily basis significantly, which is revolutionary. And importantly, if you look at it, the advantages that the plastics could offer are undeniable. And because especially it could reduce the overall fuel costs, because the weight has decreased, and consequently we'll have more economy. And then lightweightedness, and then consequently, for example, airline industry, the 50% of their products have replaced with plastic material. Same way transportation has taken up to 20 to 25%. Like that, every sector has replaced. This is really good. So if you look at the global plastic production in the year 2015, I don't have the current one, but we were producing around 400 million tons, and majority of them has been used in packaging sector, roughly around 1/3 of that. And especially during pandemic time, we all know that the packaging is used because everything we were purchasing online, e-delivery. And we were also joking at home sometimes, because during pandemic time, predominantly we relied on e-delivery, online delivery. And if the delivery was not there on a particular day, we were thinking, what really happened? Why we forgot to order something? I mean, that is how we were so addicted, not only myself, throughout the whole world. So the packaging sector significantly has increased. And also, if you notice, electronics, the computers, mobile, and all, around 4% of the packaging is being used. And more important, in the construction, around 16%, and transportation 7%. The textile industry, that's what is very interesting thing. That is around 14%, the clothes that we use. So, I mean, this is the division that we could give, but at the end, what is really happening, where it really goes. And also, if you look at over the years, the plastic production has increased. It is in a way, it has increased the rate, the population growth, and then plastic production rate, both more or less in the same line. Both have significantly increased. But all of them cannot be reused. So then where does it go? Predominantly, it could be used as recycled, incinerated, landfill, dumped, and then littering environment. It appears that the statistics are showing that we are recycling only around 9% of the plastic that we were making, millions of tons. And also predominantly throughout the world, if you see up to 2018, majority of this plastic waste has been shipped to China. So they used to recycle and then sell the products throughout world back. However, 2018 onwards, they banned any import. Now every country has to come up their own ways of handling the plastic waste. Mainly because, why do I call it as a plastic waste? The plastic is not biodegradable. It takes anywhere between 700 to 1,000 years. So that means if the human lifespan on average, if you take 100 years, for about 10 years, 10 generations, it could stay. So in that sense, we could call it as an eternal, because our life has only 100 years. So it is an eternal figure, eternal. So, and also around 12% is being incinerated, but at the same time, whatever the plastic we are producing, all of them we cannot burn, mainly because it will have a lot of environmental impacts. So consequently, around 79% of the plastic that we have developed, we are generating, is being stashed in the soil, or ultimately it reaches the ocean. So why do you have to worry? The impacts are significant. If you could see in the oceans now, because now we use the plastic and then we throw away. So, and then this being a very light material, it could float around, it could litter around in the environment, and ultimately what could happen is that it can get to the soil, or majority of them is ending up in the ocean. It could take 5 years, 10 years, but now if you could see in the oceans, now we have big islands, plastic islands that span around 12 to several miles, we could say. Okay, and also and now the single-use plastics, I think many of us are using the carry bags. And just to give you some statistics, we were producing around 10 million bags. We were using around 10 million plastic bags per minute. You can imagine how much of the plastic that is being used throughout the world in a year. It looks like if you could, what you call as nicely connect them together, we could go around the planet Earth around 7 times in an hour, which is really scary because we don't, unless we see those statistics, we cannot understand. And also most interesting thing here is it looks like this plastic also entered the space. And now astronauts have found out that there is some plastic waste that is being floating around the Earth. So all these things tell us that we need to come up with an alternative, mainly because, as I insisted earlier, it was not, plastic is not biodegradable. So how does it wither around? What really happens is the plastic, it tries to convert as a microplastic and then ultimately the nanoparticles. And during that process, it could fill the environment with all these tiny particles that you and I cannot see through our naked eyes. And it appears that now all the water bottles that we consume have billions and billions of tiny nanoparticles that without our knowledge we are consuming. And also same way the oceans are filled with trillions and trillions of these nanoparticles, and that are causing extinction of several species. And for example, if you look at one recent study that shows that this the presence of this microplastic in the gut of fish. See, why do we have to worry? Because we know that some of us, we consume fish that comes back to us. And also most recent study that clearly shows that some of this microparticles and nanoparticles are present in the human blood as well. That's just a couple of days back, the research came out. And these nanoparticles, these small particles, they could nicely penetrate through entire system without any problem. See, we could have realized that suppose some of our pets, if they consume any plastic products, we could see they come out next day. Same thing could happen to humans as well because we cannot metabolize them. But it so happens that when these tiny particles, these microparticles, nanoparticles, they may not come out, and then they could be nicely stashed in the human system somewhere. And that could have a lot of impact, especially on us and then on the future generations, especially those pregnant women when they are feeding their babies. Those particles from their system could transfer to baby, and then that could have a catastrophic effect. So overall, what is really happening is when we use the plastic and then throw away in the environment, it could end up in the ocean or in the soil. And then when there is a lot of heat and moisture and all those conditions, that could with us and then gives us microparticles and nanoparticles. And then that either in the soil or in the environment could impact all the existing organisms. And then especially in the ocean, that could ultimately end up in the fish. And then some of us, when you consume in the fish, that could come to us. And the same way, some of these microparticles could end up in the grass systems. It has already been shown that plants could pick it up. And so that could be used by the livestock, and then ultimately it could do us, and also from the food material that we're using. So whatever we are throwing away, it is coming back to us. It could be catastrophic. So and then consequently, once we realize all these issues, people were trying to ban the plastic throughout the year. Even in India now, you see that our president has a big, there is a big ban on the plastic. You all know that, and especially several companies also, especially in the case of food packaging sector, they were asking to come up with novel ways of carrying the food without using the plastic. So what are our solutions? And that's where the cellulose from plant material could be a viable source, mainly because if you look at it now, we are producing around 700 billion tons of the cellulose that is being produced throughout the year. So if you could somehow use that as a material, this is a biomaterial, maybe we will be able to develop plastic replacing materials. And the cellulose, if you look at it, is a very interesting material. It's a very tight packing structure. The packing, as I'm showing here, the layers are connected through strong hydrogen bonds. And the layer is so close that around 3.99 angstroms, even water molecule cannot penetrate, because if anything water has a penetrated solubilized, we need around 5 to 6 angstroms. So this is a highly insoluble material, and a simple structure, it's a planar structure molecule. But if you could somehow solubilize this, we could create products. And people have been solubilizing this over the years with several techniques. We are using inorganic ionic liquids, and then some urea. You can use sodium hydroxide, whatnot. we could, and my research focused on using inorganic salts. We try to use zinc chloride to solubilize the cellulose chains, and then further, once we solubilize the chains, we are cross-linking through calcium ions, and during that process, we end up producing a transparent films. And here my student Kate is showing her face. One is pure film made with a zinc chloride, and then when you add calcium chloride, we could make a high transparent film, and also that has very strong mechanical properties. The structural strength is very high. What is really happening is, during the process, when you add the calcium chloride and then orient these films, we were creating nanofibers in the system, so that gives you very strong strength of those films, which is really good. So even in the nature, if you look at the cellulose, exists as a fibril system, nanofibrils. So similar to those nanofibrils, we were also creating in the lab itself, and then thus the films have very strong properties. But however, if you look at it, the cellulose that we have used here is predominantly coming from the plants. But we all know that the plants are the lungs of the planet. So because out of the carbon dioxide that we release, they take and then give back as oxygen. So given a chance, we should retain those plants, the trees. So then what are the other alternative strategies? That's where the biomass comes into picture. Because if you look at the biomass, predominantly could be plants, animals, microbial waste, whatnot. There are several ways one can think of getting this is a sustainable way to do. For example, in the case of agriculture, we are producing around 140 billion tons of biomass every year, which is really good. It could be from corn, wheat, white. In the case of India, it is rice. So we produce every year. Once we harvest, predominantly all the biomass that you and I cannot, is not edible to us, we feed some to the animals, and then rest we leave it in the field. That improves the soil properties, which is really good. But that forms a very good source of cellulose. For example, if in the case of corn, we could have around 45% of cellulose you could think of, because it's predominantly, the biomass is predominantly composed of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. There could be some bioactive molecules as well. There could be some fat or some waxes as well. So the cellulose is a very good, by far it's more than 1/3 of that is cellulose. And then if you could extract the cellulose, we could create all these plastic materials, plastic replacement materials. For example, wood, we could have 35%, wheat up to 50%, soy 35%, even grasses that you could think of, lawn grass and all those things that are around 40 to 45%. And other sources we could think of as Professor Sanchez said, she's using some peels. Same way, those peels also could be a good source of cellulose. We could think of sweet potato, cassava, rice, lawn grass, and then whatever banana, for example, and sugarcane is a good production of India too, and several countries, and even bananas. Once we harvest, we have to cut the entire plant. That is also a good source of biomass. All these things could be a good source of cellulose that we could extract and then come up with materials. And here I am showing some of the extracted cellulose. You could see some color that shows that some of the bioactive molecules present in the system are still retained, but we developed a process that could completely remove all of them and get the pure cellulosic material. And then using that, we could create nice packaging materials, films. Those are all highly transparent, and then in some cases we could even retain some of the lignin and hemicellulose that could give color properties. And we found out that those films have a very interesting properties, not only with high mechanical strength, but also they could shield the UV radiation and other things. So these are coming from different biomasses. And most importantly, the tensile strength, if you look at it, for example, polyethylene film, the commercial film that we have is around 3 megapascals. But on the other hand, we could, with the rice cellulose, we could have films that could have high strength, tensile strength of close to around 18 megapascals. And in the case of lawn grass, we could even prepare films or much stronger films. So, but only problem here, what we found was it was not as, the elongation was not as good as plastic films, but still they're really good. And most interesting thing here is plastic, as I said, I mentioned earlier, they take 700 to 10,100 years. But whereas here, within 30 days, all this material, it disintegrates, and after 60 days, you will not see a trace in the soil. It is nicely biodegradable, because we know that the cellulose is biodegradable. So whatever the plant, if you cut and then leave it in the soil, it disintegrates. Same thing is happening here. So the cellulose material nicely disintegrates. Okay, so there we see a long-term sustainability, mainly because every year we are producing crops, and then if we could use the cellulosic material from these crops, that forms a very nice sustainable source, and then that could be used to make novel packaging and single-use items. And most importantly, if you look at it, this also adds value to the farmers, mainly because the biomass that they were discarding or they were usually using as a cattle field, now they could envision some extra income based on this. Okay, so what I sincerely believe is we all know that plastic and the products are littering our communities, and the cellulose from this agricultural biomass could be a potential alternative to combat the current and future plastic concerns. And then there are so many other advantages. Okay, and then my slogan here is nature offers the solution to all man-made problems. The plastic problem issues you and I made 50 years, we are paying for it. And now we realize that in order to save our future generations from these catastrophic events, we need to stop the plastic-based products. But it's in a way, if you realize it, it's very difficult to replace all the plastic products. We cannot imagine life without plastics, especially in the medical sector and other sectors. We are heavily dependent on plastic. But at least in some sectors, especially in the food sector, hopefully we will replace all the plastic materials with these biodegradable materials. That could be more healthy. And also all the solution that is coming from the natural solutions. Agrobiomass is a very natural material by Mother Nature that is providing us on a regular basis every year. And then all the cellulose, if you could extract and come up, I think that will have a beautiful solution. This is what I envision in the future, because all the plastic could be replaced with the cellulose-based materials, and the future generation has a bigger role, and then they'll have a clean environment to live through. So that's all I have, and then I will be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Very nice presentation. So can I ask a very small question here, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So if these biomasses, the biomass film and this thing having the high biodegradable and tensile properties, so means if you compare them with different polyethylene, so then my query is then why the packaging industry that they're not taking this idea, and what are the challenges there?
The packaging industry, I cannot say they are not taking, because we just started this. The research, if you look at this, only 5 years old, 4 to 5 years old. And in fact, the agriculture, based on the agriculture biomass, I don't see any publications. And we are to report, and then I don't see many publications. So I have a feeling the packaging industry for sure they'll come to us, and then they'll embrace this outcome. But and only thing is, at this moment, the research is still in the infancy state, in the budding stage. So now we had to come up with now big sheets of this biomass, the films, and then that they could use in the packaging and other industries. But hopefully in next 5 to 10 years, we will see the change.
You have given the excellent idea that every man-created problem, the solution is there in the nature itself. So that is the most beautiful line there. So there is one more question from the audience, that Dr. Deepak Mudgil, that what is the cost of these cellulosic films?
Thank you. It should. We have not done any LCA or this techno-economic analysis, which we are working on it, and hopefully within a year I will be able to give you the answer. But at this moment, I don't have the answer, because we are still working on it.
Thank you so
much. But it should be inexpensive. According to me, it should be inexpensive, but we'll see. Compatible sealing characteristics, yes, we could nicely seal them like plastic films. We could seal them. We did that. I did not share the data here, but we could nicely seal them. There is no problem.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Srinivas.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry we troubled you in the midnight.
Oh no, it's my pleasure. Don't worry. It's my pleasure.
Because in state it is maybe around now
5 a.m.
5 a.m. Here it is 3:30 a.m. p.m. it is.
No problem.
So really we are very sorry to disturb you in the midnight. So, but it was a very nice presentation, especially with this. It is a very heart-burning and very aggressive type of the problem with the industry, food industry, the type of the packaging and the environmental pollution is coming up. Hopefully, if the problem is, if we could able to replace the polythene for food packaging with the cellulosic film, I think it is a just like when terine was introduced in the textile industry, that revolution may come to the food industry or any type of the packaging material or this one. So really, it was very, very good. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas.
Kind words. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Dr. Patera, so shall we conclude, or do you have any questions that?
There is no more questions, and now we should conclude the sessions. And after this, we will have the oral presentations for this technical session.
Yes. So I take this opportunity to thank Ben, and also because my dear, I am not able to pronounce your name, so don't mistake me. Ijo Ma, okay, Ben Ma, and also Professor Anne Sanchez Silva, and Dr. Patera, and then all the audience, all of you. Thank you very much. And then it was a pleasure and to see you all here. And we were a little late, but that's okay. I think we were on time. So we'll move on with the.
Thank you so much.
We will move on with the presentations, if you don't mind. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you all the experts for their valuable presentations and the very informative talks. So now we will start with the oral presentations for this technical session 7, Advances in Food Formulation and Packaging. So in this line, we have the first presenter from the College of Food Processing Technology and Bioenergy, Anand Agricultural University, Anand, Gujarat. So the presenter is A.S. Gorban, Vidushi Mehta, Nitin Pradhakar, and Dr. Desh Pandey. So the presenter, I think presenter is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So kindly share the screen with the presentations, and you have the 7 to 8 minutes maximum. So kindly.
I will use this Pomodoro if you don't mind. So I will set it to 8 minutes.
Janaswamy, kindly set it to the 7 minutes only.
7 minutes? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Wait, let them start. Anil, once you hear the sound, it should remind you that you have 3 more minutes and you should try to wrap up, okay?
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, we could see that, your presentation. Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. Today here I am presenting my topic, that is the technology for the production of grape, guava and noni juice blended wine. So first of all, what is meant by the wine? So wine is basically a fermented alcoholic product which is made from the grape pulp or the grape juice. You see the global market wine remains highly fragmented as the numerous small sectors producers in the every wine producing market. So in every year, the area that is the wine cultivation, we call it as vineyards, increasing. It is about 2% per year. So as we are using the grapes, so grapes, they are naturally rich source of phenolic ingredients, nitrogen source, they act as a food material for the yeast. And after the consumption of this wine, it can reduce different types of diseases like cardiovascular diseases. So blending of the fruit juices is normally done for enhancing its color, flavor, nutritional enrichment, and to increase its antioxidant properties. So in this project, we have used the 3 fruits, grape, that is Bangalore Blue variety was used, Gava, Sardar variety was used, and third fruit was the noni. So for obtaining the juice from these fruits, we have used the pectinase enzyme, which was obtained from the Biocom Private Limited, Bangalore, and it was used at concentration of 0.245%. After the preparation of this juice, we have also checked the antioxidant activity of these juices, blended juice, and final wine. So for this preparation of the wine, we have used the fruit juice 100%, compressed yeast 4%, and sugar 24%. And we have carried out 3 combinations of grape, guava, and noni by keeping the 80% grape juice constant and changing the grape and guava and noni juice by 5%, 10%, and 15%. So in flowchart, you can see that the different steps which are occurred during the preparation of this blended wine. So first step is the receiving of the fruits, then sorting, washing. After the washing, we are carrying out the mashing, the crushing of the fruits. Then we are given the enzyme treatment, 0.245% and 40 degrees Celsius. Then we are carried out filtration and clarification process. Then the juice was prepared for fermentation by increasing its TSS up to 24 brix and acidity 0.7%. And we added the Saccharomyces cerevisiae culture at 4% volume by volume basis. And this fermentation was carried out 25 degrees Celsius for 10 days. Afterwards, siphoning, bottling, pasteurization, and storage of wine. So here is the methodology. We have used grape, guava, and noni fruits. Then we have carried out clarification process. After that, fermentation process at 25 degrees Celsius for 10 days. Then blended wine was prepared, and lastly it was packed in the bottles. Then we have carried out the physicochemical properties of raw and clarified juice. So before extraction and after extraction by using the enzyme treatment. So it was observed that the yield of the juice was increased by almost 15 to 20% in grape juice, 25% in guava, and up to 25% in the noni juice. So as we are using the enzymes to extract the compounds which are present in the cell wall and the material. So it was also observed that acidity was also slightly increased and total sugar was also increased. Then chemical changes which are occurred in clarified juice. So in control A and B and C sample. So TSS was found 14 degree brix in sample A, which was having the guava juice 15% and noni juice 5%, 12.7 degree brix. Sample B 13.2, likewise. So next, after the fermentation process, we are carrying out the organoleptic evaluation of this blended juice wine with 9-point hedonic scale. And on the basis of that 9-point hedonic scale, we observed that the sample B, that is the 10% guava juice and 10% noni juice, was accepted by most of the panelists. And their color, appearance, taste, flavor, mouthfeel, and overall acceptability was little bit closer to the control sample as compared to the 5% and 15% addition. Next, we have also carried out the changes in the chemical properties during the fermentation. So we are obtained the different or study the different properties: acidity, alcohol percentage, specific gravity, reducing sugar on 3 different days: first day of fermentation, 5th day of fermentation, and 10th day of fermentation. So in the initial first day of fermentation, there was no generation of the alcohol, that is the nil. After the at the 5th day of fermentation, 12.8% alcohol was produced by the yeast after the fermentation process, and it was slightly decreased up on the 10th day. So this slight decrease may be due to the consumption of sugar by the yeast, and this alcohol percentage was decreased due to the decrease in the specific gravity also. So after the fermentation, there was slight decrease in the acidity and increase in the pH was also found. Next, we have carried out the comparison between the antioxidant activity of blended juice as well as after fermentation antioxidant activity of wine. So we know that the guava is the rich source of ascorbic acid, and the noni fruits, they are also rich in the anthocyanin contents. That's why we have blended it with grape juice. So initially, when it was blended in control sample, ascorbic acid was 3.9%. In first sample A, it's 27.16. In sample B, 20.94. So we can easily compare that before fermentation and after fermentation. That is the ascorbic acid content. It was slightly reduced, but total antioxidant and total phenol content, it was increased. And if you see the DPPH, that is the 2,2-diphenyl 1-pityl hydrazide, that was chemical used for the carrying out the antioxidant activity. So antioxidant activity was found more after the fermentation, and this antioxidant after the consumption of wine, that may reduce the free radicals which are formed in our body, and that will ultimately responsible for the reducing the coronavascular diseases. So that is the comparison between the antioxidant activity and blended juice wine. So for lastly conclusion, by using the pectinase enzyme, grape, guava and noni juice yield was increased by 20, 30 and 25% respectively. So on the basis of organoleptic evaluation and the antioxidant activity, the sample B, that is the blend of 80% grape juice, 10% guava and 10% noni juice, had found greater acceptability compared to the other two samples. Alcohol content in sample B was found 11.49% after 10 days of fermentation, and the antioxidant activity was accepted. Sample B was found 59.24%. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anil, for your presentations. And if any participant have the questions, then we will have all the questions at the end of this oral presentation session. So, Dr. Anil, kindly be with us during this session.
Yes, sir. Okay.
We may have the question from the participant. So, the next presenter is from Nagpur University and Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Technology, India. And the topic of presentation is development of chocolate for coated pumpkin ball. So the presenter is requested to kindly share the presentation and can start.
Sir, we will present the screen.
You can share your presentation with the share screen option. Okay, now if your presentation is visible, you can start now.
So is it visible?
Yes, it's visible and you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can start. I have set the time.
So we will both be presenting from my ID, PB Raul and me. Okay?
Okay, so kindly take care of the time limits. It's only 7 to 8 minutes and you can present both.
Good afternoon. I am Pranali Raul and I'm Survio Shekhwar from Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Technology. Our topic for oral presentation is development of chocolate-coated pumpkin balls, which we did under the guidance of our head of department, Dr. Mrs. Sneha Karatbhagna. Increase in health consciousness among customers has led to changes in eating preferences towards healthy and nutritional food. Pumpkin has received considerable attention in recent years because of the nutritional and health protective values and have been long used for traditional medicine in many countries like China, Argentina, India, Mexico, Brazil, and Korea. Our study concerns with the development of conventional function food, that is our chocolate-coated pumpkin balls. This chocolate having vegetable-based filling is a contribution towards the rising popularity of vegetable-based food products. The main objective of our study was standardization of the process and doing the proximate analysis of chocolate-coated pumpkin balls. So why we choose pumpkin? Pumpkin has various health benefits. Pumpkins are rich in protein, antioxidant vitamins such as carotenoids and tocopherols and minerals. Beta-carotene reduces skin damage from the sun and acts as an anti-inflammatory agent. Alpha-carotene slows the aging process, reduces the risk of developing cataracts and prevent tumor growth. Tocopherols protects the cell from oxidative damage. Also, pumpkins are low in fat and calories. Pumpkins contain small amount of amino acid called tryptophan, which improves sleep, improves the mood, and even guard against mental health problems like depression. Now the procedure. The process overview of our chocolate-coated pumpkin balls. First, we did preliminary treatment. We bought fresh pumpkin from local market, which was deseeded and washed with water for removal of dust, dirt, and other impurities. Then the pumpkin was microwaved at 35 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. The softened semi-cooked pumpkin was allowed to rest at room temperature. The peel was removed and the pumpkin was blended to a smooth lump-free squash having bricks of 7 degrees. The pumpkin squash was then transferred into a pan for further processing for 5 minutes till desired consistency was obtained. At this stage, milk powder, sugar syrup, white compound pectin, and cardamom was added. Later, the batter was cooked for another 18 to 20 minutes. this was allowed to cool and balls were formed. Already tempered chocolate using double boiler assembly was used to coat the chocolates, and then it was refrigerated for another 10 to 15 minutes at -4 degrees Celsius and packed using aluminum foil and stored at 15 to 20 degrees Celsius in dry conditions. Now for the sensory evaluation. Sensory evaluation includes the selected representative and dominant attributes of chocolate qualities. Two samples, A1 and A2, were evaluated by 7 to 9 panelists and were rated on 9-point hedonic scale. Here we observed that the sample 2 had better appearance, better texture, taste, and overall acceptability. These two graphs shows the individual rating of the panelists, and this graph is a comparative study which proves that the sample 2 was better than the sample 1. Proximate analysis. Proximate analysis of squash, the core, and the pumpkin chocolates were conducted by standard AOAC method, and the results showed that the moisture content is 8.49%, which will lead to have a greater storage advantage, and the ash percentage of the pumpkin chocolate was 1.4%, which can give a rough idea about the mineral content present, and the crude fat is 21%, which can provide the body with maximum energy, and the protein of the pumball is 3.13%, which can be considered as a source of pumpkin. The iron and phosphorus were also calculated by mineral analysis. Conclusion. Considering the limelight health-conscious food has received in several years, this standardized product can hold a place with lower moisture content, protein content of about 3.13%, which contributes to 7% of the total RDA requirement, ash content of 1.9%, which can give mineral content present, and the sufficient energy. These chocolate-coated pumpkin balls can be considered as an efficient and healthy daily snack palatable for all generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Service, for your presentation. And if any participants have questions, so meanwhile, they can write into the chat box. So we will consider the questions from the presenter at the end of the session. So our next speaker is from Shahid Rajguru College of Applied Sciences for Women, University of Delhi. And the title of the paper is Calcium Fortified Bread. So kindly share your presentations and you can start. The speaker from Shahid Rajguru College of Applied Sciences for Women, R.C. Malik, Muskan Khan, Prabjot Kaur. Kindly share your screen and start presentation. I think the presenters are not here with us. So I'm now moving to the next presentation from the Jyoti Institute of Technology from Bengaluru, Karnataka. And the title of presentation is Protein Extraction from Underutilized De-oiled Groundnut Cake and its Characterization. So the authors of the paper are Divyasri, Mukta, and Vaishri, and Samita. So kindly share your presentation and start.
Setting to 7 minutes.
May I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible and your presentation is visible. Kindly start.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Myself, Divyasri from Center for Incubation, Innovation, Research Consultancy from Department of Food Technology, Jyoti Institute of Technology, Bangalore, Karnataka. I'm present. Topic is on protein extraction from underutilized de-oiled groundnut cake and its characterization. Proteins serve as an imperative macronutrients in human nutrition and well-being. Protein energy malnutrition, which is a major public health problem in India, which refers to an imbalance between the supply of protein and energy to the body's demand for them to ensure optimal growth and function, which affects the preschool children and for physical and cognitive growth and susceptibility to infection. To overcome this, we are focusing on plant-based proteins. which are recently attracted as a particular owing to their sustainable origins, economical cost, and health benefits compared to the animal-based proteins, which has, and also due to their multifaceted edible and non-edible applications and their biodegradable nature. With physicochemical properties, structural properties, and amino acid and functional attributes of the plant-based proteins are getting great interest in food and food processing industries. This can be used as food supplements, edible coating materials, stabilizers, bioactive peptides and hydrogyls, and non-edible functions like using as adhesives and protein-based edible films. They are also pooled for making most fortified food products, which can be balanced with essential amino acids. These plant-based sources act as a sustainable source for production of protein concentrates and isolates to enhance the performance of athletes and sports persons also. In this regards, now we are considering groundnut as which is the oil seed as a plant protein base. India is the fourth largest producer of oil seeds and accounts for 6 to 7% of vegetable oils in the production. Out of these oil seeds cultivated in India, groundnut is found to be the highest and considered as a major edible oil in India. With its richness in high quality dietary protein and oil, groundnut helps to reduce the malnutrition in developing countries and tries to supplement the essential nutrients. The crude protein content of the whole groundnut seeds ranges from 22 to 30%. From these, we can after oil extraction, the de-oiled groundnut cake, which is an inexpensive and underutilized waste product from the most groundnut oil industries, but it is rich in protein and offers the same health and dietary benefits of groundnut. So this cake contains about 45 to 60% of protein and 20 to 30% of carbohydrate and 3 to 7.5% of fruit fiber and 4 to 6% minerals. This we extracted protein from this groundnut cake, de-oiled groundnut cake, by using wet milling method, like that is alkali and alkali washing and acid precipitation method, where we used NaOH as for alkali washing, and then after collecting the supernatant, we used glacial acetic acid to adjust the pH for acid precipitation, and then the protein extract was water washed and used and dried by using two different methods, like freeze drying and hot air oven drying method. In freeze drying, where the low it is a low temperature, it is also called as lyophilization, where the low temperature derivation process involves freezing the product, lowering the pressure, and removing the ice by sublimation. Here we initially, after extraction of the protein, we frozen the product initially, and then it was dried through freeze drying, and this extract was grinded and stored for further analysis. Similarly, in hot air oven drying also, we extracted the protein and dried at 50 degrees Celsius in the hot air oven method. Compared to both hot air oven and freeze drying method, due to lower temperature in freeze drying method, it has a lighter in color. Then this protein extract was protein was estimated through this protein estimation through Zelda protein estimation method, where the cold pressed de-oiled groundnut cake contain about 45 to 48% of protein, and in the protein extract we got around 84 to 89% of protein. And also studied for functional properties of these protein extract, like bulk density, water absorption capacity, and oil absorption capacity, and swelling capacity, which measures the starch ability to absorb water and swell, and also reflects the extent of associated forces in the starch granules. And also emulsifying activity and emulsifying stability was studied. These are by the conclusion, we found that the functional properties of freeze-dried protein extract and dried protein extract found similar results of soya protein isolate. Also, we done the SDS page analysis for protein extract. SDS page is an analytical technique to separate the protein based on their molecular weight. Here also we found that all the protein bands of both the samples, like freeze-dried and hot air dried samples, were similar, and it indicates that the proteins are not changed because of the drying operations. And this protein extract is also utilized to enrich the food develop the enriched food products, like de-oiled groundnut meal can be used for excellent vehicle for enhancing the nutrition groundnut in the malnourished people. So this groundnut flour can be easily enhanced and enrich the nutritive value of the wheat and other flours. So we used this to preparation of protein-rich groundnut-based cookies. And other application of this plant-based protein extract is like edible application in food supplements, edible coatings, emulsifiers, hydrogels, etc. And these protein hydrogels are used to serve a carrier of functional compounds as renewable and environment sustainable sources for production of protein hydrolytes. And in development of edible packagings, this LOP protein or wheat protein isolates are used in fabrication of edible packaging and wet, using the wet processing methods. So by conclusion, the de-oiled groundnut cake, which is underutilized, but it is available easily, and it is mostly used only for livestock feeding, but it is rich in protein content and other nutrients which can be extracted. And in our present study, we extracted protein from groundnut groundnut protein extract, and we found it is similar to the soy protein isolate. And this groundnut protein extract can be used in food fortification and development of different food products. And our future work is focused on using this groundnut protein extract in the other pharmaceutical applications like encapsulation of bioactive compounds and in drug delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Divasri, for such a nice presentation. And if any participant have questions from Divasri, and he or she can write into the chat box. So now we will have the last presentation from this technical session. And the presenter is from Dr. Oetkar India Private Limited, Noida. And the topic of presentation is freezing food and factors affecting its stability. So, Mr. Adil Jamal Ansari, you are requested to share your presentation, and you can start. The speaker from Dr. Oetkar India Private Limited, Mr. Adil Jamal Ansari. I think they is not.
Yeah. I think IT should give him the rights. IT, please give him the right.
Please check whether calcium fortified bread are
Ma'am,
around.
he have a rights.
Adil Ansari.
Ma'am, he have a rights. Everyone have a rights.
Okay, thank you. So it means he is not in the session. So now we are over with the oral presentation of this session. So now we can move towards the conclusion of this technical session 7, that is advances in food formulation and packaging.
I don't know the protocol. I'm waiting.
So, Dr. Janaswamy, we have all the presentations of this session. Now we have to conclude the session. And in the oral presentations, we had the 3 speakers from the different institutions. In invited talk, we had the 3 speakers from Denmark.
Dr. Ashok?
Yes, ma'am.
There is a message from Adil that he is not receiving strong network signals and a lot of voice is breaking. So, we have to inform him since he has got network problems. So I'll just inform him that
facing the network problem. So I think we may not continue this.
Yeah, we will not be. He is saying that he had sent. Okay, he had sent me the PPT.
We can consider him tomorrow in the separate session.
Okay.
Technical issue, because it's not to be good to meet all the participants here.
Just a moment. Just a moment. No, I have not received any PPT from him. No, we can close, I think. Yeah.
In this session, we have the 3 expert talk from the Myanmar who have presented on the 3D food paintings and emphasized the importance of food formulations applications and the predictive modeling for the bit height and consistency predictions. Then Dr. Anna Silva, she also presented the byproduct utilizations for the plant-based extracts and the utilization in the different films for the purpose of packaging of meat and meat products and several other products as well to retard the lipid oxidations in the food system. Then Dr. Janaswamy started with the use of the plastics in everyday life and then emphasized the problems with the single-use plastics and then concluded with the alternatives of the plastic, that is the cellulose as an alternative of plastics. And we also had the very informative oral presentation from the speaker from the Anand Agricultural University on the grape, guava and non-juice blend wine, and then from the Maharashtra from pumpkin balls and from the Vijayasri as well the protein extraction. So the session was very informative and we hope the participants have gained a lot from this. So regarding the questions, I haven't received the questions in the chat box, so we can consider that there is no questions from the participant. If any participant have questions, so he or she can write in the chat box or can ask.
So one participant have actually written one question, and it was, I think, for the Sir Janaswamy sir, that what is the cost of the cellulosic films, and do these films have comparable sealing characteristics?
Dr. Sven, I think this is a question from the Dr. Deepak Mudgal already considered. And
okay.
Yeah, I have already. We don't have the cost analysis set, and they are saleable.
Sir, I just saw it, so that's why.
No problem.
I think there is no other question.
Thank you. That's fine.
Thank you all the participants and our esteemed speakers and the oral presenters. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Patra, I think we need to, regarding the presentations, I think we had to rank them and
Yes,
so how do we take care of that?
Regarding this, I think you have received an Excel sheet, so you can write your input in that and back to that email only.
Oh, I should email you back. I thought we too will discuss and then come up with the scores, no?
So in that case, we have to join for the separate ones. Or otherwise, it will be better if you will send your opinions and I will to the, then they
Sure.
will doubt it.
Okay. Whom do you want me to email them? So same email that I have been
Same
receiving?
email ID from you have received that performance.
Sure. I will do in next 5 minutes. That's not a problem. I have all the.
Okay.
So take care and then nice seeing you all and then good day.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay.
Now, Sunain, the session is over.
Yes, sir. So shall we start with the next session?
Next session is it with the same link? Yeah.
Yes, sir, it's in the same link, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. That is a special session.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of AIFT, I again welcome you on the second day of 5th AMIFOST 2022 International Conference of Food Sustainability Challenges and Opportunities for the Future. This session has been specially arranged for our research scholars, and we have our esteemed guest that has joined from the Netherlands is Dr. Abigail Thiel. Abigail Thiel is a researcher, lecturer, and a YouTuber. She has received her PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where she researched about the microstructure of ice cream and whipped topping. She is now pursuing her postdoctoral research in Wageningen University in the Food Quality and Design Group. She also runs a YouTube channel, Abby the Food Scientist, where she talks about all things which are related to the food science. I'll welcome you, ma'am, for the session, and thank you for sparing your time and joined from the Netherlands.
Hi, thank you very much for that introduction. I am excited to be here with you all this afternoon. I'm a couple hours behind you, so I guess this is almost your end of the conference today, but it's about lunchtime here.
Okay.
But
yes.
Today I made a special presentation, so this is not a typical research presentation. And this is talking about what I wish I would have known during my studies. So I recently defended my PhD, and during that time I have reflected back on all my education and wanted to give any younger students, young scientists, young researchers some tips of things that I learned the hard way. Let's see. So like I said, this is an idea that came to me after I defended my PhD, which was in 2020. So I defended online because it was COVID. But in the US, at least, we start school when we're 5. So here I'm going to my first day of kindergarten. 25 years later, I finally finished all my schooling when I defended my PhD. So essentially for 25 years, I was a professional student, if that's a job. It's not a very good paying job, but that's what I was supposed to do every day. And what I found very interesting looking back is that not one time out of all the classes I took, did anyone ever teach me the best way to study or how to be a successful student or any type of these skills. And sure, over 25 years, I learned a lot, but there are actually the best ways to efficiently study or good ways to learn what to do with mistakes. People do research into this. And why not share that with students or researchers before they defend or before they move on? So today I want to talk about 5 main areas. We're going to talk about how to efficiently study, how to stop procrastinating, what you should do when you make a mistake to learn from it, what type of mindset is good to have for a researcher or a student, and lastly, how to be your best advocate. Now, let's start with studying because I cannot even imagine how many hours I have spent studying during my life, right? When I was in school pursuing my PhD, I would give up my weekends to study. I would have to say no to friends going out. I would have to stay home and study. And what I learned much later is that there are good and bad ways to study. Or another way to say that is there are passive ways to learn and study or active ways. And you want to be an active learner. And let me give you an example. Say you show up to class and you're kind of in a bad mood. Maybe it's raining and your feet are wet and your mom is mad at you, and you get to class and you just sit there, you lean back and fold your arms, and you're just going to sit there the whole lecture and you'll listen, but that's all you're going to do. That's passive learning. And that's really not a good way to actually learn anything. Sure, you are at class, but if you try to think about what you learned, you probably can't remember anything. Instead, the best way to study is to be an active learner. You need to be active in this process of learning. And a good way to do that, if you're studying, instead of just looking at your textbook and rereading sentences, rereading the same sentences, close your textbook, close your notebook, and try to quiz yourself and make your brain retrieve the answers, because that is what you'll actually have to do on a test, right? So you have to learn to recall the answers from your brain, which means stop doing the easy thing that is just rereading the same things. Take an active role in your learning. Another great way to be an active learner is actually studying in groups. And I always used to do this when I was at university. I would study with my friends because you can learn a lot from your peers. Because if my friend didn't understand a concept, I would teach it to her and she would learn the concept from me. But as you teach someone, you are actually learning yourself and you're trying to problem solve and figure out how you can explain so your friend understands. Another great way to active learn is write things out, write out your own note cards, and again, make sure your brain can recall the facts. Another great study hack is the Pomodoro method, which I saw someone earlier had a tomato timer that it was also used by the Italian man who made up this productivity hack called the Pomodoro method. And basically this hack is saying the best time for studying or doing an activity is in 25-minute chunks. And how you can use the Pomodoro method is step 1, you focus study for 20 minutes. No distractions, no phone. You are going to study for 20 minutes. Once that 20 minutes is up, you treat yourself to a 5-minute break. You go play with your dog or your cat. Get up and move. Give yourself a little treat. And then once 5 minutes is up, again, you study for those 20 minutes and you repeat. So each of these 25-minute chunks is known as a Pomodoro, or in Italian, that is tomato. So this is a really great way to learn because you can tackle things in small, achievable chunks in these 20-minute Pomodoros. And there's actually another key reason you want to tackle these in Pomodoros, and that's because people who study learning say there's effect of primacy and recency. And what the effect of primacy means, you are more likely to remember something at the beginning of a learning session. So that means even in a lecture, you remember what happens at the beginning. Right there, we call that prime time number 1. The same is true when you start a 20-minute study session, you're more likely to remember the beginning. Now, the effect of recency is that you're more likely to also remember what you learned most recently. So that would be at the end of your study session or at the end of a lecture. Now, by using the Pomodoro technique, where you break things down into 20-minute chunks, you have more beginnings and more endings. So this will help you to remember things because we have the effect of primacy. You remember what happens in the beginning, and recency, you remember what happens in the end. So the Pomodoro method works great with this. And one last thing I want to say about studying, which you probably know this, but you should not cram. Cramming is not learning. You might pass the test because you just shoved all the knowledge in your brain, but after the test, you might notice that the knowledge somehow just disappears, which if food science or research is going to be your life, that is not a very good approach. So instead, what you should do is called spaced repetition or spaced practicing. Now, the reason you want to space out your studying is because as humans, we tend to forget things. So I want to introduce you to the forgetting curve here. Now, let's pretend a day 0, we went to a lecture. We all went to a lecture together. We leave the lecture and we have learned 100% of the material. We understood the material 100%. So we first learned it. But what happens within 24 hours is we start forgetting what we learned. And by day 1, we have lost about 20% of the knowledge we just gained, which means it's really important that you look your notes over before 24 hours is up. Because if you look them over, you remember everything again, you are back up to 100%. Then again, you space practice. You actually don't need to study again until day 3. By day 3, again, you're down to 80% of your memory retained. If you study again, you go back up to 100%, and then you don't need to study till day 6 or 7. Now, let's say instead you're not a very good student. You went to lecture with us at day 0, but you never studied for the first 3 days. You have to follow that gray line down. You have already forgotten all the new information within the first 3 days. So it's better to study within the first 24 hours, then look at it again at day 3, day 7, etc., to space out your study so that you will better retain the information learned. So no cramming allowed. Oops, there's the arrows, the important days. All right, so on to another topic that I also struggle with. So this is procrastination. And this weekend I was procrastinating writing a grant at the same time I was making this presentation. So I thought that was a bit ironic. So I still struggle with procrastination, even though I have some tricks to try and stop it. So my first tip is to focus more on the process. So if you're doing a really long experiment, your research is quite long, or you have a really hard assignment, don't focus on finishing the whole thing. Focus on just starting it and getting the process going. So the second point is what I just said. Don't think about finishing the whole homework assignment or the whole book report or the whole research report, because that's going to make you uncomfortable and you will keep procrastinating. Because we procrastinate because it makes us feel good momentarily. So think about the process and just starting something, not about the end point. And the third tip is, again, this Pomodoro method. Break it down into small chunks and just say, I'm going to work on this for 20 minutes, a break, work on it for 20 minutes, a break, and slowly you will start to see your progress. So if you are handed a very, very hard assignment, here's what you need to do. Just think about tackling it a little bit at a little bit. Do not leave it until just before it's due thinking you're going to be able to cram. And like I said, don't focus on finishing the task. Focus on doing one problem and then another problem, tackling things in very small chunks. Now on to a big topic, and this is mistakes. And I think as students or young scientists and researchers, we hear or believe in a lot of lies about mistakes. We think things like, if I make a mistake, that means I'm a failure. If I make a mistake, it means I have lower self-worth, or that I am my own mistakes. But these are all lies. None of these are true. And there are some good ways to handle mistakes, because we are all humans. You will make mistakes in studying, in school, and you'll make mistakes in your research, because that just happens. So if you make a mistake, I would tell you, try to reframe it in a more positive way. Because if you make a mistake, that really proves, one, you are trying something. If you never make a mistake, you have never tried something. It also proves that you are trying something new, and learning something new is hard, and you will have to make mistakes to get better. And always the best thing from a mistake is to learn from it. So to look back, reflect, and say, what could I have done better? What could I have done differently? And this will make you a better student, a better researcher, and a better person. So some things you want to avoid when you make a mistake, some bad ways of thinking about it is, one, all or nothing thinking. So say, for example, I just failed a test. All or nothing thinking would mean, I failed this test and that means I'm a failure. That is absolutely not true. It is just one test. You also want to avoid shouldy thinking, like, I should have done better. I should have picked this answer. I should have done that experiment different, because you can't go back and make those changes. 3, you want to stop trying to mind read. Oftentimes we think other people are thinking about us like, oh, she is so dumb. How'd she do so bad on that? But really, people are more thinking about themselves. They probably are not thinking about you. And 4 is refrain from calling yourself names. I know when we do bad on something or make a mistake, it's easy to say like, oh, I'm so dumb. How could I have done that? But really, that's not going to help yourself at all. Make sure you talk to yourself like you would talk to a friend, that you would comfort a friend. You would not go and call them dumb and then berate them for making a mistake. So talk to yourself in the same kind way. All right, moving on to mindset, which is something I learned about pretty recently. So your mindset, what I mean is just how you think about the world, how you think about yourself, and really this dictates how you respond to different situations and different scenarios that come into your life. And there are 2 different types of mindsets defined. One is called a fixed mindset, and a fixed mindset is a type of mindset where you believe you were either born smart or dumb. You believe you were either born with talents or you were born without them. Whereas a growth mindset says you were not born smart or dumb. You could learn to be smarter. You could learn a talent. You could learn any skills you want, of course, if you put the time in. And hopefully you notice that the better mindset to pick is this growth mindset, because we aren't just born a certain way. We are able to grow and to learn and to become better if we practice something. But I noticed especially when I was younger as a child, I really had a fixed mindset, because people would always tell me if I did something clever, they'd be like, Abby, you're so smart, which made me think as a child, well, that means I was born smart. But if you think like this, if you think you were born smart, what happens when you do something that was not smart, or you did not do good on a test? All of a sudden you think, oh no, I'm dumb. That means I was not born smart. It means I was born dumb, which then makes you afraid of doing anything challenging in life if you have this fixed mindset. So instead, always choose a growth mindset, because you are able to change and grow over time. Your brain has plasticity. You can teach it to do all certain things. And the last one I want to talk about is being your own advocate. And this is not me saying that you should not rely on your mentors or advisors. Those people are really important in your life. But you have to realize that you know yourself the best. You know what goals you want. You know where you want to be in 5 years. And no one thinks about you as often as you think about you. So you need to take control and make your own opportunities, or make it known what your goals are and where you'd like to go. And let me give you a real life example. During my PhD, I was in the United States, and I worked with a collaborator very closely, and his lab was in Australia. And I had never been to Australia, never even close to Australia, but I was working really well with this collaborator there. And I really wanted to do some of my PhD research in his lab in Australia. But I was not sure how my PhD advisor was going to respond if I asked. I thought maybe he would be offended. Would he be mad at me? And so for weeks, I was trying to get the confidence up to ask my PhD supervisor, could I go work in Australia? Would that be possible? And finally, the day came. I was having a meeting with my supervisor, and I got up the confidence and I said, maybe I should go work in Australia with our collaborator. And my PhD supervisor takes a breath, leans back, and he responds, that's an excellent idea. Like he was all for it. He just did not know that that was something I wanted to do, because I had never told him. And a couple months later, I was doing research in Australia. Another great example is with personal projects. So no one came up to me and gave me permission to start my YouTube channel, right? I just gave myself permission. I said, I really like teaching people. I love talking about food science. I think this would be a really fun project for me, having this YouTube channel. Because if you're waiting for someone to give you permission, that person is probably never going to come. You just need to give yourself permission to do things you are passionate about. So be your best advocate. And with that, I hope you enjoyed some of these tips. I hope something resonated with you, and I wish you success in your future. If you want to reach out to me, I have some of my social media links here, and I would love to hear what resonated with you. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to chat.
Thank you, Dr. Abigail. So if someone have any questions, they can post it in the chat box so that we can take up.
Nobody's asking anything?
No, sir, there is one question. It's there. So it's from Rishi. He's asking that how to deal with success and failure. Both are other sides of the coin.
I would say when it comes to failure, I try not to always see it as a failure. I try to say, okay, this happened. What can I learn from it? Because especially when I was doing research, what we would call a failed experiment teaches you more than if it actually worked on the first time. So I think as long as you learn from your failure, then it's not really a failure. And success, I think, is much more easy to deal with because you feel good about it. I never have a problem dealing with success, I feel like, unless you have a more specific question about success.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Abigail.
Yes,
am I right
yeah.
to pronounce your name?
Yes, my full name's Abigail, but I often go by Abby.
Okay, Abby. So since last throughout career, we were listening about food technology, food processing, food science, carbohydrate, protein. You took us in a different world.
Yes, I did.
So that was a really pleasant, very pleasant. See, when we go out from the routine work, from the laboratory, when we reach home, we always see our something else. When we start discussing, it gives us so much relaxation.
Yes,
the same thing
absolutely.
happened today here in the office hours only. That since morning we were listening all research, food, science. So you took us in a different direction. Really, it was amazing. It was a very pleasant. It gave quite a bit of satisfaction that yes, we should not only concentrate in any seminar only one theme. There should be some additional kind of a tonic which implement for the next session.
No, I'm glad. And I was thinking there might be a lot of students here or younger professionals. So it was what, I wish someone would have told me.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Thiel. And there has been nothing more but just an appreciation for your lecture.
Dr. Sunil, yes, give me 1 second. Ma'am, I have a very small question. I think that is very relevant for every student. So how to deal with the success and failure? So both sides of the coin, because I think students always have this kind of thing.
Just now she answered. Monica, I think you missed.
I was not in the session actually. So
Hey, Dr. Monica, how you got came in contact with Dr. Abby?
Sir, it was through Dr. Tarun actually. Dr. Tarun introduced me to Dr. Thiel actually, and he also emphasized that this session is very relevant for the student, specifically for the student. And we just interacted with the student. Means I think day before that, this session is really very important, and everyone has to attend the session. Every student of food technology.
Now you take care in the future any kind of the
definitely,
sessions.
sir, definitely.
See, we don't want always food. We want some different one capsule in between. So let us always
we'll keep in mind and we'll be in touch.
Keep in mind that is the first stage. That first time means a different trial. It was not trial actually. It was amazing. Yeah.
And specifically at the last we kept her talk because I think students from the past one they were listening to different lectures from the food sector that yes, this is food science. This they have to do and all such kind of thing. So then he gave the idea that yes, we should introduce this kind of lecture also, so that everything will be vibrant in the yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
In between, I asked also, what is that special session? While planning everything, Dr. Abby, I was asking to Dr. Monica, what is this special session?
Yes.
And she hid it. She said, no, sir, it is secret. Okay, go ahead. So that secret has come out today now.
Yes. I think it just did not fit in with the other sessions, so it's special.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, ma'am. The question that you asked has already been taken up. So can I sum up the session?
Yeah, you can sum up the session now. Yes,
okay.
Please. And Dr. Sunan, please, yes. Before summing up the session, so there is one announcement for everyone, every participant here. So tomorrow is the last day for our conference, and I request everyone. So we'll be sending emails by evening to everyone. Again, we'll be sending the links. So it's a request, kindly join all the sessions for tomorrow. They're very important, and we have validity session from 3 p.m. onwards. So please join all the sessions. Yes, thank you. And now, Sunan, you can sum up the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Thiel. It was rather a very enlightening session for sure. Special, of course, because it's something which we actually come across in our day-to-day life. Whether we are doing something new, whether we are doing some new experiment, we always come across and we fail in our day-to-day life. And that's the point, that we don't have to actually just put ourselves to one corner. We have to pick up ourselves and then, learn for something what we have failed, because I think we are our best judges. And you rightly said that we can actually, from our failures, we should learn that what can be next can be done. And then you explained the Pomodoro technique very well. I have seen that technique in one of the movies, some South Indian movies, but I have never applied it to my own, because I do get distracted a lot. But definitely, after your session, I expect that every student and every presenter who is there in the session, they will learn and they will do better after, applying those things. So rather, it was a very good session and an enlightening one. Thank you, ma'am, for joining from there, and very all the best for your YouTube channel. I hope and I wish that it should cross 1 million subscribers soon, and I'll be a subscriber for sure. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, shall I close the session?
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute, please. So tomorrow there'll be 3 separate sessions. One is the invited speaker session, second is the e-poster session, and third session is for the oral presentations. So we'll be having 3 different links for 3 different sessions. So every participant who has to present the e-poster, so kindly join your respective session. And then I think in the email it was very clear that either you can send the e-poster to us, or you can also directly present it there. So please join your specific link. For the oral presentation, oral presenters, please join your link, and then I think you can present your work. So every guideline, everything is already given to you, and rest of the participant can join the invited lectures. So we'll be having 3 separate sessions tomorrow. So that's all
And
for that.
also the valedictory session at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
So
all the
so
MIT
participants
students,
have
all
to
the
join.
MIT students from food technology join validity section.
No, and the e-session also.
Yeah,
Online session
yeah.
also.
Means on physical mode, I mean that those who are available in the institute join physical mode.
Yeah, and rest of the participants will be on the online mode.
Okay, ma'am. I think we have successfully done
Yes.
with the day 2 of the 5th AMIFOST 2022 International Conference on Food Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunities for the Future. And have a good day to everyone, and we'll meet tomorrow.